Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Is this thing on? Hello, good morning. Congratulations to Hero for getting first and also getting not first and also pogging all over. And then also Hero pogging all over and then also lurking. That was an awesome sequence of events, I think. Hi everyone. Hi, it's so good to see you. Boss trying to decide what to do for stream. That's so real. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just I'm just here. I was hoping when I pressed the go live button that something would just like come to me, but nothing did. So we are taking suggestions for today. How's it going? Hi Tammy. Hi Kyrie. Hi Aaron. Hi Stream Elements. Hi Hero. Hi Awa. Hi Hero again. Hi Stream Elements again. Hi, 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 hi. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Um, um, yep, that's all I got. Alright, good stream. Time to wrap it up. Everyone go home. That's all I got for today. Just kidding. I was thinking maybe I could try morimens, cause my friend Azu has been hyping it up. But I'm not in a super big like thinking mood today, and I don't know how much math and thinking that game requires. I don't know. I don't know. Monkey Friday soon. So true. So true. I still have to wait a bit. I still have to wait um like 9 hours for Funky Monkey Friday, but it's okay. It's okay. It'll be here soon and then we're gonna pog all over the place. That game doesn't have much of math. Hmm. Let me look at the let me look at the Steam page for it. You guys want to see my Steam? Wow. Oh, it's cropped. You can't even see the side. It's cooked for you. I don't know. I watched Azu play, and it looks kind of like Slay the Spire in a way. But like, doesn't this look sort of mathish? I don't know. I don't know. I just think I like the idea of gambling, of, like gotcha, of pulling cute characters. Hi Tommy, how's it going? How's it going? Okay, so this is an option. I was thinking there's also like cute little just browser games and like BuzzFeed quizzes and stuff. We could play BuzzFeed quizzes together. Um, I think this one's too much thinking, so maybe not Baba. I don't know. I want something new. There's Stacklands. It's another card game. I don't know how much thinking this one requires. Um, um, there's classic Infinity Nikki, Swag. There's Stardew Valley, Swag. Yeah, I don't know. There's Hades. Hmm. Yeah, I really, nothing is speaking to me. They all sound equally pretty good. Preparing to sleep since it's 2 a.m. You tucked yourself in. Here, I'll tuck you in. I hope you sleep so well and you have such good dreams. Oh, there's also Sonic. Make it a gamba, roll a dice? Oh, shoot, I don't even have a dice. Well, I might have a dice in the other room. I don't know if I have 6 options, though. Do I have 6 options? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, what are our options? We've got Sonic. We've got Morimens. We've got Stacklands. Wherever that went. We got BuzzFeed quizzes. We could play Gartic Phone as well. Use the browser. Oh my god, more like Bowser. Yuck, 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 yuck. Okay. Yo, thanks for the bonk. You guys know how like some people like have like a little wheel? what is what is that website called? Wheel spinner. Yeah, that looks awesome. Up on ultrakill? What is this? Do you think people use this wheelofnames.com to pick their baby names? Wait, I kind of want to spin this wheel. Bam, bam. Some interesting names. All right, Gabriel wins. I guess if you guys need a name, Gabriel's the one. Hello, hello. Do I have ultrakill? I do have ultrakill, I think. It's not installed though. What is this game even about? I'm sure Faust would love ultrakill. It's so good. Are you being like a little trickster prankster, or are you being for real? The fact that there's a tag that says blood makes me a little bit nervous, actually. This is a fast-paced ultra-violent retro FPS. Guys, I don't think ultra-violent is necessarily Frosty's cup of tea. Fatima? Oh my god. Here, I'll spin it again. Surely this one's Fatima. It is very good, but it's very bloody, so I'm joking about you liking it. Is there not like a turn the blood off mode? Oh my god, Gabriel. Yo! Sorry, we're kind of double down on Gabriel, I guess. I'm sorry to all you Fatima enjoyers. Best adrenaline rush I've ever gotten was some of the greatest soundtrack and story to ever be composed. Listen, I believe you. I believe you that it's a good game. I just feel like fast paced is already like and then ultra violent is like and then retro FPS is like and skill based I don't know. Maybe you stream this game and I will cheer you on from the sidelines. Put a pink sheet of plastic on the screen. Wait, you're cooking. Oh, it's similar to games I've played. Counter-Strike. What do y'all know about 1.4 hours? Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike hours check. Oh. I could buy it bundled with Pal World. Or Don't Stop Girly Pop. Is that normal? That game is mad hard? Oh. Huh. Hell is full. Blood is fuel. Mankind is dead. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's so many optimization you can play it on turbo easy mode. I truly think you should enjoy it even if you don't play good. Trust. Is that real? You need to make Gabriel Ultra Kill. Is the hot robot named Gabriel? Is that even Ultra? Yeah, this guy. Is this Gabriel? That was full. It no hungry and less dessert. I mean, that's also real. I feel like, I don't know. I could be the most full person in the world, but if anyone asks to get ice cream afterwards, I'm always gonna say yes. Don't Stop Girly Pop is disappointing. Man, that's such a like good name for a game. What was disappointing about it? Let's look. Wait, this is the cute graphics. I like this fish. I think you would unironically like Don't Stop Girly Pop. Okay, well you can't say that after everybody said it was very disappointing. Spread the love. Don't Stop Girly Pop is a Y2K arena movement shooter where standing still is not an option. Just don't stop moving. Oh my god, fabrics, colors, that's cute. I don't think I like gun-based combat very much. I'm not a shooter. You could try it out for maybe 2 to 3 hours. and think whether you want to continue or not. I'm gonna download it and then be like, "Ugh, this is too much," and it's gonna be like 15 minutes. I'll install it though.
Don't stop moving.
Oh,
Can you feel the music? DJ's got it going around. Round.
is that a song? DJ's got it going round, round. It sounds like you're karaokeing, but I am just not sure what that song is. I'm sorry. Oh my god, speaking of songs, you guys want to play Vandal while we wait for Ultrakill to download? Don't stop girly pop use all my GPU for some reason. Shrimp, don't you have like a really good computer? That's so surprising. It's an S Club 7 song. Okay, what if it's the Bandle of today also? Wouldn't that be cool? Is this my Bandle? I don't remember it being in dark mode like this. Okay, listen up. Wait, can you even hear this? Okay, wait, you can't hear this. Oh, my game is ready to play. Is this S Club 7? Do we think? Sorry you had to glaze this game for a little. Plus, hi Oza! It's very difficult. Released in 2011, and it has 697 million YouTube views. That's a good number, because it's like got 69 and also kind of 67 in there. I don't think they've got S Club 7 on the database for this one. The fact that this is very hard difficulty makes me think this is probably like a really common song that just has so many layers that you don't even notice, like the drums in there. I said what you were thinking. We are on the same wavelength for real, for real. Don't stop, girly pop devs. Can you use the funding you got from Australian government on optimizing your game, please? Why would the Australian government fund a Y2K shooter game? I feel like I need some more context. This is surely Gangnam Style. Oh, it's not. Oh. Thinking emoji. I got nothing for this one. No clue. Is it even an Australian game? Or was the Australian government just like, yeah, we want this? Sounds like 80s and 2011. Yeah. I don't know what it sounds like. It sounds like something I've never heard before. I don't want to miss my chance to get you to play morimens. You should open it sometime before the stream ends. I can do that. I think I have it downloaded. I told Azu I downloaded it. I don't think I lied about that. Yeah, it's installed. It's installed. I just never got around to it. I only have one friend who's played it, and it's Azu. He's played 14.6 hours recently. Do you guys want to look at how many total hours he has? My goodness, we have so many games in common. I don't have Slime Rancher 2. I don't think the filter works. Morimens. He has 181 hours on this game. So that means it's probably good, right? His most played game is Warframe with 3,500 hours. You guys want to know what my most played game is? It's Viroid Studio. And then Stardew Valley. It's kind of surprising. I feel like I haven't even played Stardew Valley that much. Huh. Also, I don't know why Super Auto Pets has almost 100 hours as well. I think I'm just a little bit cooked. But I guess not all games are on Steam. I think Genshin Impact would probably be my #1 game if it was on Steam. Or maybe Hearthstone. I've had Hearthstone for a long time. Surely this is Gangnam Style. You've already tried this song and it's still not correct. Smiley face. Wow, that is so sassy. It won't even let me do it for the bit, huh? Ella has been on a Morimens agenda for months? Really? Hey, Ella, who's your favorite character? I'll try to analyze. Fun games you both own has been broken for months? Okay. I'll play 1 minute of ultrakill and then 1 minute of morimens, and then we can all play super auto pets together. But first I'm gonna need you to answer this test. Hi Carrot, how's it going? Oh. Yeah, this does not sound like 2011 at all. This sounds like divorced dad rock. Any divorced dads in the chat? I recognize this right off the bat. You do? What is this? I don't know. I don't know if I've heard this one. Like, I don't know. This is the song that plays as you drive away from the custody battle you just lost. Can't say a question, but I blinked. I'm just gonna assume how are you? So I'm good. Hope you've been well. Ah, thank you. I'm so good. I'm really glad you're good too. I don't want to just drop in and give the answer, but I don't know it. This is like a collaborative assignment, you know, a group project, if you will. Jenkins, Clementine, or Agrippa? Those are some crazy names, by the way. Clementine is a really cute name. I've never heard Agrippa before. And Jenkins is just silly goose. I have no idea. Rebecca Black Friday? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've heard anything from Rebecca Black. If you want me to, I will, but I don't want to just drop it on you. Drop it on me. Drop it on me. Yeah, we need your knowledge, Carrot. Lana Del Rey's Born to Die? Okay, I haven't heard that much Lana, but I would not have expected it to have all that going on. Oh my god, sorry. Yippee! We got it. Well, let's hear the goofy version. I don't know if I've heard this song before. I guess it's not Divorced Dad Rock. Oh my god, look. We're in the top 5%. Shut up, Carrot. 5Cs would be bigger, but Twitch won't let me. Mama Twitch is a cruel mistress. A fucking VSAT bundle? Wow. I'm not at all. It's really cool when I do recognize it, but I think I just don't know enough songs. The goofy version of Evan Benson's Bring Me to Life is where music peaked? The goofy version? As in, like, literally goofy, like from Mickey Mouse? You think that's on YouTube? Friggin' beast, you don't have to correct yourself. It's okay, it's okay. Um, Bring Me to Life. Goofy. Why does this have 14 million views? Wait, I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. I like his little skits, and I like watching him review like fast food places and board games and stuff. I was not expecting that. All right, listen up, everyone. Listen up. We're witnessing peak, I think.
How can you see into my eyes?
Okay,
Like open
that's enough peak for today, I think. that's so awesome. Anyway, who wants to see what ultrakill is about? I'm on Doxu. I am not on the right thing. And just fair warning, I have a sneaking suspicion I am not gonna stay on this game for a long time, so maybe don't be too attached. I'm just dipping my toes in the water, you know. Just gotta see what all the fuss is about. Boot up sequence ready. Firmware latest version 21120806. Calibration expired. New calibration required. Beginning calibration. Audio. Error. Oh man, my audio. He's like at ultrakill, so I don't mind, I understand. I was told there is turbo easy mode. So that's good. Okay. Yeah, look, they're all ducks in a row. Video. Error. I like how this one says smooth, clear, easy to read, and this one says rough, pixelated, warping. I feel I feel like they're a little biased in the one that they want you to pick, huh? I kind of like the pixelated. I kind of like rough. It's charming. Mechanics error. Oh my goodness. Wait, hold on. Let me change my game category perhaps. We gotta. Oh my god, wait, somebody already did that. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to my mods. You're doing so good. Okay, harmless? Absurdly slow enemies and attacks. Yeah, that sounds great. Ah! Wait. Oh, I thought they were all like little checkboxes. Okay. Well, I didn't know you could only pick one. That's a sign. Oh, machine ID, view one. Location, approaching hell. Oh my god, hell is full! Hell is full. How are we gonna get there? Oh, mankind is dead. Blood is full. Yule. Hell is full. Find a weapon. Okay. Just got off the world's best killer match in DVDs, so don't care about anything. Now I'm riding this high. I'm so happy for you. Were you playing Trickster? Were you playing Trickster or Chronic Ken? Press F to punch. Hi. Hi, Sora. Thank you for doing a good job. Oh, interesting. Oh god, no, I hate Trickster, really? Mick sent me the, like, music video for the, girl version of Trickster and Trickster. And I'm not gonna lie, that almost made me try the game. Almost, but not quite. Left shift to dash to danger. See, stamina can be performed in the air. Just like Warframe, huh? Didn't get Kent, sadly. I went for Pyramid Head, and I really like him. Is it League where you have to, like, vote for you? I thought you just pick whatever character you want. He's playing Pyramid Head? I guess that's a good one. I've seen, nice cosplays of that one. And that's all I really know about him. Is this where I came from? Oh. Am I supposed to be able to get through this? Dot, 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 dot. It's kind of tough for me to use, but I like it. The grind to get better is the good part. Yo, that's so awesome. I hate grinding. But I'm glad you're determined. Holy shit, it's happening. Oh my god. Real. But I'm not really sure. Not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. This is where we switch over to morimens. Oh, wait, I did it. Deal close range damage to douse yourself in fresh blood. This is the only way to regain health. Okay. Ew. Okay. That's cool, I guess. I only got about 323 in my card, so I can't buy Ken, sadly. Oh, no, gamers don't read? Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, I can't read. It's been a while since I had to read. My bad. I am rich compared to you. I owe $44.56. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Dinner's on shrimp tonight. Less control in the air. It's ground slam. Hold for shockwave. Okay. Just like Donkey Kong. Most levels have secret soul orbs. Touch them to get bonus points. Okay. This is not really what I was expecting, to be honest with you. Oh. New Blood presents a game by R.C. Hakita Patala. Shrimp pal, buddy, chum, amigo. Remember how we were best friends in high school? And I, you my body. Surely you can pay me back now. My goodness. I'd be so happy to be called all those things except for chum. Something about being called chum reminds me of plankton. You know, Patala, what a wonderful praise. Ain't no passing grace. Maybe I'm not supposed to be up there. We be best friends in high school. Yikes. Yikes, Carrot, you're cooked. Your plan's falling apart. You turned around, by the way. I did. So is that where I came from? Oh. Yeah, haha, I knew that. I see you chose the PSX graphics. I did. I think I like pixel graphics. Whoa. Wow, this is the soundtrack I've been hearing so much about, huh? This reminds me of Vampire Survivors. in a bad way. Hi, dog. Brutal. Fresh. Checkpoint. Okay. She's already fallen victim to 2 of the classic gamer blunders? Wait, what are the classic gamer blunders? Not reading and what else? Hold the right mouse button to charge a piercing shot. Wow. Sadly, the Steam Spring Sale is over. I cannot buy you again. That's so sad. No, I had Pico Park in my cart. I was like, oh yeah, I'll buy that tomorrow while it's on sale. And then, wow, this game is so loud. And then I waited too long. Can you believe that? No Pico Park for me. Sonic Adventure 2. That's kind of awesome. I didn't know Sonic was chill like that. Oh, I fell into a fan blade. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, yeah. I think I'm feeling somewhat like Sonic. Is control the jump? Or is shift? Okay, shift is slide. And this is dash. Okay. Okay. Oh. Wow. Is this hell? Am I in hell currently? Or am I just like going there? What if instead of using the gun you just punch people? Is that viable? That's my preferred Warframe gameplay. Yep, okay. Punch a projectile with precise timing to deflect it? Wow, look at that precise timing. Okay. Okay. This is BioShock in a way, if you think about it. It's saying headshot, but I know for a fact I am not getting that. I am aiming for their tummies for real. I guess they're just being nice. Ground slam left control deals damage. Ah! They're shooting. Oh. I see. The blood isn't so bad because it's so ribbony. Like, it's not my favorite thing to see. But it's not quite as bad as I was expecting. I love it. Thank you for the 50 streak. That's so nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Phantom. Thank you for your well wishes. Oh, maybe I came from that way. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Malicious face. Whoa. It's nice that you don't have to reload. Whoa. It's not turbo hyper realistic, girl. Even off-roading. Yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Yippee! gotta see. Easy, no deaths. Oh yeah. God, I'm so good at this game. You all ready to go? Oh my god, thank you. What grade did everybody else get on their first test? Get 5 kills with a single glass panel. Single glass panel. So you get 0 out of 5. Okay. You got an A? Ah, hell nah. I believe it. You did good on the bundle too. Use your points in the shop. What? Oh my god, shopping! Smile OS 2.0. Wow, I like this song. Lesser Husk. Filth. Husks, oh wow, that's so hard to read. Husks are a physical manifestation of the souls of the damned. The physical form is based on the value of the original soul, which is determined by the strength of its will and its prevalence in public consciousness. The living souls that remember it. Oh, it's like the Chainsaw Man thing. Like if you think about it, then it gets stronger. Forgot what that's called. Only got an A because I watched a lot of videos about the game, so I knew the mechanics. I wasn't supposed to. Oh. But you watch videos on games that you don't play? That's kind of cool. Lore plus strategy on enemies can be found here. I see. I thought this was a shop. Oh, strategy. Their powerful jaws and sheer numbers can overwhelm a target quickly. Stray. Shout out to Stray Kids. While their tall stature may seem intimidating, strays are afraid of most danger and will try to stay at a safe distance, only attacking via projectiles formed with hell energy. Yep. Cybergrind is endless survival mode. Okay. I can't run most games, so of course I do. You think I only ever watch Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, and DVD videos? All I recommend. Wait, that's kind of awesome. Shout out to Wawa. I mean, I don't know. I guess I've watched videos about games I haven't played either. But it's mostly like lore stuff, not actually like mechanics of like how to play the game. Like tips for the game. Meat grinder. Who up grinding they meat? You. Shout out to my goat Wawa for real. Yeah! I love Wawa. My DMs are a wasteland of random videos she sends me? That's so awesome. Man, I used to do a voice acting thing with her. I'll have to message her about that. Oh. I think we both got busy and then like kind of forgot. I'll see you right. The shop is the weapons section. Oh. It's okay. Surely this weapon is good enough. Ew. Give me your orb. Alright. Tell me where all the secret orbs are. I'm like that too. Who said whoever talks to me braid videos? That's so sweet. I love when my friends send me random videos. Or just like yap about their interests. That's truly what life is all about, I think. Oh, that's where I came from. Oh. Oh my god. Wait, I forgot it. Okay. I see why this is called the meat grinder. think I came from that way. There's not blood over here, so I don't think I've been here yet. Wait. Maybe I did come this way. Maybe there's just a little bit of no blood. Ah! Is he calling me a chud? That's messed up. For some reason I'm too scared to talk to my super friends in DMs. I think it's hard when you haven't met someone in person to know what their tone is. I guess it's a little different if it's a streamer, because like we at least have heard them talk before. I think sometimes it can be really intimidating to talk to people online. And it's like, I cannot tell if you're mad at me or not. Ah, I love grinding they meet. Me, 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 me. Me, me. Oh. I like the lawnmower noises. I think they should give me a grenade. I think that would be kind of awesome. Blech. Chaotic critical punch. Hey, thanks. Ah! Is he legitimately saying chud, or am I mishearing him? You want 700 bird videos? Yeah! Hand them over! You got any toucans? I've been really vibing with toucans recently. I think their skulls look kind of awesome. Hi Larry, how's it going? How's it good? How's it going? I hope your audition went well. No, he's going ha ha ha. Oh. Well, I guess that's better than getting called a chud. Not much better though, I must say. This game has a combo system similar to Devil May Cry. Hi Ryan! I've never played Devil May Cry before. Chud is funnier. Yeah, you're kinda right. Okay, I think I'm supposed to go this way. Excuse me. Blech. I forgot how to ground pound. Ew. I do not like seeing them all bloody. Like, it's not horrible. It's not as bad as BioShock was, but it does make me feel a little bit stressed out. I don't think I'll have you friended. I'll send them after stream. Me when we're not friends. Oh. I got a C on this one. Is this regular? I didn't expect you to play with this for so long. Well, I don't know. I feel like you gotta give it a chance before you say, I don't like it, I'm leaving. But, you know, maybe I'm leaving soon. I'm curious about morimens. Marksman, sharpshooter. I wish it wasn't so hard to read. Uh-huh. This is like when I don't have my contacts in and I try to do stuff on my computer. A little cooked. Oh, look at this thing. Malicious face. Demons are creatures from the massive hell. They are most easily recognizable by the hard, stone-like exterior and slow movement. Do they have burst fire? They can be quite difficult to get close to. Yep. Okay, awesome. You made your brother P rank this game for you? Is P like above S? W brother. Is it the same brother that played Oblivion for you? The same style rank system like DMC, from lowest to highest, is destructive, chaotic, brutal, anar and anarchic, supreme, sadistic, and ultrakill. Oh, I see. I see. PSH graphics would get harder to see. You can, if you want to turn it off, you can. You can. Flash playing and FPS, yeah, it's just like Bioshock. Pretty cool, huh? Wait, max bloodstains. You can turn that off. Max gore per room. Sheesh, they love me. Look, look, they have the button. Whoever put this in here, I hope you get the fattest kiss in the whole world. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out color of crosshair. Hee 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 hee. Extra thick with 2 C's. What am I looking for? I'm looking for PX. Huh. I only have one brother that I know of. Sheesh. Well, I guess that's good. What if I was your brother? P is above S? I've never heard of P rank before in my life. P for perfect? What does S stand for then? See the training for the next time we play screen cheat. I don't need to train for that. Whoa. Sheesh. Texture warping and downscaling is what you want. Thank you so much. Wait, do I turn it down? I don't think that really helped. I don't know what that did. Who up warping their textures? They thought about you specifically? Oh really? Well, I actually made the settings for this game. Oh, well I hope you get the fattest kiss ever. S means supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Wow. How long did it take you to type that? And then also, did you have to look up how to type that, or did you just have that in your noggin? And you're not interested in any more siblings? Alright, but if you change your mind, hit me up. Oh. I can see it wiggling. I don't really know what it's changing. You downscale the 1080p? There's not even a 1080p. I'm washed. Hold on, I gotta clear my throat. Ugh, I'm cooked, sorry. S rank started in Japan, hence why S is higher rank than A. Oh. I'm a smart and fast one. Uh-huh, you keep telling yourself that, I guess. 1080 is the off option, but it's changed to be more clear. Like this? Oh! Wow. That is a lot easier to read, huh? Press Alt Fire to throw a coin. And an airborne coin to deflect your shot? Coins can be chained. No thanks. I'll save up for sharpshooter, perhaps. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, this girl's got throat issues. Okay, we're doubling down. one hit. Wow, there really is no gore, huh? That's so nice. That's so nice. Take notes, Bioshock. Oh, that's where I came from. Okay. Yep. Yep, looks good. Oh, a new one. I do like my crosshair being magenta. That's sort of awesome. Told you full customizable. Quite nice, quite nice. Well, if I could make my crosshair into a heart, that would be peak. Alright, we got a nice fan. This looks like a freaky spider. Is that where I came from, or is this where I came from? I guess without the blood, I don't really know where I've been before. Okay, I've been here. Oh, okay, then we'll go down the stairs. Oh, hey! I've seen that done with mods, actually. A heart-shaped crosshair? That's so awesome. Oh my god. I like your lawnmower noises. Are you just supposed to get the story of this game from reading the little computer? I was expecting a little more explanation. Ah! Can I spam ground pound? This is what I do when I play Super Smash Brothers. You pick Kirby and then you just down B forever and ever and ever. And then your friends get mad at you for spamming. But that's just the breaks. That's just showbiz, baby. This R&B to fire explosive. Hold to charge distance. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Without spoilers, ultrakill does a majority of its storytelling through visuals and environment. Huh. Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I've heard good things about the story. Though I was expecting it to be a bit more of a story. Like a more obvious one. Oh my goodness. The reload is so long, what the hell? What are you? Okay. The terminals exist for everything in between. I see, I see. That's pretty cool. Oh. Good morning. Oh. It doesn't sound like ha 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 at all. Maybe it is tutting. Like tut tut tut. beginning. Well, shoot. Maybe I am a chud. Sigh. Okay. Wait, is all the way up here? And then what? Oh. I don't know why I'm getting a combo. I guess somebody's shredding themselves. Oh. Is this where I came from? I don't really know where I'm supposed to be. Okay. We're almost back to the fan room again. But where do you go from here? It's just to hit the fan? I don't think so. And that goes back. Oh. I see. It sneaks around a little. Oh. This? Was that the end of a level? I thought usually you'd be like, oh. Oh. Thought I already got you. He comes for revenge. He's supposed to be dead. Ah! Can I hit your projectile or is it too beefy? Maybe that's not a projectile. It reminds me of Yondu. Like the Guardians of the Galaxy dad. Who has the funny arrow. Ah! Aww. Oops. Okay. Why are you red? Is that regular? Yo. I turned blood off. What was that? How dare you bleed? All done? All done, yes? Yeah! Wow, pretty cool, huh? Style points. Sheesh. All too easy. I'm not finding any secrets whatsoever. Well, that was fun. I assume it saves your progress. I don't know. It seems like it just keeps going forever. This pop-up can be disabled in the options menu. What a is this me? Is this who I'm playing as? Wing module. Arm module. So pretty. What a nice design. Let's view one. Oh, I quite like their design. I like I like their wings. Thank you for the hygiene search. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah. Okay, check this out. Okay, check this out. We gotta keep the pre-roll ads away. So um yeah. Checking. What have you played Skyrim? Shit. Do I have Skyrim? Wait, hold on. Wait, let me let me see if I have Skyrim. Wait, hold on. You can listen to music while I look for Skyrim. Elder. Oh. Oh wait, I spelled it Edler. Elder Scrolls. Oh wow. I have what? You can't see it. You can't see because I cropped my thing. Ugh. Well, okay. I have Skyrim for the VR. I have Skyrim Special Edition. I have regular Skyrim. I have Elder Scrolls Online. I have Oblivion Remastered. And I have Oblivion Game of the Year Edition. And that's my Elder Scrolls check. It's on Game Pass? Isn't that for like Xbox? I don't have an Xbox. I've never had an Xbox before in my whole entire life. I was a Wii family. we had we had a Wii, and then we also had a PS4 at one point. Game Pass works on PC too, I think. Oh, huh. Oh yeah, I don't have that, but it's okay. I have the actual games. I don't know what Game of the Year. Or sorry, this isn't Game of the Year. I don't know what Special Edition versus regular is. I also have 7 achievements, but I don't remember playing this on PC at all. I only remember playing this on my PS4. But I guess I did at one point. Bow, bow. Special Edition is the one you want to play? Okay. Let me pull for morimens first. Because Awa seemed excited and I want to know about Awa's favorite characters. I'll install this. Wait, this isn't even the right one. We want the special edition. Yummy. Thoughts? If you'll maybe play again? I don't know. I'm interested to learn the story and to learn more about V1. I think that's like a cool concept, but I think the gameplay loop itself isn't my favorite. That's kind of how I feel about Hollow Knight. Like, I really like the story of Hollow Knight, but it was like maybe not my favorite to have to go around the whole map and then get powers and then have to go around the whole map again, you know? But I think it's interesting. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Okay. I'm adding this to the stream. Is anyone out of agile yet? It looks like you got 1 second left. Okay, are you out? Are you out? Are you free? Are you free? Raise your hand if you're free.
I'm so happy I'm subbed to X Cinnamon Fox so I don't have to watch stinky ads and I can support my favorite streamer.
Aww.
Faust is so cool and epic, who wouldn't want to support her? Plus I get cool little emotes as a treat. Did you know her subs also get special Discord roles and get more channel points for more TTS and upside down time?
You're so sweet. Thank you, Shimp. And thank you, Vic. Oh god, you're so right. You're so right. I hate watching ads. Just got 3. Welcome back. What ad did you get? Did you get the Red Bull ad? I don't know if they still have the Red Bull ad. I'm trying to think of the last Twitch ad that I got, like what it was for. I don't remember what it was for. Is or something. Okay. Why are you here? Attendance check. Is aware NPC 1 present? I didn't get any. There's levels to this. Oh, look at you. Yes. Oh my god, sorry. Didn't mean to call you out. Oh, sorry. This isn't a dox you situation. This is like an actual stream the game moment. Do you have to like actually play the game to get the free pulls? Oh. What language do you guys want to play? Do you want to play in Spanish? I can read a little Spanish. Select a language. You can reconfigure the language in the panel called the configuration panel later. Are you impressed? Are you impressed that I can read a little bit of Spanish? Sorry, it's kind of I know you can't see what I'm doing, but this game is not like full screen in a real way. Here, you can look. I can it's like it won't go it won't take up the whole entire screen. And it's bothering me that I can wiggle it around like this. Sorry. Sorry, I'll lock in. We'll play in English. I guess we'll play in English. Impressed? Oh my goodness, thank you. Oh, this still has to download. Whoa. Can you hear it? Oh yeah, you can hear it. Sorry if it's loud. Okay, there's a person on a big robot. Is that damn game Ozzy took all my luck for his rules? Wait, he took your luck? That's messed up. I've never heard anybody talk about this game other than Ozu. Like, I've never seen any gameplay. I don't know where he found this game from. Is this a new game? Look at the store page. Oh no, it released in August of 2024. Yeah, I don't know where he got this from. Sorry, we're almost there. 5 stars. 5 stars back to back, like 6 times in a row? Does anybody know how the pity system in this game works? Like, how often do you usually get a 5 star? Okay, we're entering. We're entering the game. Okay, pay attention, class. This isn't English. Should I read over or do you want to read it yourself? Whoa. I like her voice. Spirits of the departed. Okay, we're doing some necromancy perhaps? Every 30 is SSR? Oh, 30 is not too bad. So if you get 100 free pulls, you're guaranteed 3 SSRs, right? Yo, it's Infinity Nikki. Pity, pity. Hey, thanks. Hello, hello, how's it going? Happy Thursday. Wow, this game really isn't full screening nicely. Like, when I look over and see your POV, I see, like, the Steam Global thing at the bottom. But on my POV, it's not... That's, like, cut off by my bar. Hold on. Maybe... Oh, okay, that's better, that's better. We're chilling. Last chance if anybody wants to play in Spanish. Spanish is alpha and English is beta. Yeah, let that sink in. Uh-huh. Yup, looks good. That's doll. She's not great. She's not great, but she's so pretty. What kind of game is this? I think this is a
I
gacha
want to be
game.
in alpha.
Okay. You want to be in alpha? I'm raising my eyebrow at you right now. Alright, we're in alpha mode. After switching the language, the client needs to be restarted. Okay. Slay the Spire clone with a good story. That's gotcha. I've been hearing about a lot of Slay the Spire clones recently. Like, I think Tam was telling me about, like, Eldritch Horror one, maybe. I don't remember what it was called. It looked fun, though. Aw, man, it's gotta download again. Entering the game! Don't worry, I'll teach you guys Spanish today. It says enter the university. I said what it said! Sheesh! Too bad I'm not an alpha, huh? Please wait. I don't remember what Incendar means. Maybe like beginning this session? Yo, put those emotes away. Hello? Maybe there's something happening. Maybe I shouldn't have put this in Spanish. I don't know why it's saying please wait. Spanish. Mick Salsa said she wanted to be in alpha. And Mick gets what she wants around these parts. Let me let me enter. Is this saying like failure to start the session? Shoot. Oh, gee, morimens. Hi, Rose. Did you guys know you get 100 free pulls in morimens? I think we lost her. Kaya, didn't you get this game too? I could have swore you said you were gonna play morimens with Azu at one point. Guys, I don't know why this isn't starting. I can't read Spanish that good. It's been years since I've, like, regularly looked at Spanish words. Sigh. What is this saying? No, I have self-respect. That is the fattiest lie I've ever heard you say. Okay, hold on. It's okay. We're just gonna close it and then force open it again, and it's gonna be awesome. Raise your hand if you know Spanish. Quilka games. That's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Since I have self-respect, I'm going to ignore your comment because I know that's not true. Did you feel cool when you said that? Did you feel really cool when you said that? Because I'm imagining you say that as the little nerd emoji, pointing your little finger to the sky with your glasses on. Okay, I need to look up what enciendo means. Ando yendo is like ing. Google Translate. Enciendo. Starting. Okay, it does mean starting, so why didn't it start? Squeak! This is a squeak moment. Alright, here's what Monsley has to say. Wow, that was so helpful. Thank you, Monsley. When I first downloaded Steam for the very first time, when I was like, I don't know, probably like 11 or 12 or 13 years old. I thought it would be quirky to have the language be German because I don't know, I was just a little freak and I think I was knee deep in my Hetalia phase, and so I don't know. I just had like my phone language and like I don't know. Anytime it was like pick a language, I was like, "Oh, I'll be different and I'll put it in a different one." But anyway, so I download Steam and I put my Steam language as German, thinking it'd be like fun and quirky. But then like I didn't know what was going on. And then I had to call my friend and be like, "Hey, can you can you walk me through how to put this in English cuz I kind of messed up." And that's what this is reminding me of. Can Monty peek appears are outside his range? Logging into the user center. Okay, I think it's just getting stuck loading. I don't think I was clicking anything wrong. Maybe the game is like in an update or something. Let me see if Monty can peek up here. I can't pitch him up, but he can. I think it's a little outside his range. Guys, I don't think I was meant to play morimens. I think this is a bad omen. I think whatever luck that Azu stole from Oza, he also took from me. Well, we tried our best, gang. We tried our best, and that's really all you can ask for. Let's play Skyrim. Die! One day. One day we'll play Morimens. Is Skyrim? Oh, it's not even downloaded. We're on 84%. Guys, this stream is cooked.
Try harder.
Try. Yo! I put it in alpha mode for you, and this is what I get? Okay, I'll try harder. Everyone manifests really hard. Fine intervention. Rose, do you not like this game? Does this game kind of suck or no? Be honest. Be honest. I won't tell anyone if you think it sucks. Oh, there's a button. Oh, sorry. You're on Doc's view still. There's a button that says fix. Do you think that's worth clicking? I'm gonna click it. Repairing will delete all downloaded game resources. After selecting confirm, the resources will be re-downloaded. It is recommended to use this function only when the game encounters issues such as crashes or failure to run properly. Is that like a good thing to do? But then if I'm installing Skyrim while I'm installing Morimens, maybe both of them just won't install. Maybe that's a bad idea. I got nothing, though. I got nothing. It doesn't want to log me in. They said play ultrakill only. You're gonna shoot little demons and you're gonna like it. You haven't tried it! Burnt out over too much mobile gacha game on my phones? Oh. Wait, there's an app for this? You can play this on your phone? I didn't even know. I mean, those gacha game apps will really... they'll really take up your whole storage. I don't know. I wanted to play Love in Deep Space, but it's just such a big game. And unfortunately, I think that one's only on the phone. So alas, I'll just watch the Instagram reels about it. I actually found a cool game today. It's still on playtesting, but it's very fun. About fishing! That's the name, but it is also about fishing. Oh my god, let me look into this. I wonder when it comes out all the way. About fishing. Yeah, you wanna see what I'm doing? Coming soon. Cast your line into the calm waters and feel the quiet pull beneath the surface. Each cast brings rewards, but some things you reel in were never meant to be found. What is it, like scary? Like mystery? You fish up clues? Oh. Found this gun deep in a cave. Hey, that's kind of fun. A fishing mystery? Like, what is this graphic? Oh, wow. I'll add it to my wish list. Join the playtest? Do you... Welcome to the... Oh, you just... I thought you'd have to, like, sign up or something. Wow. They said, oh my goodness, Frosty, of course. Of course you can playtest. You're an avid fishing game enjoyer. Come step right this way. Have you guys ever played web fishing? That was one that I thought looked kind of cute, but I never played it. Fish! Tongue emoji! Oh my goodness, so real. About Fishing was the name? Yeah. About Fishing. I saw it on Twitter and I've been playing it for a couple hours. It's very interesting. The only thing that makes me a little apprehensive is, I don't know. I guess I don't really know what playtest means, but I imagine that means that it like won't be out for a long time. And I feel like I did that with Mindwave, if you guys remember. Wait, do I still have it? Damn, whose playlist is this? Oh yeah. Like, I really liked this game, but I have to wait for it to come out all the way, and I hate falling in love with a game and then you have to wait. That also happened with Paper Lily. Ugh. I love the janky graphics. Shout out to janky graphics. Man, this game sucks. You met your best friend on web fishing, really? Oh, is it like VR chat? Like you just meet random people? I thought it was more like Animal Crossing, like you go fishing with your friends. I didn't know you could meet random people there. Okay, I'm pressing the fix button. Surely that will do something. Fish! Yes? Yippee! Oh my god. Background check. You weren't supposed to see that, but do you like it? Pretty swag, huh? I don't know, I haven't reached the limit of where you can play yet, but that's because I really suck at fishing apparently. Oh. That intrigues me quite a bit. I like different fishing minigame mechanics. Bow, bow. Downloads for items complete? Okay, that's good. Please, please, please. The dev did abandon web fishing because they faced heavy harassment? Oh. Well, that doesn't sound good. Yikers. What the? What are you saying what the to? Web fishing? That's overfishing? I don't know. I guess if it's like similar to VR chat where you like meet random people, maybe I don't know. I could maybe see there being some privacy concerns about that. Like you might be in like a kick or an omegle situation. But I feel like that's not the dev's fault. I feel like that's just like people are gonna use the internet like that. There's a title in the game called Straight and people didn't like that, I guess. What? Oh. They're like, ugh, we can't have straight people in this game. This game is for the gays only. You know what? Kinda based. Well, harassing people isn't based. Okay. Maybe working? Oh. Sign in with Steam? Wow, what if you guys just saw my password? That'd be awesome. My wife and I watched the cutest doc on Netflix recently. It's called Puff and follows the life of this little tiny pufferfish baby, which you guessed is named Puff. It's so worth checking out. Wait, that's so cute. Is it... Are you, like, learning about pufferfish? I haven't heard of that one. I haven't watched a nature documentary in a while. My dad visited me last year, and for some reason, he didn't really want to go out and do things. He just kind of wanted to sit on the couch and watch TV, which is fine with me. But the things he wanted to watch were just like nature documentaries, which is also fine with me, but it did feel a little strange. But we watched one on lions. That was pretty cool. A pufferfish sounds pretty interesting. Straight in quotes. So basically they're upset there is not actual straight title. Oh. So is it one of those things where it's like, yeah, buddy, you're straight. I don't know. I think that's kind of funny. It's mostly about the specific fish and the coral reefs. Yo! Shout out to coral reefs. That sounds kind of awesome. Really hyped for Tomodachi Life too. I haven't played any games like that. I don't really know what that kind of game's about. But it sounds cool. Wait, it's working! That is not dead, which can eternal lie. And with strange eons, even death may die. H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, I think we've got some necromancy going on. I'm gonna pause Cage the Elephant. Sorry about that. Okay, a beautiful girl. I can't read that. Okay. Is it a dream? A strong sense of unease wells up in my chest. My Thag University is a pioneer in the fight against Blink. Oh, pretty. Okay. Wait, I don't know if I should be reading it because I don't want to talk over the voice actor. Stay focused, Keeper. The ceremony isn't over yet. You're next in line for a silver key. Erect your tombstone. Who up erecting their tombstones right now? And devote your life... And devote your life to the fight against dissolution. This Mythag tradition marks your graduation from preparatory studies and the beginning of your tenure as an investigator. Okay. There's a free demo right now. It's on both Switches. Wait, really? That's kind of cool. I haven't played on my Switch for a long time because it's got battery issues and also drifting issues. And I know you can send in your Joy-Cons and they'll like fix the drift. But like I have a really cute like Eevee and Pikachu like theme Switch. And I don't want to send in my cute colored Joy-Cons and then they give me like black ones in return. You know what I'm saying? So I've just been kind of dealing with it. But that does make me kind of not want to play it. Womp womp. But I kind of miss my Animal Crossing island. They're probably not doing so great. I haven't checked on them in a long time. Time to steal my little brother's Switch when he's not looking. Oh my goodness. That's kind of real. And then you can both play. So surely you're doing him a favor. I don't think they do that. I think they fixed the Joy-Cons. Wait, really? They just fixed it? I don't know. I feel like I was reading an article and it was like they'll give you replacement ones. But if they just fix it, then I guess it's fine. I don't know. I'm just nervous. I like my cute yellow one. Ready? Then engrave your name. Make it official. What's our name for today? Oh. Ooh. Ooh, that's tough. I like this one's hair color better. Like this is such a nice white color. But I like the droopy eyes of the girl better. You guys want to be a girl or a boy for today? Can't wait for cute Joy-Cons for the Switch 2. Do they not have cute Joy-Cons? I don't really know anything about the Switch 2, to be honest with you. I saw the advertisements for it, but I knew I wasn't like that interested in getting it, so I didn't pay that much attention. I fear my brother would not care about Tomodachi. He's a Roblox kid on Twitch. Oh my goodness. What's your guys' favorite Roblox game? I haven't played that many, but I did play 99 Nights with some girlies the other day. And we only got to like night 13, but it was kind of awesome. I want to be a problem. Ad time. Oh my goodness. All right. Goodbye, everyone. You're going to ad jail. Okay, let me flip a coin. Let me Google flip a coin. Heads is boy, tails is girl. Flip a coin, please. Sorry, I know it's cut off. Heads is boy. Okay. We're a boy foe today. Oh, sorry. Oh, we're on an ad break. I don't wanna continue without the people who are not subbed. Um 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 I really need to just bookmark Baby Sensory. I think that would make my life easier. Okay, check this out. And then we can turn Cage the Elephant back on and they can dance to it. Sheesh! I don't play Roblox much anymore. 90% of it is brain rot slap games. Phantom Forces still holds up though. Oh, I haven't played Phantom Forces. Yeah, there is a lot of brain rot slap, but I don't know. There's some fun times in there. They only have a red, blue, and a purple green set, but most of the Joy-Cons are just black. Really? I feel like one of the most charming things about the Switch is that there's like so many different like little editions and versions. Like I know one of my friends has like the Animal Crossing edition one, and one of my friends has like a Mario one. Check Puff. Oh my god, sorry, I'll check Puff. Puff documentary. Puff Wonders of the Reef. Oh, that's cute. Aw, look at this baby. Sorry, my big head's in the way. That is really cute. I don't have Netflix right now. I'll get Netflix eventually because I want to watch One Piece. But when I do get it, I'll check out Puff. Hold on, I'm actually. How long is the ad break? I got 50 seconds. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go put my cup in the sink. You guys get a snack or something. Sorry, I got distracted by Scylla. She was laying on the floor really cute, so I had to play with her. I don't want to listen to Panic at the Disco. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Um, what do you want to listen to? Um, 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 um. Oh my god, hi Mixo, how's it going? Also look up Switch 2 Joy-Cons. Yeah, let's check that out. Hold on, I'm looking. The Stalker Reborn is definitely one of my favorites. Now I go lurk. Have a good lurk, carrots. Is that a Roblox game? I've never even heard of that one. Wait, can I? Is there just a list? Okay, let's look at this Reddit. Oh my god, there's my Reddit username. In case you're wondering. Light purple and light green. It's just the inside though. That's like mostly black. Just let you out of a Mori finally? Chat bullying you for not getting their favorite ending. First was wild. Listen, it's okay. It's okay. Like, I kind of get it. After playing, like, the real ending, quote unquote real ending, I could understand why it would be really disappointing. Because I missed out on some important lore stuff. But, you know, I was fine with it. This is interesting. I like the double colors. Okay, we got yellow. What? Oh. Wait, is this? Oh, maybe this is like make your own. I just want like some journalism of what the options are. Are these really the only options? We have black with like, I don't know, teal and lavender insides. And we got yellow. And we have black with red and blue insides. But it looks like that's it. Oh my god, wait, these are the ones that I have. This is a bad picture. But they're like Eevee. What if I get rid of two? Oh yeah, the normal Switch has so many color options. That's strange. Let me show you mine. Switch. Let's go. Got you. Whoops. This is what my Switch looks like. It's got Eevee and Pikachu like engraved on the front, and then the chat, you're in the way. It's got a yellow one and a brown one, and then the back has like Eevees on it. Or sorry, this one has Eevees. I think mine just has Pikachus. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. That's sad that the Switch 2 doesn't have anything like that, though. Almost like getting multiple endings is more fun. What a concept. Yeah. I'm glad I saw multiple endings, though. I think that's a custom Joy-Con site. And people shouldn't have to go to a custom Joy-Con site. There should be a pink option just ready on deck. Your tail's in the way. Yo, my tail was not in the way. You were in the way. I don't even remember. I flipped. Oh my god, sorry. I'm pausing Spotify. I flipped heads, right? Heads was boy. We're a boy for today. Oh, we're making our headstone. Are we rocking with the name Sylvester Poe today? That's a crazy default name. Silver begets knowledge. Knowledge beget the key. The key leads to reason. The gate sets us free. Yeah, whatever that means. You actually got to experience even more by going to sleep first to fast days learning. That is true. I think it would have been really unsatisfying if I did it the other way. Like if I went to sleep second. He looks like an Elliot to me. When I think of Elliot, I think of Stardew Valley. I was about to say I've never met an Elliot in real life, but that's not true. I think I went to high school with somebody named Elliot. He was nice. I didn't know him that well. He was nice. Warble, hey! I'm accepting suggestions. So far, we've got Sylvester and Elliot. And Borbo, I guess. Bit late for character customization. What do you mean a bit late? We're right on time. What do you mean? They dead? Oh. I don't know if we're dead or if we're just like making our tombstone in advance. But in the opening cutscene, they were talking about like resurrection and stuff quite a bit. Name the beast. The arse. The arse. We're Griffith, and we will do nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Are those puns? I don't really... I feel like those are setups for a joke, but I genuinely don't know what that means. Name Moomin. Moomin of morimens? Moomin like the little white elephant? I guess he's not an elephant. Is he a hippo? I don't really know what kind of creature Moomin is. I had a friend who really liked Moomin. She named her cat Moomin. I thought that was pretty cute. Griffith is a Berserk reference? Oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that many shonen, to be honest with you. He's a Moomin? You have Moomin mentions? You guys like the name Moomin? Can I run a poll? Name? Moomin. Elliot. Wait, was it Elliot with 2 L's? I low-key forgot how to spell Elliot. I guess I can scroll up, huh? It is Elliot, 2 L's. Elliot means Borbo. Griffith. Alright, you got 1 minute. You got 1 minute because I'm impatient. Please vote on our little guy's name. Is Moomin is it a cartoon or is it more just like a mascot thing? Sorry, cartoon? Is it good? Would you recommend Moomin? He seems like a cute little fella. Man, this is a long minute, huh? Who's winning? Okay, it looks like Griffith is winning. Okay. It's not mascot slop. Yo, I love mascot slop. Side. What's the little like blue robot cat thing in Japan? Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't know anything about him, but I love seeing him around. I love the Moomins. I love the Moomins. Oh, Moomins plural? Is Moomin a species? I thought Moomin was more of like just the little hippo guy. I didn't know there was a lot of them. It's a Finnish Swedish cartoon and it's absolutely goated, especially the 90s series. There's multiple series? Yo. That sounds cute. Why did Moomin only get 1 vote? Were you the 1 vote? They are Moomins. That's what they are? They aren't hippos, they're Moomins. Oh. Wait, what is the main Moomin's name? I thought it was like Maisie Mouse, or it's like that one's Maisie. Moomin troll, apparently. That's interesting. Okay, Griffith won. Is this how you spell it? I don't even remember. Griffith. Yeah. Guys, I haven't seen Berserk, so if that name sucks, it's on you. Welcome to Maitag University, Griffith. Or rather, welcome back to the world beyond the veil. Oh, it's one of these types of games. I'm home. Everyone's been waiting for you. In a couple of days, William will assign us our first Cataclysm investigation mission. Guys, I just wanted to gamble. Field work won't rely too much on me as your assistant. I don't even know what work we're doing. Griffith is too kissable. What the hell? What does that mean? Oh wait. I mean, he does look quite kissable. I love blush. I love blush, and I feel like this guy's got some nice blush. He kind of reminds me of if anybody's played A Date with Death, he kind of reminds me of the love interest of that one. It's the white hair and the heavy blush. I've never seen Berserk, but I've seen pictures of Griffith, and I think that person should be allowed to be as evil as they want. Okay, well, if you say something like that, then like I'm forced to look it up. Wait, hold on. Berserk Griffith. Okay, I see your point. I see your point. It looks like a lot of manga panels. Is this? It's like an anime. This is such an interesting art style. I don't think I've ever seen an art style like this. Yeah, I see your point. I see your point. He's not necessarily my type, but he is still kissable. I don't have a dad, but Griffith can be my daddy. Okay, well... That's nice. That's nice. Thank you for sharing. I'm so glad you came and decided to share with us. Right now, out here, I don't know what's going on. I know. Part of me is like, I feel like I should be paying attention to the story, because what if I end up liking this game and then it's like, well, I want to know the lore. But another part of me just wants to keep clicking and get to the gambling so that we can play Skyrim. Freudian. How many of us viewers are fatherless? Yo, you can't ask that. Okay, raise your hand if you're fatherless. Father check. Y'all evil? Oh my goodness. Hi, Zen. It's maybe a little earlier than planned, but it shouldn't matter, right? Besides, I've been looking forward to this day for over a year now. Oh. Are we holding hands right now? Sheesh. I can't. I don't have a dad. Raise emoji. Wowie. Why did you ask the question and then you... That's lovely, Shrimp. I was thinking, what if you had a no big time rush mode activated during certain parts of games? Just a thought. You want me to disable big time rush during like emotional stuff? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? That's awesome. I have two. Sheesh. Do they cancel each other out? I don't know. What's on the opposite end of the spectrum of fatherless? Fatherful? Raindrops slip into your gloves, wetting your fingertips. A faint current seeps through the material, flowing secretly thank you, between your skin and hers. Ew. Your gloves are wet and you're describing it the freakiest way imaginable. Inexplicable emotions surged. Thanks, I guess. Surge through your nerves. Joy, excitement, unease, and hope. Did we just meet this girl? Did we just meet this girl or do we know her? Okay, we got an SR, Ramona. She's cute. Our assistant, I guess. That was perfect textbook big timing at the appropriate time. I kind of like it when it's inappropriate times. I think that adds to it. Do the care package? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it. I just saw the I just saw the sound teams. My bad, my bad. How warm. The connection is perfect. Your spirit and life force have never shone brighter. Where are we right now? As the one and only keeper in this world, you mustn't falter. We're counting on you to investigate and document all history lost to this solution. Add to it, but at what cost? You cannot add without subtracting. Wow. Shout out to Full Metal Alchemist. You're serving up Full Metal Alchemist realness right now. You always scammed me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to almost scam you. The worry in her eyes fades as Ramona offers a reassuring half smile. The sound of pattering rain fills the world. Yet with the fall of a single raindrop, unease, pain, and suffocation suddenly flood your chest. Ew, that is some wet... What the... Ramona? The bell tolls. Ask not for who the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. What do y'all know about Ernest Hemingway? Oh. Thank you, Keeper. You saved me once again. If not for the link we shared, I'd be in serious trouble right now. Save that for later. Now is not the time. Okay, we're in combat. We're in combat. The pitch black anomaly spreads around you. Your classmates' screams echo in your ears as they dissolve into black sludge one by one. Okay, raise your hand if you're dissolving into black sludge right now. Oh, no, that was my phone. It fell through me. Sorry. Oh my god, that's kind of awesome. Having bells as your ringtone? I never even thought about that. My ringtone's boring. Do you guys want to hear my ringtone? I wonder if it'll pick up. Let me go to my settings. I didn't know. Whenever I had an Android, I knew how to change my ringtone to be like a custom one. But now that I have an Apple iPhone, I only know how to do the default ones. Okay, this is my ringtone. Oh, you can't hear it. Wait, if I talk, can you hear it? Did that pick up? That was Silk. That was the iPhone ringtone called Silk. Not as fun as bells. I must consume the sludge. Okay, but the sludge is like the classmates. So maybe don't cannibalize your homies. But does Ernest Hemingway know about us? I think, unfortunately, he's dead. But, surely he knows. Okay, sorry. I'm locking in. Enemy's turn. Gambare? Do your best. Protect the command device in your hand and beware the dissolution. It'll be essential in the upcoming battle. Hold down a command card, drag it. Okay, so these are my attacks. We're attacking Emily for today. Sorry, Emily. Strike defense. Queen's sword. Deal 6 damage 2 times. After playing, increase the damage count by 1. Up to 5 times. Gain 16 temporary realm mastery. I don't know what realm mastery is. But that sounds good. Is this claw build? Oh, hi, Yokozi. How's it going? Okay, I also need to defend. Obtain 4 shield, obtain 5 Alliumus? Alliumus? Okay, I don't know what that is. Here you go. Go into the settings and change it to Chop Suey by System of a Down. That's your new ringtone, you're welcome. No, but the thing is, I don't think I can have a custom ringtone. Because when you're in the ringtone screen, it's just a list of all the default ones. And then at the top it says Tone Store. And I guess you can pay for new ones. But I don't know. When I had an Android, I did not have to pay. I had... What was my old ringtone? I think I had a Sword Art Online ringtone for a long time. Hold on, I'm gonna plug my phone in. We're at 20% flow today. There's ways. Oh my goodness. Who wants to jailbreak my phone with me? New stream idea. Really good. I passed before exams. Feeling great. How are you? Good job. Good job. Good job. What is a before exam? Like a pretest? Like practice before the real thing? I'm glad you passed though. I'm doing really good. Trying a new game for today. Stay on your toes. The enemy's about to attack. How much damage could kill me? I trust that you'll make the right decision. For this turn, I suggest playing the defense card. Man, I know how to defend. Don't patronize me. Assault Thesis. Temporarily reduce all enemies' strength by 3. Draw a card. I like drawing a card. This really truly is... Slay the Spire, huh? Yeah, pretest. Yo, good job! That means the real test will be a breeze. According to WebTernet, you just gotta use the GarageBand app and click Export as Ringtone. GarageBand? Is that not an app that you use to, like, make music? I thought GarageBand was like iMovie, but for but for music-pilled people. Can't afford to stall much longer. Let's end this in one fell swoop. This is a queen sword. Okay, she's just yapping. I think I understand. Phew, sorry. There's no time for you to acclimate to all this properly. These mutants reached the key grade before the alarm sounded. The mist barrier around Midday must be down. We informed William about today's ceremony, but no reinforcements came to our aid. The bell. We should regroup and eliminate the source of the anomaly. We're informing William? Who is William? What is that? Is that William? A pretty person. In the periphery of your vision, a blonde youth raises a massive black shield, barely fending off the assault of a dual-wielding swordswoman. No, this isn't William. Her tattoo... Is this a tattoo? Her tattoo is cool, or whatever this is cool. This looks like, I don't remember his name. This looks like an anime character. Where's William? That's Ogier. Ogier? Ogre? This is an ogre? He guards a pink-haired girl behind him. Each deflected attack, pushing him back another step. Wait, the assailant. Is that Awakener Lotan? Wait, tell me more about the pink-haired girl. Doll? Is the clock tower compromised? Doll? She's a doll? Ramona looks terrified. You've never seen her this flustered. The girl, bombarded with questions... Yo, she's so cute! With questions, speaks in a trembling voice, her fatigue evident. You recognized her. Professor Doll, belonging to the Awakening Research Institute and infamously difficult to communicate with. In other words, a non-combatant. I love whatever's going on her head. Because I failed Romanian language 4 years in a row. For now, I wrote it for 5 from 10. It's a really good grade for me. All the teachers were like, "Yo, Ariam, you did it. Oh my gosh, I would have lost all my money if I did bet that you're gonna fail the test." We laughed with the entire class. But even the director of high school was like, "Nah, you really did it." Aw, that's so sweet. I'm glad you did it. Good job, good job. That looks like an anime character. Oh, wow, it really does. I'd never be able to tell. Listen. Listen. Okay, maybe that was a stupid thing to say. But I have a picture of an anime character in my head, but I just don't know what his name is. Obviously. Did you think I came here for a leisurely stroll? She closes her eyes, quickly recomposing herself. The key grave is compromised as well. We're near the rear exit. You two should evacuate immediately. We can help. Griffith can establish a link with us and take command. Ramona, this is our duty. Griffith is still a freshman, freshly graduated from prep school. Is this a brain? Is this amazing phrase to come into the stream for? Can someone ping me when Frost starts playing Skyrim? Go now. This is Skyrim? Yeah, that's real. This is Skyrim. We're about to wake up on the cart, and a guy's about to be beheaded. Surely. Doll scrutinizes you, then turns to Ramona with a stern expression. Let Griffith lead. What could go wrong? Oh, I don't know. I never seen the anime. Surely if you're that pretty, nothing can go wrong, right? If memory serves, the oath ceremony was interrupted. He hasn't received a silver key yet, correct? We'll be delving into a restricted area. I'd expect someone raised at my thag to understand what that means. It's an emergency. We have no choice, right? Besides, Griffith isn't just any freshman. He's our only keeper. Don't you remember the Yakutsk explosion a year ago? If not for him single-handedly linking all the Awakeners back then, I wouldn't be here having this discussion with you right now. Oh my goodness. I'm really glad because my parents, I think, would have given me a deadly sentencing. I'm really happy for you. Hope you'll enjoy the game. I've had a blast with the story so far. There's so much choice to catch up with. Ah, really? I don't know. My friend recommended this game. And I don't know. I wanted to try it just to do the gacha. I didn't know there'd be so much reading, but the characters seem interesting so far. The pink-haired girl doesn't answer, and instead she turns to you. I know you caught a glimpse of what lies beyond the gate, but reality, be it Maitai's foundation or the fate of the world, may not be as you idealize. I think I'd like her better without this weird brain thing. We're combating a phenomenon that unmakes existence itself. Once contaminated by dissolution, everything that is you will vanish entirely from this world. Your tombstone inscription and your legacy will be reduced to a sludge of nothingness forgotten by all. Yummy sludge. Answer me. Are you truly ready for this? Belle's icy gaze meets yours, her voice flat. Her face betrays nothing, but deep within her frosty pupils, you glimpse a blazing fire. Your answer is? My tombstone now stands as part of the key grave. I think that's kind of awesome. You're a member of my thag. Perhaps you already were back in Yakutsk. Very well. By the authority of my thag's 6th headmaster, Oliver Elsie, I hereby confer silver key K0617 upon you. Wow. It's the only gacha game I know of that has all of the events ever available within the game. You can unlock them just by playing the game. Really? There's no like time barriers? You can just play all of them? I've never I've never seen a gacha game do that. I wish more of them did though. I missed the Genshin Impact event that I was really bummed out about. Sigh. Dollar choose the silver key from an ornate case, placing it on your chest. It glows faintly, flooding you with a vague sense of familiarity. Henceforth, you stand as a keeper among the myriad of Mythak's students and scholars. Now then, establish a link with me. Are we holding hands? You follow your training and cautiously activate the silver key. Silver light flickers as invisible threads tether your senses to dolls. Countless images surge through the connection, electric and overwhelming. Your heart pounds violently as you struggle to stay upright. Doll, your timing is inadequate, Keeper. Oh, sorry, adequate. Not inadequate. Ogier and I, we were at our limit. Stay here and rest. Ramona and I will join the battle and support Ogier. Composure, please. You cannot compensate for Ramona's injuries with foolhardiness. She's currently not fit for combat. That kid, Ogier, can hold on a little longer. Follow me first. Are we out of the prologue? Oh, maybe not. Activate the silver key, Griffith. The silver key flickers. An illusory scene coalesces into existence, overlapping with reality before your very eyes. Feeling dazed, your thoughts slow to a crawl. A siren wails inside your skull. Doll's voice fades into the distance. You fight to steady your thoughts, trying your hardest to focus on Doll's words, despite the noise ringing in your mind. Can you perceive it? Before you is what we call a domain, an amalgam of dream and reality. I feel so bad talking over her, but she talks so long. Mythak has projected junctions to stabilize the investigator's fraying minds and tend to the awakener's wounds. Got hungry and made my signature chip sandwich. Okay, what kind of chips? What kind of chips? Please describe your sandwich in great detail, and I promise I won't judge it too harshly. However, human influence falters within a domain. We cannot be sure where those junctions are located. It's adapt or perish. Now head to the nearest junction so that you may heal Ramona's wounds. Okay, I'm healing. This is a weird... Okay, I got 20 silver. Rare and expensive. Is this a primo gem? Silver? Didn't expect to find any here. Whether it's crafting silver keys, linking awakeners, or providing spiritual energy, it all relies on silver. Even trace amounts of silver hold extraordinary value for Mythak's research. Gather as much as you can. Okay. Just plain potato chips? Couldn't tell you what bread it is, but it kind of seemed like hoagie or hot dog bread was yummy. Okay. And is there any meat? Or is it just potato chips on a bread? That doesn't sound very good, but I also just don't really like potato chips. Unless it's barbecue flavored potato chips. But the plain ones, I feel like it's too salty of a flavor for my personal preference. The mist clings heavy as your badge flickers a pale silver glow. The communicator crackles to life. Someone's calling. You accepted a contract request from the school. The familiar voice calms your mind. You gather your spirits and move forward. This is a little different from Slay the Spire because it looks like you can go back and forth, which is interesting. Seems to be something within the oversaturated D slime. Use the silver key to convert it to your own power. Oh, 20 more silver. Okay. Go to the glowy panel if you want silver. So if Is it like if there's silver somewhere, it'll be glowy? Is that the rules? Yo! You looked like a grown adult in the art, but now you look like you're 13 years old. Stay back, please. My shield is beginning to falter. Maybe it's just the shorts. With a clang, Lotan's twin sword shattered his shield. A black sludge once again. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Battling this weakling won't satisfy me. Give me a real fight. Yo, her hair texture is so interesting. Back to my lurk, enjoy. Thank you for your lurk. I appreciate you. No, he's young. I don't know. I swear from the from the other POV, he looked. I would have guessed he's 20. Awakener Lotan swings her twin blades, relentlessly assaulting Ogier. The sheer power behind each strike. Thank you so much for following. Thank you, Makiba-chan. So, objectively, your favorite part of the game? Every big gameplay level is its own labyrinth where you can take your time, collect all power-ups, all relics and stuff. You can just beeline directly to the final stage and hope for the best. But the game is very winnable, but very tough. Yeah, he's a kiddo. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. I'm used to what do you call it? Like dungeon crawlers being where you make a choice and then you can't go back. So this is an interesting twist. The sheer power behind each strike makes it clear she has lost control. Given the situation, we must... You can't possibly mean to... Establish a link. Can we manipulate her to be on our side? Don't be foolish. An Awakener's breakdown resonates through the link. Even you... some risk can't be avoided. We have no choice. With so many losing control, either we fight the one stricken with madness or get consumed by it. Besides, we can't possibly break through the blockade around the clock tower by ourselves. We need all the help we can get. We must find a way to command the Awakeners. My goodness, I love manipulating. Ramona, I need your support. Since you've made up your mind, as your partner, I won't try to stop you. Wait, she's my partner? Oh my god! We have a wife! Ramona, ready for battle. Sheesh. Oh my god, that's a lot of health. Okay. I don't really want a tutorial. Focus on the Alimus current. Top left corner. Unleash my exile. Gain 100 key flare. Choose one card from the draw pile or discard pile. Add it to your hand. It reduces cost to 0. Oh, okay. Can I see my draw pile? I don't know how to see my draw pile. I guess we'll find out. Queen Sword buffs itself, right? So it's probably good if that's free. Cute! So if I do both of them, they'll make each other stronger? And then we reduce her strength by 3? Maybe I should have done that first to draw the card, but it's okay. In the right corner, turns, enemy damage, death resistance. Oh, I see. What is this? 4 cards in your hand? Wait, that's so nice. I wish Slay the Spire had a thing that told you how many cards you had. Okay, I can eat 6 damage, it's no biggie. Oh, she is gonna kill me, huh? I want to play my Queen Swords, but I also don't want to die. damn it. Lotan is about to unleash her own exalt. These command cards won't suffice. Silver key is bound to your spirit. As such, your memories and insight uniquely shape its power. Silver key, you now have your posse? Grip the silver key. What the? Oh, they both have alts. Faces in your head. Oh, weak and vulnerable. Swag. Oh my god! Wait, we're kind of beautiful. Okay, slay. I like Griffith's voice. He has a very pretty voice. Okay. More queen swords. I can eat 2 damage. It's fine. You get new posse depending on clearing chapters or even events. Oh, so it's not always just weak and vulnerable. Counter her move. Employ my assault thesis. What? I've been playing assault thesis like crazy. Wait, why did I get this back in my hand? I don't know. Oops, oops, oops. I meant to defend. Yippee! This game is very depressing, by the way, so be aware. There'll be Sag. Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, Viri. Okay, I'm being aware. Where's my Clementine at? Looks like you found your rhythm. The command is yours. Okay, thanks. Does the alien miss go for both of them or just for her? Or how do I charge this up if not with the alien miss? I'm low-key dead. Oh wait, I'm not dead. Yippee. I'll save that for next turn because I'm blocking all this damage anyway. You charge this up with everything by using cards. Okay, so the alien miss is for her, and then his just goes automatically. Posse is available. Try to use Posse first. No, I'm saving it for next turn. Stop! I guess you have to. Whatever. Only misses for charging ultimate. I see. This is the only battle with hand holding? Okay, good. I hate being told what to do. You can't stop me. Shameless humans. Wow. I like her eyeballs. Your fingers brush the silver key. It thrums faintly, urging you to resonate with Lotan. Get me in there. Get me in there. You're mine. The Frenchie... Ah! That was too fast. Regaining consciousness, Lotan appeared... Ah! That was so fast. Had I known this would happen, I would have never made that pact. Aw, her cool eyes went away. Ramona approaches Lotan, holding out her hands. I know that after your awakening, my dad promised to fight alongside you, to fight together till the planet's end. We never intended to break our promise, not for the past 300 years, nor the 300 to come. Lotan, the fierce battle you crave is within your grasp. Ooh. New keeper? Come on, give it your all. Let's see if you're worthy to face me. Pretty. Silver! I want to gamble. Fun fact, she isn't a human. She's a giant primordial space whale. So the concept of aging doesn't apply to her? Whale? She doesn't look like a whale at all. I could've guessed like robot or something. But whale is crazy. You think you have what it takes to destroy this planet? Far from enough. Bring it on. Fight me with everything you've got. Okay. Man, we just start at half health, huh? What's your ult? Dispel self-weakness state. Deal 14 damage to all enemies 1 times. In this battle, for each strike played, increase the damage by 3. Okay, so spamming strikes will make this better. I'm gonna wait till she's not weak, though. 3 damage to all enemies 1 times. Gain 1 strength. Gonna reduce their strength by 3. This is like low-key gonna kill me. Let's... Oh, do you not choose the target? Huh, okay. I thought it would ask me which one I want to fight. I would prefer to get rid of the small ones first. Her ultimate is when she shows her real form? Huh. I will be eagerly awaiting. I think I'm low-key cooked. I don't have any other defense. And this doesn't get rid of their... Oh wait, 17 damage? Oh, that'll kill them. It'll kill them, it's fine. Oh! Swag. Whales are so cool, like actually. Insanely smart and have very complex communication via ultrasound. They're also amazingly emotionally intelligent, able to understand emotions, body language, and even read faces. Have you been watching more than just pufferfish documentaries? Where are you getting this whale knowledge from? No choosing target. What the helly? That's her? Genshin Impact child did it better, I'm sorry. The baby! That's so awesome. I don't know too much about whales. They seem cool though. No, I don't know very much about any ocean creatures. Hey you, quit dawdling and use my Blade of Defiance already. If I may interject, Keeper. First you don't tell me what to do! Okay, thanks. Wait, each strike play reduces its cost by 1? Oh, that's cool. That's pretty awesome. Can I make it free? Maybe I should have done that first to utilize the strength, but it's okay. Yippee! Ocean autism! Let's go! Oh, it's so close, so close. Helen. I like that I have white girl names. First Emily and now Helen, huh? Okay. Helen is dead as hell. Only 8 HP though. Why do you think they have human names? Well, I imagine they probably were humans. I just think it's funny that they're kind of regular names. Like the characters have like more interesting names, and then the enemies are just like Emily and Helen. There's something funny about that. Okier and I are joining the battle. I can sense through a link that neither of you are in good condition. It's okay, Keeper. It's a knight's duty to protect others. I can still hold on. Why is my knight wearing shorts? Worry not. With your assistance, we won't lose control and can make the most of our Alamus. Once I've accumulated enough Alamus, I'll be able to fully recuperate my strength. Your hesitation is misplaced, Keeper. We're counting on you to break through the blockade. Let me witness for myself the worth of this prodigy my Thax stakes its future upon. Wow, I'm getting so many characters. You'd better prove yourself worthy of making me leave the lab, new Keeper. What am I looking at? Are these her arms? Is she a bug? My name is Ogier. As our contract stands, I pledge my knightly loyalty to you, to keep you safe and to vanquish your foes. This solemn oath I take, and I'll never forget it. What happens if I press the share button? Oh, won't let me share. Sigh. Okay. She's a doll piloted by the brain floating above her. Oh. So she's the brain? That is interesting. Okay, dispel self-vulnerable state, restore 8 HP, and other awakeners obtain 5 Alimus. Dispel fragile, obtain shield, gain strength temporarily. It feels kind of bad because I'm not fragile or vulnerable. But, you know, I guess it would be good to ult to get everybody else's ult better. Boku wa... I like healing. Okay, I'm gonna try to spam strikes. Maybe, perhaps. Unstable bar? Okay, so he's a shielder. Well, making a strike free feels kind of bad. But I want her to do more damage. I guess Queen's Sword might be better. We're striking, we're striking. We're striking. So 18 pierce damage. Apply for... Oh. I should have done that one first, huh? Imagine not reading the cards. Whoopsie. Chomp. Okay, looking good. Senior Mary. Not reading the cards, you're a great card game player. Yo, I am a great card game player. What the hell? Restore. I do like restoring HP. Oh, you got your thing, huh? I assume the charges don't carry over to other battles. Like, there's no reason to save it. But I'm not sure. 3 shield, 4 shield. Should I take 4 damage? I think I should. Yippee. The ultimate charge does carry over. Oh. I see. Use 15 and discard all cards in hand. That's kind of awesome, actually. I wish I could play Queen's Sword and this one. Maybe I just spam the strikes. And then you. Yippee! Okay. This is really interesting. Whoops, sorry. Vulnerable. Can I do this and then plate? That won't really kill him. Well, actually, Clean Sword is just a lot better than Blade of Defiance. I think. Okay. By the way, just so you know, you wanna be so excited? The hard pity in this game is 30. That is really exciting. That is really exciting. I just wanna pull. I just wanna pull, to be honest with you. Oh my god. This kills him. Get him! Sheesh. I don't know how many, I guess maybe the prologue is different. I don't know how many, like, rooms you go to. You fall into darkness. At the edge of your vision, a sliver of light shines through a gap resembling a keyhole. The silver key emits a faint glow, guiding you into the secret passage. Yeah, I'll go through. We can pull after this. Is it soon? Oh my god, I'm recovering HP. I'm so good at this game. More silver? Final battle? Wait, that's good. Final battle and then pull? Depends on the level. Some levels are much shorter than others. Oh. So it's not like Slay the Spider or like Hades, where there's like a certain amount of things before it's over. You slip through a hidden door beneath the clock tower, stepping into a concealed passage. Doll marches forward, her feet clanging against the metal walkway with each step. A secret passage below the clock tower. I'd never heard of it before. If it was common knowledge, it would hardly qualify as a secret passage. This tunnel leads to the Black Pool, the foundation of Mythak. Without the giant silver artifact known as the core at the bottom of the Black Pool, our awakener technology would regress decades. Human spirits alone are too fragile to sustain them. So the restriction on unlinked awakeners, it's to protect us from succumbing to madness? That's not entirely true. If all awakeners were as manageable as you, Ogier, my job would be far simpler. Oh my god! He's doing a good job, huh? Alright, we've arrived. Ding! Your pizza's ready. As she speaks, Stell presses an inconspicuous button on the wall. A sharp ding rings out as the doorway slides open, revealing a cramped and dimly lit chamber beyond. Ooh. Each level is a separate dungeon. Also, each chapter has its own unique gameplay gimmick as well. It's really nifty. That's so cool. I like it. The Great Gate slowly parts, offering your first glimpse into the Forbidden Sanctum. I do like the combat being card-based. I'm such a card-pilled little fella. Their luminous upper body flits above the black mire, the inky darkness serving only to accentuate their blinding purity. Whoa. Mesmerized, you gaze upon the inhuman entity, their eye outline briefly superimposing with that of the young woman you saw while in a trance back at the Keygrave. They have no face, yet their stance radiates profound compassion. I hope my stance radiates profound compassion. That's kind of awesome. The supreme, the purest, the noblest, the fairest. You are here. The pale monster emits a hoarse cry, roar and wail entwined. It was most definitely not human speech, yet you comprehend their meaning perfectly. Your vision blurs and unexpectedly your eyes sting. Warm rivulets. Rivulets? I don't know what that means. Trace paths down your cheeks. Are these tears? But why? What is this ache constricting your chest? Tawil? The name muttered by Dahl causes Ramona's expression to shift. Tawil? The Awakener Tawil? One of the founders? You remember it too. The history of Mythag lists its name alongside two others. In the year AF90, Ward Phillips, Clarkus, and Tawil founded Mythag College. That was where you stood now, the predecessor of the current-day Mythag University. Keeper, I'm here. Aren't you guys glad that I didn't choose Spanish? That'd be kind of awesome. But I sure would not be able to read all this. The fact that Tawil has not expelled you yet, it can only mean that your fate is now linked to Mythag's. Therefore, you've earned the right to hear this. This is the deepest secret of Mythag University. Tawil, one of our three founders, is neither human nor awakener. They're an extra-dimensional entity, initially perceived as mere whispers by Phillips, the first headmaster. Contrary to popular belief, Tawil is an awakener. Silver refinement and post-mortem awakening of individuals resonate with the higher will, were developed under their guidance. They foretold the impending dissolution, shared the first truth, then fell dormant after establishing Mythag College. Booking like it's the 70s? Thank you for the 70s streak! Yippee! Yeah. Thank you for booking as well. Love to see it. Just like actual Lovecraft God? Like actual? It sure does look interesting. Thank you for the hydrate! I kinda need it after all this reading. More reading than I was expecting from a deck building dungeon crawler situation. I wouldn't say who or why, but it's definitely cool they exist in the game. The god? I know there's like a Lovecraft quote at the beginning, so that makes sense. There's so much reading! You didn't even warn me! Philip's records suggest that Tawil opted for this non-existent state to evade observation. Only when the variable emerges will they awaken. Look! Mite! As if heralding disaster, Tawil let out an eardrum-piercing shriek. With the trembling of a hatchling breaking out from its shell, 6 magnificent silver wings burst forth from their body. Silver-like liquid— oh my god, I do not like that noise. Drips steadily from each wingtip, creating a soft percussion as it hits the black pool below. As the glinting substance meets the pitch black of the pool, it turns violently. From its depths, grotesque dissolutes emerge. What the hell? The incomprehensible abominations scatter, some charging at your group, while the rest spill toward the clock tower plaza. I have finally found you. We must stop them. It's the only way to prevent more of these monsters from coming out. Oh. So it's creating the monsters? I thought maybe it was a good thing if it founded the university. It is a gacha story game, so there will be lots of reading. Oh man. I haven't played that many gacha story games with lots of reading. Well, I guess all gacha story games are lots of reading. But I feel like most of the time they're voiced in English. You don't have to do it that much. An English degree complains about reading. Listen, It's not the reading that's the problem. I think it's just the reading out loud. It's not like a problem. It just, you know. It can be a lot after a while. Okay, we're defend pilled. I think. What does this do? Oh, it makes them weak and vulnerable. They're only doing 11. It's fine. Wow, this is just like Deltarune. Silver 6 wings grants you protection. That's nice. Deal 3 damage to all enemy one time. Am I weakened? Oh, I guess it gains 1 strength. That seems kind of costly. His voice is so beautiful. I like him a lot. Okay. Not necessarily have to get out loud. If it's not comfortable for you, I can share a program that reads from the skin of the game. At the very least, it's better than just reading yourself. I've never heard of anything like that before. But it's okay. It's okay. I don't think I want to install anything for it. I just wasn't expecting there to be reading. But it's not horrible. Oh, I'm weak. Yeah. I guess you can make them weak too. I'm gonna strike so much, and then I'm gonna draw that card that lets you do damage for all the strikes, and it's gonna be so awesome. Oh wait, that's not a card, that's just this. But once I get that, it'll be so awesome. Yo, I have all this defense. And they're not even attacking. What gives? Well, I guess it gains the Alamus thing. Twin wings unfurled. Alamus converges. Okay. Queen Sword, swag. The spell's so fragile. Obtain shield. 5 temp strike. I don't think it's worth it for the 12 shield and the 5 strength. I think I'm gonna take it. It's called Game Reader. It uses TTS engines to read stuff out loud. It's nice. Huh. I've never heard of that before. That's nice though. Laceration. Special type of wound is still in hand at turn end. Take 1 damage. Discarded. Exhaust. I'm glad the keywords are the same as Slay the Spire. Shin cards. This cards to 0. Ugh. You're so close. Okay, piercing strike first. And then this. Queen strike. Queen strike for free. Swag. Ah, you're so close. I think I will use the 12 shield. Oh, but I should have done that at the beginning. With temporary strength. Okay, I'll do that next turn. Defend and strike. And this. Oh, you got your thing. Okay, next turn is gonna go crazy. I use that too. It's nice. It's game texture. Does it just like automatically read everything on the screen, or do you have to like select what you're doing? Okay. Make them vulnerable. And then gain the temporary strength. Yup. Oh, wait, that's pretty. 41 damage. Oh, wait. It's low-key kind of close. I wish I had more strikes. Then we Beasted Chaos. Crunch. Oh! I thought that only did 40. Yippee! You had to specify the area? You can also use hotkeys? Oh. Huh. That is pretty nice, huh? I'll have to check it out. Is it over? Sorry, it's a little quiet, huh? Maybe that's better. Tawil remains standing in place, though no longer with the same composure. Oh, maybe that's too loud. It looked like it was really quiet, and then it wasn't. Before anyone has a chance to react, they unfurl their wings and lunge at Ramona. Time comes to a halt. Aww. My partner is dead as hell. You unleashed every ounce of speed you possessed, barely managing to intercept their path. The pale monster stares at you. Faceless, silent. The next moment, the eerie appearance fades away. A woman's face comes into view, cold and expressionless. Wow. Her finger daintily taps your silver key. The key faintly shines in response. You are the variable, the answer to both the beginning and the end. It's so pretty. Hopefully, you will become the turning point. As her words fade... I don't know. As her words fade something, the pale six-winged monster, the mud creatures, the twisted awakeners. One by one, they melt into the black pool before vanishing completely. The woman with a vacant expression begins to float upward. Deaf to Ramona and Doll's calls, you clutch the silver key and stare up at Tawil, already being engulfed by the gate above. You know that face, the indifference, the brows, the lips. They all mirror Ramona's appearance. They look exactly the same. If you want to actually play this game, prepare for a lot of story reading, so you could potentially use that program if you want to continue. I will look into it. We of Mythag University are pioneers in the battle against disillusion. We stand as humanity's last line of defense. For 3 centuries, we've been at the bulwark, secretly protecting our civilization's future. The cost has been severe. These graves were dug in advance. We honor all Mythog personnel, professors and students alike, who chose martyrdom over retreat. Goopy. The speech continues. Isoret closes her eyes and sighs, her breath of white mist dissipating in the rain. I believe you understand the gravity of these words better than any other initiate. Over the centuries, The black pool has birthed silver cores and mutants many times before, but this latest incident dwarfs them all. Too many never came home. Miss Sora is the acting dean of Mythag's Department of Biological Studies. Legend had it she could see otherworldly beings, the former dean's star pupil. Dissolution brings only chaos, madness, and death. This is an inevitable burden we must bear together. You understand the meaning behind Sweat's words. There's no one buried in the grave before you. Black slime slowly oozes down the tombstone. Slimy tombstone. Yo! This guy's cool as hell. After the ceremony, Lord Dexter invites you to his office. Sheesh! Dexter rings a familiar bell. It's Ramona's surname. He's your professor and her adoptive father. Sheesh! Sorry. About this section in your report, I have a favor to ask of you. Regarding Tawil's appearance, could you keep that from Ramona for now? How should I put it? The casualty involved is quite complicated, not something I can sum up quickly. But I will tell her eventually, just not yet. Me when I lie. This is unrelated to Mythag's confidentiality protocols, but rather a request from a father who wishes to protect his daughter. Please, give me some time, alright? Although you wish to know the truth, you nod in agreement compliantly. Thank you for understanding. Speaking of which, I just got my hands on a couple of bottles of Royal Blend whiskey. Here, take one. Invite Ramona for a drink, and savor the taste of adulthood. Consider it your special initiation, right, eh? Oh my god, William mention! I don't even remember why we were talking about William before. Respectfully, Lord Dexter, rest is a luxury we can't afford. The disillusion won't pause for our convenience. Alas, William has found his way here. Sorry, kid. You're on your own now. Goodbye. Your dossier is prepared. The time has come. Our new keeper. Report for duty. I like this bionic arm. May the silver key light your path. Can I gamble now? Oh! Keep it up. Your final grades are promising. My goodness, thank you. Rose script. Gnosis elixir. Keeper upgrade. Pure core. Huh. Okay. Awakening ceremony unlocked. Okay. Oh. Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. Yup, okay. Awaken hot. You've returned safely. Well done, Keeper. To prepare for future missions, proceed to the Black Pool and use silver to bond with new companions. Oh, is this gambling? Put in the code? Oh wait, I forgot about the code. Where do I put that in? Wait, is it gonna force me to pull? I don't want to right now. Oh, I do remember one of the things that Azu showed me that made me download the game was this man. He's very beautiful. I would be happy to have him. It's one free at the moment. Man, I like to save my free ones. Okay. Okay, everybody wish me such good luck. Argent Dawn Light offers one free awakening chance only. Are you sure you want to use it? Why is it asking me if I'm sure if it's forcing me to? I can't. It's not like I can do anything else, you goober. Okay. We're putting the key in the puddle. A hand grabbed the key. We're grabbing. Tentacle. Oh! Sangha, the sculptor from Site, offers you her chisel. You may be flawed, but you are still worth carving. Mm. A sculptor. Okay. You're fine, I guess. You get an SSR on the first one guaranteed. You also get infinite rerolls on the first one? Wait, so if I'm not vibing with the sculptor, I can just say, never mind, do it again. Run it back. I like this cat thing. Hope. Age? I don't really know what these traits are. Very well. Now we've captured fragments of consciousness from the spiritual dimension. Please take time to feel them. Do they match your expectations? If you want to choose again, you can put these fragments back and click reawaken. You made a decision. Prepare to link with these fragments. She's cute, I guess, but I don't think she's my favorite. Sanka? I'm gonna reroll. These are bonuses? How many options are there? Was it just the ones on the title screen? Are there 5 options? Oh my goodness. Winkle. Just call me Winkle. That's what everyone calls me. Yes, call me that, just like they do. You look nervous. Why are you nervous? Suction? Punishment? What the hell? There's some freaky ones. I want the guy with the messed up chests. That would be kind of poggers, I think. Whoa! Wait, you're really pretty too. Thank you for your summon. If there's an occasion where my voice is needed, please notify me in advance. See, I wish it didn't force me to do it right away. I would have liked to look at what the different symbols and stuff mean, so I can make a good choice. Go for guy with chest. Is he good? What if this girl is better? I really like the color palette. And I really like white eyelashes. But the chest guy was kind of awesome. No. Ultra. They have a unique gimmick where you collect enough card pools of their characters. You can activate bonus rounds with all the cards. She's not for beginners? She's not? Okay, I believe you. Maybe I'll get her later and it will be fine. Is this my man? No, I don't want Sangha. Sorry, girl. You're just not for me. I'm sure you'll make someone else happy. Please? Oh? Oh! So cute! Welcome to my paradise. Now are you ready for my whip? Oh my god, what a cute concept. You are so precious. You're not who I want, though. The gacha is so generous. You will absolutely get her later. Okay. Is it one of those games where, like, all the standard banners you kind of get... Ew! You have animal ears! Wait, Awa, this is one that you liked, right? When I heard the name Jenkin, I was thinking of, like, an old man. I was not thinking of a little mouse. What? Introductions again? Fine, I'm Jenkin, and this is Brown. Squeak! Don't you forget it. If you mess up our names, I'll whack your beep with my lantern. Squeak, squeak. That is very cute. Yes, Lel. Her entire gimmick is throwing rats on people until they die. That's so cute. What a good gimmick. Yo! A merman siren thing. Nice hair color. Where's my man at? I remember everything. I was trapped by... Oh, sorry, my screen went black for a second. I was trapped by that filthy human blood and failed to transform. How could this be? Where are my gills? Why aren't they moving? Why? You're pretty. I'm learning. I'm learning about the characters. The art care package kaboom. Ah, thank you. Oh my goodness. What a nice voice. Wow. Wow, this is the reason I downloaded the game. Okay, I'm gonna do the care package now. How do you say his name? Ufhash? Wowie. Wowie, what a cool fella. How many times have I been summoned? Human, you'd better have enough food ready, or I can't guarantee anything. Wow, his heart is just exposed, huh? God, look at his crazy smile and his long white hair. And his tall boots. Give me that. Is this a good card? Is this a good card? Is this a good card? I hope these are good. Oh, Suction. Suction probably goes with him, right? Because he's a sucker. Pika, please? Okay. Pika P! He can carry you at least through chapter 3. Yippee! I like being carried. His ribcage is also transparent. Interesting. Okay, I'm confirming this one. Once results are confirmed, you may leave. Okay, I'm leaving. Can always return with silver to attempt awakening again. After gathering experience and resources, remember to upgrade your awakener level promptly. It's crucial for facing stronger foes. Let's click the awakener button. Okay. Oh my goodness. Can somebody put this in Genshin Impact terms for me? Is this artifacts? Oh no, this is just leveling him up. Wow, that was pretty. I don't know what he said because the bar was over it, but he sounded pretty saying it. Manage resources wisely, train appropriate awakeners, and build your teams. Is level 7 the max I can go? Or is it just wanting me to do other things? This concludes... Okay, for click deployment, save your team limit up. Oh my goodness. This good? Save lineups you can present Wheels of Destiny by clicking the empty slot on your first awakener. Okay, so this is weapons. After the wielder triggers exile, all allies gain 2 Elimus. Is that good? Let's set up Posse. Okay, this is the one I already had. We're Chaos and Karo. Empowers Keyflower and Posse skills. Guys in dire situations. Uh-huh. I feel like I like the healer better than the shielder. Is this 3 damage? Is this 3 DPSs and 1 shielder? Is that good? I like her. Okay. I'm currently on chapter 7 of the OG storyline. I've nearly every character in the game outside of like 9, and all of them are level 60 plus. And genuinely max out everything if you just play semi-consistently. Unique thing about this game, you can only have 2 of 4 archetypes in your team. That makes sense. It seems like I only have golden ones anyway, except for the guy I just got. It's your first task, an official enemy encounter. Remember, my deck stands with you always. Yo! Let me do things I don't want. I don't want to do that right now. Shoo. Account. Redemption code. Login rewards. Oh my goodness. Wrinkle large terminal. Is this an emote? Hold on. I think Azu had a code. let me see if I can open his code. Oh, I don't know if he DM'd it to me. I think he just put it in my chat a long time ago. I'm looking. I got nothing. Well, hopefully I can put it in later. What is this? Script hack account handling instructions. Rules for rectifying inappropriate nicknames. That's kind of awesome. Okay. Oh my goodness, maintenance. Wow, look at all this silver. And faded crystal flies. Questionnaire redirect failure. Get me in there, I love questionnaires. Oh, my invitation code. Oh, this is different than the redeem code, huh? Wait, are there any active redeem codes? Bind to the guiding keeper. In a universe shimmering with countless silver keys, you are never alone. I see. Oh my goodness. Tutorial stuff. Oh. Yeah, mark all that as red. I don't need that. Yo, I'm winning. Store. You want more codes? Yeah, I don't have any codes right now. I was looking for Ozzy's code and I couldn't find it. Daily allowance, give me that. I love having a daily free allowance. Whoa. Look at her. Wow, her proportions are crazy. Plop Plop is also crazy, by the way. I like her horns, though. Her horns are beautiful. Oh, you're pretty, too. You've got, like, a cloud thing going on. What a cool fella. Garment ordering. Not available yet. Okay. You mean the invite code? Yeah, I was looking for the invite code. But, you know, just the codes in general is kind of cool. Ooh. I don't know if I even met Sylvia. I don't know why she's in here. Pretty, though. Pretty. You're pretty, too. Oh my goodness gracious. Sheesh. What a generous game. Slurp. Whoa. Pretty, backgrounds. So, oh, I can set as dormitory background. It's my current background. Is it just her? Wait, where was I just at? Oh my god. World building? No. Sorry. Sorry, this might be boring to look at, but it's important that you get rid of all the little red dots. Oh, I don't need to see that right now. think I like this one the best. Save. Hehehe, cute. Oh. Special thanks. Oh, you can just click on them without actually doing the stuff. I'm scamming them. I'm scamming them. I don't even have a Facebook account. Oh, yeah. Faded Sorry Awakening? Moonless Guide? Maelstrom of Woe? Why do you have a muzzle on? Lady of Thorns? I like her halo. Realm Study. Okay, so this is the standard banner, I guess. Wheels of Rotation? Whatever that means. Select. Oh god, I don't know what that means. That's a later problem. Oh god. I like red. I think. Oh, it shows you. Okay, we got these streaks. Got these streaks. Oh, sheesh! Look at his shark teeth. That's cool. I like her a lot. I like the multiple eyeballs. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. In one eye. Oh, I like her as well. Okay. What time is it? 6:01. I guess I could play one more level and then move to skyrim. Let me in there. Let me in there. I gotta try out my pretty boy. You wake in total darkness. It feels like a confined space. Small, dark, silent, cold, devoid of light, with thin air, as if trapped inside a coffin. Oh, sorry. Fear overwhelms you. You struggle, pound, and shout, but escape seems impossible. Gradually, a voice sings in the darkness. Old Charlie's Tabby, Fat and Dear. What an awesome song. Hello? Someone? Anyone? Oh my god, I already forgot the guy's name. But him and Griffith kind of match a little bit. One day just vanished, disappeared. It feels familiar. Yes, you've been enveloped by this suffocating void before. He searched the wardrobe, checked the bed. The space goes tighter. A crushing pressure steals your breath, and your body stiffens, immobile. Check the basement, his friend had said. Only your eyes and throat still function. All around you, a faint, prickling pain spreads, as if insects were nibbling at your skin. No tabby where he looked anywhere. Someone, please help. He cried and cried in deep despair. Ramen. Till Charlie too was never there. Your skin prickles as if insects gnaw at it, pain flickering faintly. A metallic taste floods your throat. Silence you. Yo! Hi, Hero! Thank you for the bits! Oh, and the 7th straight streak. Hero, what is this? This isn't Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2 is tomorrow. This is kind of Slay the Spire if you think about it. You know, I've got a deck with cards in it. And, yeah, maybe that's the only similarity. It's pretty cool, though. I got a pretty vampire. Slay the Spire 2 is a code? Is that real? Wait, is that real? Is that a code? Wait, give me the codes. Give me the codes. I need Primo Gems. A metallic taste floods your throat, silencing you, plunging the world into stillness. Squinting really hard. We're squinting, we're squinting. Is it working? Somewhere, sometime, you've lived this before. The one who pulled you from the darkness last time was... Oh my goodness. I just want to do the battle thingy. Man, who put lore in my combat game? Griffith, wake up. Light erupts. Someone grabs your hand. You jolt awake, drenched in cold sweat. What was it? Another weird dream? I'm not sure. Since returning from Yakutsk, the dreams haunt you. Your own, others, dreams of the past, even glimpses of the future. Ramona, can we go to the key grave together? You and Ramona walk silently in the key grave until you spot an ordinary, yet unique gravestone. This is your tombstone. Ramona, I dreamed of the Yakutsk explosion. I dreamed of being buried under the rubble and you digging me out. I owe my second life to you, to my Thag. Finding you is a blessing for me and my Thag. Without you, everyone here would have been engulfed by Yakutsk's disillusion cataclysm. Still can't remember what happened before that? You shake your head. Yo, look at this realistic head shaking. Yakutsk's swirling dust and Ramona's anxious face mark the start of your memories. Your past life seems lost to the wasteland's explosion. Our school physician, Dr. Sylvia, observed memory recovery occurs progressively. Social interaction and varied experience may help stimulate recollection. Have you composed yourself? William awaits our status report. Oh my god, William mentioned. Here's your mission briefing. Infiltrate Lillian's workhouse covertly and locate the missing investigator, Sean Anderson. Vanguard teams detect no high-risk cataclysm signatures outside the workhouse, but maintain operational caution. You'll be accompanied by Ramona and additional Awakeners. I know you can link multiple Awakeners at once, but considering the physical burden, you'll be accompanied by Ogier, who's already linked with you. Wait, I low-key removed him from my team and slotted in the healer girl. Womp womp this guy. Yes, sure. I shall do my best. Anything else we should know about Anderson's disappearance? This district represents the East District's most concentrated disappearance zone, with cases spanning 6 months. Investigator Anderson, being an East District native, likely uncovered critical leads. While resolving the disappearance cases would be ideal, you must keep your focus on locating the missing investigator. Time's critical, and Sean's survival window narrows. Now go. May the silver key light your path. Let me in there! Oh my god! Wait. What? My combat. Oh. I guess that was just a prelude to the combat. I see. Yep. Looks good. Yep, looks good. These are locked. Why are these locked? Maybe only the first person can have one? Or something? Let me in! Thick humidity and decay choke you the moment you step from the car. Car? Why are we in a normal area? Huh, oh wait. Dizziness strikes, your ears ringing. Blurry images flash. Have you seen this before? Is it an illusion, or is this part of your lost memory? No road signs or signposts, and it doesn't match the map. Lodinium fact number 1. The East District's perpetual fog and convoluted alleyways routinely disorient visitors. I'll ask for directions. A kid in a tattered hood lounge is by the road, dwarfed by their oversized cloak. It's the little mouse! Ogier walks toward the kid and gives a slight bow. Told you, we're closed today. I need to go inside to find my sister. The kid doesn't even look at him. No, I just wanted to ask, do you know the way to Lillian's workhouse? What an oaf. Goofy music. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? Over here, I'll show you. Look, right around that corner. Super close. Oh, thank you very much. No, thank you, actually. Thank me? When Ogier turns back, the stairs are empty. The hooded figure now lurks at the street's end, clutching his stolen wallet. Ah, my wallet! Lodinium fact number 2. The East District's most infamous greeting involves wallets vanishing without notice. Looks like we need to help Ogier. Let's go, Keeper. Crazy that the first level was like we're fighting God. And then this level is like we're fighting homeless kids. Gift of kindness. Open gift. Thank you all. To my future ages? I should have read the first part. Whatever. You didn't go far when the children, who were just fooling around, quickly gathered in front of you, blocking your way. Kind sir, spare some change. Main pinch anything. You might consider after you take your hand out of Griffith's pocket. The child bolts. We need to give these unfortunate brats a small lesson, don't you think? Are we really fighting kids right now? Alright, let's give it a shot, I guess. Alright, let's go. Standing up for justice is a civic duty. Look at how long his hair is. What's your thing? Oh, Wheel of Destiny. Yep. Your Alimus. Damage plus 37. Strength multiplier plus 1 during this battle. Deal 37 damage to all enemies. This damage enjoys a 3 times strength multiplier. Oh. Wow. So is it saying if I had like 2 strength, it would actually be like 74 damage? Is that how it stacks? There's 10% current HP, deal 7 damage to all enemies. Oh, and I can heal it. I can hurt myself and then heal it back. That's kind of awesome. Yippee! What is this? Embryo infusion. At turn start, 30%. Accumulate 3 Crimson Furnace. After battle ends, accumulate 4. The current realm is pure Karo, the accumulation is doubled. When unleashing Exalt, Karo Awakener will consume an embryo. Trigger the Devour effect. After the team's first trigger of Devour, each turn gains shield equal to 5% max HP. Temporary strength equal to 3% max HP. What? So is this just another ultimate? I don't think I get this at all. Okay. Wound. Take 1 damage, draw 1 card. Ah, hell nah. Awakener with the lowest Alimus gains 30. Okay. I think we just killed him. I think we just killed him and it's fine. Hello, Flying Fox 76. How's it going? How's it going? Okay. King of Kids is a crazy title, by the way. Oh yeah, look at me charging up my Alamus. Oh, this charged up quite a bit too. After defeating an enemy, you can choose to Orison or spend Black Sigil at D Mark to make purchases. Orison grants different additional effects to specific command cards. Each specific Crimson card can be inscribed with Orison only up to one time. Play Orison's your most frequently played command cards to maximize the effect. Okay. Going good, how are you? I'm going really good, thank you. Is this game like a Slay the Spire type clone? I think it's... I don't know. There's a lot of things different about it, but it's the same kind of like card game, card combats, dungeon crawler. Although I don't think you add cards to your deck. I think it's like a gacha game. You gacha for the characters, and then the characters have their own attack cards. And they have ultimates and stuff. But pretty similar. Choose a card to engrave. What am I engraving with? Play, draw a card. Oh, is this like the Slay the Spire like little effect things? I think I get it. When played, inflicts 1 turn of vulnerable on all enemies. When played, gain 3 counter. Then deal 2 damage to all enemies equal to 25% of your counter. I don't really understand what counter is. When played, draw 1 card. I like vulnerable. I think vulnerable is good. Give me that. Ooh, event or Black Sigil? I can do both, right? Psych appraisal. The streets of the East District are intricate and complex, and you soon lose sight of the children. Just when you begin to lose hope, a mysterious woman approaches you. I know where the children have gone, but before I tell you, could you do me a small favor? She pulls out a piece of paper and smiles at you kindly. My name is Clementine. Wait, Ella, you like her! I'm a psychologist conducting a psychological investigation on the residents of Lodinium. If you could simply fill out this questionnaire, I would be more than happy to provide you and your companions with some assistance. Are we honest or are we doodlers? You love my voice? Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. She seems nice. I'll help her. Is that so? Very interesting. She folds away the questionnaire and points you in the direction that the children had gone. You hurry away, nearly missing the whisper behind you. Looking forward to when we meet again. Ah! Spike? What is does true damage go underneath block? Or like what is true damage? When played, draw a card. When played, first gain 3 temporary strength. Then resolve the card's effects. Card draw is usually good in card games, but I feel like my cards are so expensive that I can usually play everything in my hand without having to draw anything. I'll do this one. I'll do temporary strength. Black Sigil plus 25? Wait, what is this? Maybe traded for their worth in various items? Okay. Okay. Oh, we're still fighting kids. I smell the scent of blood. Oh, I guess this meter doesn't carry over. Consume all stored healing in the furnace to restore 20 HP. Wait, it wasn't even like this before. Yep! Thank you so much for the follow, Flying Fox. That's so sweet of you. After each battle. Oh, I really don't get it. Is it just making these embryos? On play, one awakener gains 30 alimus and plus 10 crit rate this turn. Exhaust and retain. Okay. The screech. The screech with the heal kind of goes insane-o sicko mode. I must say. Does the exhaust mechanic... Is it just for this combat? I guess I'm confused on if the embryos carry over or not. I don't know. Be sure to swing by once in a while. Saw you on the suggested channels. And love my fox themes! Yo! That's so sweet! Shout out to all the little foxes out there. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good time doodling in bed. Let me tuck you in. I hope your doodling is so nice and you sleep so well afterwards. Oh wait, this is good. I think. Wait, why did I get energy from that? I just don't even know what's happening. Deal 8 damage 3 times, gain 10 alimus. The gained alimus doubles if HP is below 25%. Oh, wait, maybe I shouldn't be healing if he likes to be damaged. Shoot, he's a little freak. Why does he like to be damaged? Can I see... Can I see what cards he has? Lose HP. Regular strike. Wait, are those the only cards you have? And then blood boil and then defense? I guess that makes sense. Okay, whatever. It kills them, so it's fine. Hello, Big Papa! How's it going? How is work? How is work? Love that command too. So nice things here. Yeah! We keep it cozy in here. Durable. Well, it's okay. You're done now, right? You're all done, so you don't have to think about it. Oh wait, poison. There's poison in this game? Sheesh. When played, inflict one turn of vulnerable. When played, increase its awakeness alimus by 10. Oh. I like vulnerable, but I don't think that's good on a 3-class card. Like, I'd want the enemy to be vulnerable before this is played. You know? We'll do Berserk. We named the main character after a Berserk character, so it's only fitting, right? We had a major system outage, and it's my system, so I had to fix it. It was 8 hours of hell. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Were you able to take care of it? Like, is it all fixed now? Elgier runs anxiously past soot-stained brick walls, kicked in Lodinium grime. First investigation job with my lord. Can't afford any. Ugh. An iron door opens, and a woman in white suddenly comes into view, colliding head-on with Ogier. So sorry, are you alright? You and Ramona finally catch up with Ogier. Sorry, Huh? Were you the psychologist handing out surveys earlier? You remember me. What an honor. I'm fine, and this young mister didn't mean any harm, no? I'm so very sorry. I failed to notice the surroundings. Clementine offers a gentle smile, brushing imaginary dust from her clothes. She nods and graciously glides away. Above, a rusted iron sign reads, Lillian's Warehouse. A board guard slouches beneath it. So we're here. Let's go inside and take a look. Do you remember your disguise, Lord Ash? And his younger brother? Of course, dear Mary, my housekeeper. I like this music notes. Of course I did, I'm the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep me down. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. At your service, Miss Mary. That'll have to do. Okay. Healing? Oh, Rouse and Awakener. What does Rouse and Awakener mean? I want to find out. Oh, select ability. Rouse. Vast is unaffected by sealed. Crit rate and crit damage are increased by 15%. Effects are doubled when HP is below 25%. Retain. I don't know what sealed is. Grants the Awakener permanent combat boost. Repeated rouse users don't stab.
I do hope you had a much better day than I did.
Thank you.
Truth be told, it's days like today that make me question my profession, to be honest.
Aww,
However, when I think about some of these professions, I have other worries.
Mhm.
For example, I thought about being a baker, but I'm worried I could never make enough dough. Then I considered being a tailor, but I don't think it would be a good fit. Considered being a carpenter, but I think I'd just get bored.
Thanks for that. You're really you're really good at turning random conversation into a bunch of dad jokes, huh? Mona attains 25. Did she plays a card, gain 1 arithmetica? Yo, I don't even know what that means. When Doll performs healing, obtain 4 shield. That would be good if I didn't have this guy. Laten's hit counts increased by 1 times. Oh, so this is like multipliers. I think it's between this one and this one. This one costs 3 though. I wish I knew what sealed was. I don't know if any of these kids have the sealed ability. I like Crit. I like Crit and he's beautiful, so I'll do him. Yippee! D-mark. Whoa, what is this? Oh, is this just shop? When played, recover 1 arithmetica? Oh, that's like mana, isn't it? Okay. Each time damage is dealt, gain 1 temporary strength up to 3 times. And at maximum stacks, the effect is doubled. Are these potions? At turn start, the Awakener with the lowest LMS gains 15 LMS. When 2 cards are played consecutively with the lower Arithmetica costs than the previous card, the Awakener with the lowest LMS gains 15 LMS. When 2 cards are played consecutively, the lower. So if you will go like 3, 2, 1. Okay. Sell a command card? Oh my god, I love selling cards! I like having a small deck. Is this free? That's kind of awesome. It's a talent. I'm not even a dad. Let's be real, a good dad joke is a great time. If you say so. If you say so, I guess I won't argue with you. What do I go rid of? I would get rid of a strike, but She likes strikes. I guess I'll get rid of a defense. Wait, whose defense should I get rid of? Because that affects the charging. Gain 100 key flare. Oh, reduce it. Oh no, I like that. Shoot. I like all of these. I guess doll is probably the least. The one I would use the least. Awakener Rouse? We have one. I don't know. I'll just save my money. Oh, there seems to be something within the oversaturated D slime. Use the silver key to convert it to your own power. Yay! You exit the alley, reaching the workhouse's iron gate. A greasy-faced man lounges on a bench, a black stick in his waist. At his waist, a dark pipe in his mouth. Ew! Why did he splooge? You notice a small black mark on the man's arm, a triangular wound that resembles a tiny abyss, oozing viscous dark fluid. Ramona clears her throat, stepping forward just like a haughty butler. Good morning, sir. Please inform the house a guest has arrived. Ew! Gross noises from the grease man. Before she can finish, the guard's body contorts. Black slime erupts from his chest, forming a monstrous mass that lunges. Okay. I thought this whole level... Oh, that was cute. I thought this whole level was about the orphans. I'm not really sure what this weirdo is. I'm also not really sure how the embryos work. Awakening gains 30 elements and plus crit rate this turn. Unplayed. First gain 3 temp strength. What does this do? Increases elements for 10. Lose 10% current HP and then obtain a strength. Okay. I have 4 strength, so this is probably good. I wish I could have vulnerable it first. But that's okay. Go! Go, my beautiful man. Shake! Okay. Okay, sounds good. You want some backseating? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. This wall of text means nothing to me, unfortunately. Oh no, we're weak. Someone removes weakness, right? Lotan does. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get her up there. Oh, I probably should have done this instead. That's okay. Only taking 4 damage. Go, my beautiful man. Yo! He's beautiful. Oh! Affects your double. Yeah. Do that. He's so pretty. Wait, what? What was the percent that it was supposed to be under? Oh my god, it's not in my discard pile. I don't remember what it was. Can I see my exhausted cards? Maybe it's... Oh. Below 25%. 18. So I kind of want to take all that damage, actually. Gain strength. Do your thing. Do your thing. Okay. My effects are doubled, I think. There's crit in this game? I didn't even know that, to be honest with you. The embryos can either increase elements or increase the amount of healing you take from the bar that increases each turn. Does this bar heal me at the end? Consume all stored healing in the furnace to restore 20 HP. So this happens automatically at the end of the battle? Like at the end of each battle, my HP goes in here, and then I get it back? Ah! Oh. Wait, I did not mean to do that. Whoops. You have to click it. Oh, I clicked it. No, my crit. Ah, hell nah. That's okay. It's okay, it's fine. It's okay, I can get hit again. It's no biggie. Oh, you're so close. Oh, this has retained. Swag. Okay. You'll get it back. Okay. Ah, I'm 2 away from being at the correct thing. Why do I have more embryos? Okay. Oh, here we go. This will lose HP. You do dispels weakness? Oh, I'm fragile. I'm not weak. Chomp. Okay. Good. Alright, you're dead next turn. Wait, you're dead this turn. Check this out. Go, my beautiful man. Oh, he ate the embryo card. Oh, I think I understand. Wait, can I read? Oh, I can't read. Charge your ult with the embryos? Does he... He consumes an embryo to do more damage? So if I didn't have any embryo cards, would he just not be able to ult? Or am I misunderstanding? I wish I could click that again. The black creature roars, then collapses into sludge. What happened? Early dissolution erosion. It shouldn't happen this early. It shouldn't happen at all. 2 voices echo through the breach, resonating in your minds. Looks like artificial catalysts at work. The anomalous dissolution patterns potentially correlate with Investigator Anderson's disappearance. The workhouse may be targeted, possibly you as well. We'll be ready. Stay vigilant, Keeper. I will. You prop the guard's remains against the gate and enter. That's crazy. Don't touch that. Gross. Germs. Corpse germs. Around the corner, a white figure flashes by. There, we must get back before they meet Miss Sarah. Let's sneak in through the kitchen window. Aww. Her flower eye patch is cute. Can the embryos add extra effects for Karo Awakeners? Oh. So I should get more red people. And that would be better? Those people can help. Do not resist their arrival. No! Those people won't be daunted by what's happening here. I promise. No, we can't involve more people. It's dangerous for anyone who gets close. You know that. Mr. Anderson. Wait, we were looking for Mr. Anderson. These weaklings aren't even worth my blade. Wow. Wait, affinity increase? There's friendship in this game? I want my friendship with him to be max. That would be so awesome. I'm level 2. Are you jealous? Sheesh. Sheesh. Wow! Redbeard, thank you so much for the sub! That is so sweet of you. I appreciate you so much. You can get more red people, but I think they work well in mixed teams. Okay. Do you know... Oh, I don't really want to read the rules. What is this? I'll save my stuff for now. I don't know if I would need it for anything else. Free unlock event. Friendship events? Yeah, I want this one. Ah! Sigh. Hello! Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Oh, hard mode, huh? It's cool that there's stuff for the characters. I don't want this. Okay, let me see if I can read his card. Oh! Dissolution ruins. Rose script hunting potion tempering unlocked. Event started. Oh my god. I'm not paying $4.99. Excuse me. Excuse me. Goodbye. Ah! Limited time event. Ends in 24 hours. Ends in 3 days. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Mark all as red, please. Thank you. Goodbye. Yippee! Oh, I see. Lucky winner. Oh, okay. Oh my god. There's so many things. This is just like Wuthering Waves, huh? Wow, you are so beautiful. Shout out to beautiful people. Awaken 50 times. Sheesh. You need my daily logins to get those? Oh. Okay. That's chill, I guess. Wait, you said there's, where's the codes? Slay the Spire 2. Did I spell it wrong? I'm alive. I'm so glad that you are. Let me just look up morimens codes. Loki, maybe. Loki, maybe, perhaps. Morimens redeem code. Surely somebody made a nice list of them. Active morimens codes. Okay, this is what I needed. Got to retrieve the content from the system clipboard and paste it. Yeah. Hello. Exchange successful! Yippee! Okay. And then some more random letters. Yippee! Okay. Okay. Man, I love redeem codes. That was so awesome. Okay. 4-hour care package! Yo! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel so cared for. Whoa. Archive. Oh. Okay. My points are slowly disappearing with every package. That is how it works, huh? I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I wish there was one of these of I don't remember his name. Aw, wait, hand holding. That's cute. Maybe I like this one. I like hand holding. Okay, gifts from the school cat. A black cat with a top hat is often seen on the Maitha campus. Legend has it if you pat its head, Unexpected items might occasionally fall out. That is so cute. Yay! We have 13k left. Well, that's still quite a lot. Don't worry. Rules. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay, let me look in. Are these standard banner wishes? That's not right. This? This and this? I don't really understand. So this is the standard character awakening. And then this is also standard. View details. Oh my god. I feel like I need a red one. Like, surely a red one goes good with my man, but I don't know which one. Create. Devour effect. Okay. I really don't know. You can only change the realm for Awakener. Okay. Probably red, right? Because red goes together. Started with 28k. How'd you get so many? You really do be lurking, huh? I'm assuming this is like weapon or something. Like select the weapon that you want. But I just don't know which one is good. Beginner's like tentacle? This? It is a 3-star difficulty. Does it go good with red though? Furthermore, this guy is kinda cool, and this girl is kinda cool. But these are not speaking to me the same way the other guys are. I'm a big fan of Tinkt. I like Tinkt. I don't know if Tinkt works good with the guy that I like. I'm also a big fan of her. Agrippa. She's very pretty. She's kinda cool. I don't know. Unfortunately, I like the I like the ones with the difficult stars. It can? These two can go together? Well, would it be better to pull for this one or this one? I really am not that good at team building. Tentacles, yeah. Look at this tentacle. None of these characters look like they have tentacles, though. Go ahead, it's your pulls. The problem is I want her. But I really don't care about these ones. And at least for the Caro, I want her, but I wouldn't mind the other ones, you know? So I'll go for more red. I'm feeling red for today. Ultra's hard. Think that Loki's just okay. No, don't say that. But she looks so awesome. Look, I got a snake. Look, I got wheat. Look, I got another snake. Sheesh. Dude is... Yo, I already have this one. What the... Okay. Again. I think we're looking for gold. Oh, that's gold. I think that's good. Okay, a perp. Elevated focus. Maybe this is better than, the doctrine things, the killboard things, maybe. Maybe perhaps. Whoa, Shrimp! Shrimp, I did not even know you were streaming. Hi, Shrimp! Hi, Raiders, welcome! Oh my god, I'll switch to... I'll switch to Skyrim right away. How's it going? What were you up to? Is it Skyrim time yet? I'm gambling and then we're doing Skyrim. Retail Shrimp. Oh my goodness, hi! My name is Fast. My name is Fast. We're gambling for today. Oh, you were playing Skyrim. Wait, that's kind of awesome. You're not gonna believe what I was saying. What is the Skyrim agenda that you have? Do you just want everyone to play it? I need elevated focus? That's kind of real. Maybe drink a Red Bull. Look. Yeah! Yeah!
これで何度目の召喚だ。おい人間、食事の用意は
I'm
できて
so
るのかな。
happy! Wow. Wait, he wasn't even on the
何を
banner.
しでかすかわからないぞ。
I thought there was 3 options for the SSRs. I don't know where he came from. I'm so happy. Look at him. Oh my god. Beautiful, beautiful person. Yippee! A lot of people are like, I hate Ultra, so I'm wary of recommending it. I like it though. If you ask Azu, he'll explain everything. Unfortunately, I think Azu is asleep. I think Azu is like zoinked right now. We'll have to look for him later. Womp, 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 womp. Womp, womp, womp. There's more options. Should I keep going for this one? Or should I switch? I don't know. There's more options. I mean later. Okay, what if I get Tink and she's so cool? But then like what if I got Liz? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like she's okay. This is not speaking to me, you know? But this is speaking to me. This is beautiful. Much to consider. Much to consider. Pie? What does pie have to do with anything? Can you use dupes to make the ones you own more powerful? Oh my god, I'm gonna be the best Ufash player in North America. How do I buff you up? Oh my god! The Gladiator. Screech blood. Base damage and strength increased by 30. Yippee!
おいおい。
Oi, oi.
いじく
Ah!
るなよ。
Cute.
本物の戦士は自分の身一つで戦うもんだろ。
Oh my god. Wow, what a beautiful character. Can I upgrade you?
俺は今興奮している。死にたくなければ俺から離れた方がいい。
I'm really, really excited right now. If you still want to live, better stay away from me. Wow, that's so awesome. Oh, I'm out of stuff. Sigh. Oh, yay. More gambling. More gambling. I'm a big fan of Oi Oi. Oi Oi goes crazy. Okay, I'll do one pull on this and... You know, we'll just see what happens. Surely this is a Tinked moment. You're hungry. Go get a snack. Or dinner. Get a time appropriate bit of food. Whether that be a snack or a meal. Blessing. Oh, that's cute. The heartbeat into the ear kind of goes crazy. Is this Taint? Oh. Winkle. Okay. Okay. You're mysterious. That's pretty cool. It wasn't Tinked though. We go back to this one. Oh, no character. Get out of here. Oh, Curse Binding and Hand of Oblivion. Poison. What color does poison damage? Start of exploration. Add one strike of the wielder to the deck. Increase the base damage of the wielder's strike by 22%. Oh, that would be really good for the Lotan girly. Nothing. Oh, cooked in the night. Yo, this one's a little fox. Death resistance. Wheeler's counters increased by 6%. Oh. I don't really understand the true damage counter stuff. But maybe that's good. Some Awakeners have a poison kit? Does Tinct have a poison kit? Moment of Reunion. Each time a card of the wielder is played, gain 20 key flare 3 times per turn. That's all. That's all of my standard banner pulls. That was pretty awesome. Wow. Hopefully these two go together. Details. Uncle gains 25. Alimus. Rouse. Shield and counter are increased by 10%. After playing a card against 5 Alimus and 3 stacks retain. Okay. Ah! Remove all. What? Why is it? I don't want it to be big. Remove all enemy barrier and deal 5 damage in 1 turn of weakness. Obtain 7 shield, discard all cards in the hand, and for each card discarded, the shield gain increases by 50%. Okay, so she's a shielder, which is a little unfortunate. A little unfortunate. But you know, it's fine, I guess. No, she'd be better than okay if she did. Oh. You telling me I pulled some garbage baloney? It's okay. It's okay. I got 2 copies of the one that I really, really like, so I think it's alright to have a bit of garbage baloney. Okay, wait, let me change your thing. Wait, how do I change your thing? Lineup? Unequip all. Recommends? Create. Okay. If that's what it recommends, then that sounds good to me. Anyways, you guys wanna watch me play Skyrim? Gamble, gamble, gamble. Oh, Winkle, haha. You're just saying whatever, huh? Ulash and her can't go together because you don't have enough reds or purples. Oh, I see. I was talking about Tinct earlier, by the way. Oh, like for poison. Man. They should have let me cook. I would have given her a cute poison kit. Okay, how do I leave? Notification push? Exit game. I'm gonna take an ad break first. And then we'll play Skyrim and it'll be so cool and so awesome. Hold on, I'm finding you wanna you wanna look at pictures of Griffith during the ad break. Baby Sunday. Yippee yippee. Okay, check this out. You checking? You checking? You checking? 1 second. 1 second. I gotta put on music for you too. You can listen to anime intros. To Dancing Fruits. Yup. 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 Okay. Okay, please have a good time. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Oh, sorry. Is Spotify not playing? Were you watching these peas dance to nothing? Oh no, maybe it's just the beginning of the song. Chee! Oh, hi, Simprid. Hello. Hello, Dilsey. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Raider from Retail Shrimp. How's it going? Okay, hold on. I'm opening Skyrim. And it's so awesome. I'm cooking you, by the way. You're what? What? What is this? What is this bullying? Okay. Get dunked on, I guess. Skyrim. Skyrim Special Edition. Yippee! Skyrim Special Edition will now detect your video hardware and set video options accordingly. Okay. Okay. Video settings have been set for ultra quality. Man, they think I'm really cool, I guess, huh? Nice to meet you too. It's going good. You don't have to call me Dilsey, though. You can just call me Dilsey. What? What? I don't really know what that means. I'll call you Dilsey then. Hold on. Let me see. Play. Pause Spotify. Ah! Hold on. You guys are missing out. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Don't panic. Hold on. Don't panic. Hold on. Going to eat ravioli. I hope your ravioli is so incredibly amazing and good. Category Skyrim. Yippee! This is a mature rated game, so if you're not mature, get out of here, I guess. I can work with that. You can work with what you asked me to do. That's kind of awesome of you. I don't know how to make you guys see this or hear this. We might just in fact be cooked. Oh wait, listen. Shit. They look ads in this game? Really? Where? I don't think I'm ready for that. I think I'm gonna have to take a baby sensory break. There's actually a category for Skyrim Special Edition? Shoot. Download. I thought I already downloaded this game. Do I have to create an account? Oh wait. Okay, I'm creating a Bethesda account. Okay. Yippee. This sensitivity feels crazy. Oh, I did not mean to do credits. Man, this does not feel like a keyboard type of game, huh? There's no settings. What is creations? Ah! Oh, maybe this is mods. They say fuck too, I think. No. What are you saying no to? I'm saying fuck? What is this? Get me out of here. Start a new game, yes. Oh my god, I'm level 1. You don't have to create an account. Oh. I didn't know that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's chill. Oh my god, they're gonna do the thing. What an optimal time to be eating banana bread. It's so dark and gloomy in here. I'm so sensitive. I don't think I'm a big fan of how little you have to wiggle the mouse.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
Where are my captions? Sorry, one sec. Questionable, okay. Display. Let's turn the brightness up a little bit. Ah! Okay. Crosshair. Subtitles. I don't think I need general subtitles. Oh. Oh my god. I'm not trying to do commands. Ah! I pressed tilde. How do I get out of that? Meow. Script command meow not found. Oh, okay. Everything is okay, probably. Would the sensitivity not be this? Hit gameplay? Oh, look sensitivity. Maybe all the way down. Controller? Would this be easier with a controller? Or is mouse fine? Shrimp, do you play this with a mouse? Sorry, I know you're eating ravioli. Adept. Apprentice. Expert, master, legendary. Adept is fine. Okay. All of this is fine, probably.
You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked
My
right into that
subtitles. Sorry. We'll actually play the game soon, I promise. Oh, is the X? Does X mean yes or no? Maybe it is general.
real ambush, same as us. And that thief over there.
He just hates me, I suppose. Oh, there we
Skyrim
go.
was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
Oh.
We're all brothers and
No way.
in binds now,
Give me! Thank you for the follow and turn the cat. Hi, hi, hi.
Stormcloak, the true High King. Ulfric, the Jarl of Windhelm? You're the leader of the rebellion. But if they captured you, oh gods, where are they taking us?
Man, that sucks, huh?
Don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits.
What is my
This
crime?
can't be happening. This isn't happening. Hey.
Did I kill
What village
someone?
are you from, horse thief? Why do you care? A Nord's last thoughts should be of home. Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
Okay.
Good. Let's get this over with.
Okay. General Captain Commander, ma'am. Permission to fall asleep. You don't need my permission to fall asleep.
Please help me.
Oh my goodness, you've been up for 23 hours. Please go to sleep.
Look at him. General
Can I safely
Tully's
tap
the
out?
military governor.
No, I can't, but it's okay. Good night, Carrot. I hope you sleep so good.
And it looks like the Dalmor are with him.
Please get plenty of rest.
I bet they
Have
had something
ravioli
to
now?
do with this.
Sure. Is it cheese or beef or other? These are some ugly dudes.
This
Sorry, maybe that's kind of
I
mean.
used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Vilod is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. When I was
Didn't
a
get my
boy,
chicken sandwich today, but oh well.
imperial walls
Aw,
and
no
towers
chicken
used to make
sandwich.
me feel so
That's so sad. Maybe tomorrow we'll bring you a chicken sandwich. Cheese, duh, the correct option. Cheese ravioli goes crazy.
I want to watch the soldiers.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Mama.
Yes, mama.
Out of the cart. Move it.
Why are
Oh.
we stopping? Why do you
Wait,
think
I'm not done with my banana bread yet. Kill that kid. That kid just wanted to watch the
Let's go.
soldiers.
Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for
That is
us.
kind of crazy. How many deaths do you think that kid has witnessed?
Face your death with some courage.
And that really sucks for the horse that you found.
This is a mistake.
Head towards the block when we call your names. One at a time.
Do I know what my crime is?
Empire loves their death.
Did I also steal a horse?
Ulfric Storm.
Where's the horse that I saw? I think the horse should get hung with me.
It's been an honor.
Watch the soldiers as they stab him with swords. You're trying to cross the border? Oh. Is that a cry?
Lokir of Rorikstad.
Huh. Okay.
I'm not a rebel. You can't.
I guess
do
I don't
this.
have a passport.
You're not gonna kill me.
Archers!
Oh.
Anyone else feel like
Sucks to
running?
be that guy.
Wait. You there. Step forward.
Oh my god, that's me.
Who are you?
Alright, this is gonna take 8 hours. Just doing a preliminary vibe check. Wow. Everyone's ugly. I guess I'm cursed to be ugly. I'm going to sleep now. You take this slur and you will like it, young ma'am. Okay. Okay, I like it. Thank you for the work. Does anybody have any race suggestions? Obviously, I think Khajiit is the best one. I'm also quite fond of Wood Elf. I just think their aura is nice. But maybe it's good to do something I haven't done yet. Man, why is everyone so ugly? Play as a Dilsey, you'll be pretty. Which one is a Dilsey? Khajiit? I do like Khajiit. That is pretty awesome. What else eat people, I'm pretty sure? What else make good scouts and thieves? There are no fighter archers in all of Tamriel. They have natural resistance to both poison and diseases. They command animals to fight for them. It doesn't say anything about cannibalism, but like I'm pretty chill with that. I don't really mind. I don't really mind cannibalism. Hailing from the province of Elsewhere, they're intelligent, quick, and agile. They make excellent thieves due to their natural stealthiness. All Khajiit can see in the dark at will and have unarmed claw attacks. Well, yeah, in some of Valenwood cultures, cannibalism is a-okay. I'd like to be a Bosmer lady, TBH. I wish I were. I want to be small. Are they small? It seems like everyone's the same height, but maybe they did that on purpose for this screen so you're not wiggling around. Oh, in the previous games they were smaller. They grew? How did they grow? Well, am I playing as Dilsey? Am I being a Khajiit or a Wood Elf? Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Or a secret third option, which is neither of those options. Dot dot dot. Be a Dark Elf? Okay, Shrimp, that was not even one of the options. I've never been a Dark Elf before, though, so I am kind of interested. Also known as Dunmer in their homeland of Morrowind, Dark Elves are noted for their stealth and magic skills. They are naturally resistant to fire and can call upon ancestors around to surround themselves in fire. Wait, that's kind of cool. I like magic. We can do it. Are we a girl or a boy foe today? Wow, they look so... Ugh. This click thing... This whole mouse business is not optimal, I must say. Oh, maybe dragging's easier? No, it's not. Why does she look so much prettier than him? I don't think I like his brow muscles very much. Darko was your first? I named my first guy Sinistro. You know, like the Green Lantern villain. That's so awesome. I haven't seen Green Lantern, but I think naming characters other after characters you like is pretty swag. She got sanded. Sanded? Like they sanded her wrinkles away. Nobody told me if I should be a boy or a girl. But I think the girl is a little prettier, so maybe we'll be a girl. Oh my god, why is this so rough? Oh, wait, that hair is pretty. Uh, uh. Okay, whatever. We'll just start with this as our base. Ooh. I kind of like this grayish tone. Wait. Are we bulky? Are we bulked or are we agile? Maybe we can be exactly in the middle. You'd marry her. You don't know anything about her. What do you mean you'd marry her? Hello? That's kind of awesome. Oh, we could be really old and wrinkly if we want. You don't have high standards, CVH. Well, that's kind of awesome. Hold on, I'm gonna... This is so quiet. It's quiet and it's stressing me out. We'll put on some relaxing background music. I don't know if this is relaxing or not, but at least it's something. Um, I think none of this stuff is fine. How do we feel about dirt? I kinda don't want any dirt. I'd marry a pretty tree if I had to. What kind of tree do you think is the most marriage quality? I had to open volume mixer and make Skyrim louder. Oh, is it playing music and it's just quiet? Okay, wait, let me see. Oh, this whole tabbing out business is kind of rough. What, you don't like Candy Jump? The volume is up. Can we listen to the Doom soundtrack? Yeah, sure. I've never listened to that before. So it'll be a first time for me. Okay. Here you go. This is the song that plays when you decide what scars you want for your elf character. Okay. Okay. They are like whispering in my ear right now. Okay. I like scars, but I feel like I need to do the face first. Can we listen to Kids Bop? Just general Kids Bop? You don't have like a specific... Oh, wait. This is kind of cunty. We've got the mature tag on, so I can say that. Don't worry. Do we like the, like, eyeliner wing situation war paint? Or do we like the kitty cat whisker situation war paint? Please place your votes. Can me and Dilsey play Pokemon? I feel like that's a Dilsey question. I don't think... I'm not your mama. You don't have to ask me that. But, like, yeah, go ahead. Oh, I like this. It's like pink. This one's kind of hard to see looking straight on. So maybe I like the whiskers better. Do we like the pink? Or do we like the purple? Me making you play Skyrim is actually me trying to drag you down into the rabbit hole of fantasy RPGs. What's your end goal for fantasy RPGs? Like, are you trying to make me work up to something? Or what? Character creation, rah! Oh my god, hi Apex! Apex... Apex? Apex pink or purple? Well, okay, admittedly the pink isn't that pink. It looks kind of white-ish. It's like pink if you squint. I would marry a pretty tree too, not gonna lie. Guys, what kind of tree are you all marrying? If it's like a weeping willow, I get it. If it's a maple, I get it. But like an oak tree, are we being serious? The Dragon Age games, not Veilguard. Sigh opens up Steam. Sigh opening Steam, looking at Dragon Age. What about Dragon Ball Fighter Z? Thoughts on that? That's in my Steam family library. Dragon Age. Sorry, I'm being weird. Do you want to see what I'm doing? Inquisition. Not Veilguard. Origins. I don't know what any of this is. I've been eating ramen. Yo! That sounds so scrumptious. When the headmistress in Winx Club got turned into a tree. Okay, well, is that really marrying a tree, or is that just marrying the headmistress of Winx Club? Oh, I see. We're bringing back the humanized plant discussion. Once again. Oh, hi, Rose. What are your eagles for? Go, my eagles! Wait, I said I'd be listening to the soundtrack, and I like low-key can't even hear this. This sounds cool. Okay. I'll add this to my wish list. It's a later problem. Okay. Oh, sorry, we got Doxu on top of... There we go. Yippee! Okay, nose type. Lock in, everyone. Oh, that's a lot of nose types. I sincerely wish I could just press this button and it go. OG Skyrim? Oh my goodness! Are you a Skyrim enjoyer? Okay, number 2's looking... kind of okay. Not a lot of options. I'll go with... I'll go with this one. Nose height? Oh my god. We could have a scrunched nose, I guess. Shoot, I don't... I'm gonna leave that in the middle. Nose length? Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, Aaron. Okay. Why is their name Prisoner? I barely know it. Ugh, Dilsey. Listen, the name... that's just the default name. We'll change it later. Everyone start thinking of names, okay? We're gonna be a beautiful elf. Hopefully, if I do this right. Jaw width? Should we be mogging or no? I feel like we should be mogging a little bit. I think we need a strong draw. Who is calling me right now? Get out of here. Oh my goodness, someone randomly called me yesterday, like an unknown number, but it was from an area code that I recognized, which like kind of made me suspicious. But then they left a voicemail, and the whole voicemail was, "Hello? hello, and then they hang up. And I haven't called them back because I'm scared, but that sure did make me curious. Okay, looking good. Draw forward. What the? Me and Dilsey could be like those two old guys from the Muppets. Oh, you've never seen it? You've never seen it? I'm at the Apex. I think you would. I think you would like him. I think you would think they're charming. Is this just like which side is your jaw on? Like back and forth? I don't really know what that's changing. I'm gonna leave that in the center. Cheekbone height? Oh yeah. Let's have slightly high cheekbones. We're serving. Sounds like wrong number. Yeah, it probably was, but it's just weird that it was like an area code that I recognized. I don't know. I don't know. Strange. Cheek color. Oh my god, wait, blush. Oh. Wait, but I already have makeup on my cheeks, so maybe I don't need more. But I really am a big fan of cheek color. Look at this purple. This purple's kind of awesome. Purple or no purple? Much to think about. Laugh lines? Oh. Do people put makeup on their laugh lines? I've never heard of that before. I'm not gonna do that. Cheek color lower. Oh, we could have low blush. Does that look better? Well, I don't know if that looks... It's not as bold. I kind of like bold. Yeah. Kind of serving the house down boots. Oh my god, thank you for saying that. Nose blush? Yo, why is there no purple? We could have had like a cheek to nose like cute girly pop moment. I can't have two different blush colors. I guess they hate me. You like the low? Wait, was it? Is it this? Are you saying you like both of them or just the low? I think the low lets the whatever this pink stuff shine a little more. I feel like it's not super visible. Well, actually, I guess looking at it without, it's kind of visible. Okay, that's good. Nose color, chin color. Oh, now you really can change everything, huh? Neck color, forehead color. Oh my goodness. You could really just have a rainbow. You could have your chin and your forehead and your nose and your laugh lines all different colors. And I think that's beautiful. Okay. Wait, maybe let me go back to head. Maybe evaluate the scars. I feel like doing scars before doing the face is kind of a mistake. Do I want face scars? Maybe it's too much with the war paint. I think this is good. Okay. Eye shape. I wish I could zoom in. Oh my god. I'm kind of liking this one. This is kind of giving siren. This is kind of getting like predator eye shape, which is, I think, what we're going for. Oh, that's not bad either. I think those are just a little higher up. And we don't want droopy eyes. We don't want prey eyes. We want predator siren eyes. Like this? I just don't know if these are too big. Can change the height. I think I'm liking this one. This one's also okay. I wish they were numbered. This one, this one. I think this one, and I'll lower them a little bit. Okay. Color. Oh my god. They're all red. Is that just like a dark elf thing? Like they have to have red eyes? It's like, alright, your eyes are red. Do you want to be blind or not? The blind looks kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. It's also black. Big droopy eyes is such peak character design choice when it actually fits. Yeah, I really like in anime how like you can tell a character's personality based on if their eyes are like, if like the corner of their eyes are like down or like up. I think that's cinema. We should call her Pre for short. Her name's not gonna stay as prisoner. That's crazy. Pre is kind of cute though. Okay, she's gonna be blind, so her eyes kind of match her war paint. I think that's awesome. Oh my god, someone's whispering in my ear again. The Doom soundtrack is crazy. Depth. Oh. I think having really shallow eyes kind of brings out high cheekbones. Oh, we could have bug eyes as well. Yumi! Thank you so much for the follow, Shiny Pikachu. Hi. Hi, hi. Pretty's very cute to me. It also means fruit and hero, so that's something. Wait. It means fruit? That's so sweet. How do you have my Twitch for you page? I'm going to fight the Elite Four for the 4th time with only 3 Pokemon and Omega Ruby? How do you think it'll go? I don't really know anything about Pokemon, to be honest with you. I feel like doing it with 3 Pokemon is crazy, but you know, I'm sure you could. I'm sure if there's a will, there's a way. Good luck. Right, they're gonna be slightly inwards. Is that too much? I think that's good. Eyeliner, sheesh. Ooh. Ooh, I love eyeliner. I wish you could change the shape of it though. I like that it's bottom eyeliner, but I would make it a little more dramatic maybe. Oh my god, Awa. How could you? Pika Pika. Sigh. Just kidding. Okay, do we like black eyeliner? Wait, that's not even black. That's just none. This is black. I think we like black. It's kind of like purpley. Eyeshadow. Oh. Oh, shoot. I need to know what her hair looks like before I can do her makeup. Who designed this? Okay. I kind of like these face framing pieces. Ooh, I kind of like this pulled back look as well. With the little like wrap. I like the braids a lot. Well, this is pulled back as well with braids. I feel like she needs horns. That would go crazy. I know elves don't have horns, but like, could you imagine what if? Yeah, I think I like this. Wait, this isn't even the one. That's just a ponytail. Yeah, I think I like this one. I kind of like this hair color because it matches the war paint, but let's look at the other options just in case. We got shades of brown and red. They're all pretty natchy colors except for these. I'm gonna I'm gonna go with the bright pink, I think. And now we can change the eyeshadow. Should go all pink. Is she too pink? I don't know. I don't know. I'm afraid I made her too girly pop, but I think she's cute. I think either pink or black. What is eye tint? Oh, it's like underneath. Oh. Do we like it? Or no? It's subtle pink though, and she she can be girly pop. You're right. You're right. Who am I to take away her girly pop? I really don't know if the under eye is too much or not. I think maybe it takes away from her cheek blush a little. I do like it though. Maybe we'll go a little more subtle faux today. Next, brow type. Oh my goodness, brow type. Oh my god, no brows? Kind of eating. I like this one. She looks worried. She's very concerned. Maybe like the thinnest brows possible. Like this. Yo, me and Freed's winning! Sheesh! I can't change the color of her brows. That's kind of interesting. That like, if you have red hair, if you have black hair, like you still just have brown eyebrows. Pink dark elf. Do you like it? Do you like it? I like pink. Tee hee hee. Oh wait, that's the height. I'm not trying to change the height. Trying to change the type. I'm kind of low-key rocking with the lack of brows. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's because they're like too dark. Like if I could have these thin brows and make them a lighter color, I think I would really like this shape, but it's obvious that she dyed her hair. You know? One of my OCs is a pink dark elf, kind of? Really? Wait, that sounds kind of swag. Is their name Pre, perchance? Not anymore. Anytime a baddie grows her brows back, a dragon loses its wings? You grew your brows back? This is so sad. No, her name is Pins. Pins is kind of close to Pre, if you think about it. Oh my gosh, she could be permanently shocked. Like, sheesh. Like, she just heard some juicy gossip. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. but maybe not quite that dramatic. We'll have them tastefully raised. Mm. And a little bit together. Brow forward? What does this mean? What is... Ah! Oh, I see. I don't think I need them to be forward. I think they're fine. Not me! I'm a warrior forever! I thought Pre grew them back. Oh. She did grow them back. Well... Do you prefer it like this? I don't know. I kind of like the brows. I just wish I could change their color. I like thin brows. It's dark in my room. Okay. That's chill, I guess. Mouth shape. Sheesh. I hope we can change her lip color. Oh. We want voluptuous lips. Is this what they were already on? I kind of like that one. Oh. That's kind of nice. She's kind of eating. She's kind of serving. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that one. Mouth height? Why is it all the way up? I mean, it looked normal when it was all the way up, but now dragging it down, it's like, whoa. It was quite high. Would you call the line between your nose and your mouth? That thing was non-existent. Well, now she looks too stern with it down so much. Or maybe it's the eyebrows. I don't want her to look that stern. Okay. Mouth forward. Oh. Okay. Chin width. Hold still. I don't know where I was. The middle is fine. Chin length. You can make it so pointy. Can be a little shorter. Chin forward. Give her an underbite for fun. Lip color. Sheesh. Oh, pink. Oh. I kind of like this blackish brown color. It doesn't really match her other makeup, but like it's kind of beautiful. Okay, and then I already did her hair. She's serving! Can you not change your ears at all? It's a little surprising. Face. No. Body. Huh. Okay. I think they should let me put little helix piercings on her ears, but you know. It's fine if not. She's so she's so feminine. Can I change the name or is that in a different screen? R is done. Oh, finish and name your character. Okay. Pre. Looking good, Pre.
Another refugee?
Hold on, I'm gonna step away to turn my light on real
Really
quick.
have abandoned your people, Dark Elf. Captain, what should we do? She's not on the list.
Forget the list. She goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry. We'll make sure your remains are returned to Morrowind. Follow the captain, prisoner.
I'm back, sorry. Okay, following the captain.
Ulfric Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne.
I don't know, I think that's kind of awesome.
Started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
Damn, that's crazy.
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry on.
Carry on.
Yes, General Tullius.
I like General Tullius's fit.
As
Yo!
you commend your souls
Thanks
to
for the bonk, I
Darius,
guess.
Blessings of the eight divines upon
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with.
Let's get this over with.
Wish.
I'm excited. I haven't played this game in so long.
Come on! I haven't got all morning.
Sorry, is the flesh and metal kind of taking away from this?
Are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
Sorry, I don't really want to see that. I'm gonna look at his shoes. Hmm. They've got the same pair. Must have got them from the same fella.
As fearless in death as he was in life.
Hmm.
Next, the Dark Elf.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate lack of head.
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I said.
That's gotta be so insanitary, right?
Prisoner. Nice and easy.
Just a body. Just a corpse. Our heads have to share a bin. My head doesn't even get its own bin after I spent all that time doing my makeup. Wow. What a pretty dragon. What nice horns you have. I'm shaking. Use WASD to move. Okay. Well, I turned the sensitivity all the way down. But now I feel like that was a mistake. Oh well. Whoa! Good morning. Oh, you're dead as hell. Ah! I'm dead as hell. Am I supposed to jump out? Oh! Okay. Crunch. You are on fire. Oh, it went out. I think it'd be awesome if I could pickpocket in this in this cutscene. Jump through the roof and keep going. Wait, didn't I just do that? Oh, I guess that was a different roof. Oh, I can't pick any of this stuff up. What if there's a cabbage in here? Sigh. Oh, your hands are bound. I see. Oh, sorry. I'm walking towards you. I'm coming. I'm coming. Wait for me.
You're doing great.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me. I was like, I don't care if you call me a boy, but...
Still alive, prisoner? Stay close to me if you want to stay that way. Gunnar, take care of the boy. I have to find General Tullius and join the defense.
Okay. Why am I following this guy?
Stay close to the wall.
I guess he's leading me to safety. I could really care less about these people, though. Oh my god, you're so pretty! Okay, sorry. Being quick, being quick. Oh man. Can't loop the body. Give me a hand.
It's you and me, prisoner. Stay close.
Okay. Wow, you are so kind and considerate.
Damn traitor.
Oh,
You're not stopping us this time.
Fine. I hope that dragon takes you all to sovereign.
yeah, you tell him.
You, come on.
Into the keep would have by a roll off. Well, I'm gonna stay with the guy. I'm gonna stay with the guy who was already helping me.
Looks like we're the only ones who made it. Was that really a dragon? To bring us of the end times? We should keep them.
What year did this
There you
game
go.
come out?
Take a look around. There should be plenty of gear to choose from. I'm going to
Can
see
I
if I can find
pickpocket
something
from
for these
you?
bones.
This person can't be pickpocketed. Man, what a horrible game. Oh my god, some money.
You better get some gear.
Read mixed unit tactics. I'm reading. The legions could learn. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Wait, I don't want to take this. Do I have to take this? Oh, just kidding. You can press escape if you don't want it.
You better get some gear.
I'm getting some gear. Don't rush me. Take all.
Gotta get that armor on. Give that sword a few swings too.
Oh my god, some wine.
Let's keep moving. That thing is still out there.
I'm gonna go crazy. Okay, a sword. Is this better than what I already have? Oh, I don't have anything on. Wait, how do I look at my inventory? Ah! Oh. Put those away. You're embarrassing me. Oh. A clip. Okay, awesome. Is art already open? Oh wait, this one's even better. Sheesh. I'm gonna store these. I don't need that anymore. Okay, it's tab to get to items. Write that down.
Come on, this way.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, shift is not run, and neither is control. Shift is actually shift is a walk. That's crazy.
Hear that?
Bow, bow, bow.
Storm cloaks.
Oh.
Maybe we can reason with them. If you want to die,
You won't take us alive.
Oh, press M2 to block. I see. Hello? Why stop crouching? Okay.
Fall back.
Oh, it's control. I see. Do I want this? Loki don't think I do. I'll take it anyway, though. Skyrim belongs to the Frost. What does that even mean? Like the whole thing belongs to me? Yo, Lewis, thank you so much for the raid! That is so sweet of you. Hi, Raiders. My name is Frost. I'm playing Skyrim for today. I just started. You haven't really missed anything. How are you? I don't think I have a mod in chat. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me get you. Woo is 3127. Nope, I spelled your name wrong. That's just linking to my channel. Hold on. Blue is 3127. Is that right? Oh, I'm washed. Oh, you're playing Star Time, yo! I've never heard of that game. Is it good? I hope you had a lovely stream. Make sure you take good care of yourself after your stream. M2 to block. Why is it wanting me to block? Try to look at you. Is this where I'm supposed to go?
Come on, this way.
No. Oh my god, sorry. I'm here. I'm here, I'm here. I'm looking out. Don't even worry. It's the third time I played it because I want to play it while streaming. It's really good. Yo!
What are you doing? Is someone there?
That's so cool. I hope you had a good time. She went with the Imperial Sim. Listen, I was just going with the person who was helping me to begin with. I really could care less about these people. Where are you who I'm fighting? Sorry. Not a fan of that one.
An old storeroom. See if you can find some potions. Might come in
I
handy.
really wish I could pickpocket him. This game is so restrictive. As the dude that wanted to chop your head off, listen, I get it. I get he was about to chop my head off, but he, you know, was like, come on this way. And I think that's kind of chill of him. I think that's sort of awesome.
I have a pen.
Oh my
I have a
God,
apple.
what?
Apple pen. I have a pen. I have pineapple.
Oh,
Pineapple pen.
thank you
Apple
so
pen.
much, Tom.
Pineapple pen.
Take off. Wow, that was so insightful. Insightful and delightful. Oh my god, tomatoes. Basket. Sheesh. I don't think I like playing this with a keyboard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Done then. This
Yeah,
way.
I'm all done. See, look, he's so polite. He's waiting for me. This could be toxic yaoi, like enemies to lovers situation, you know?
Gods, I wish we didn't need it. Hear that? Come on.
Give up. You still can.
From the sun to Skyrim.
Protected. Get these guys.
You fellows happened along just
What?
in time.
Can I not kill you?
These boys
We need to find a way out.
Oh,
I've been
I was hoping I could have.
entertaining
Okay.
their comrades.
Don't you
You don't have anything to pickpocket.
dragon is attacking Helgen.
Can I pickpocket you? You don't have anything either.
Dragon, please, don't make up nonsense.
Taking your
Although,
stuff.
come to think of it, I did hear some odd noises coming.
Lockpicks, let's go. I love lockpicking. A pretty book, I'll take it.
Come with us.
I'll
We
take
need to get
that
out of
too.
here.
You have no authority over me, boy.
Unlock cage door.
Didn't you hear me? I said the keep is
Oh, yeah. Wait, how do I do this? Use mouse to rotate, then W to rotate the lock. Oh. Ah, I'm so good at this. Hi, Darren. How's it going? Hello, 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 hello. I'm taking all that stuff.
Sure,
Sorry.
take all my
Sorry to
things,
leave you naked.
please.
Yeah, I am gonna take all your things. Shut up about it. And look, I'm gonna lockpick all of them so that my lockpick skills go up. Pretty freaking cool. Whoa. Don't look at that. Oh, oh, we're close. Oh. Oh, yeah. Sheesh. I'm gonna be the best thief ever. Yikes! How dare you? How dare you? Whoa, whoa. Where's the fire, kiddo? Ah, look! Lock picking increased to 16. Sheesh. Nothing here. Whoa. Ah! my lockpicks. It's okay, I got 2 left. Oh my god. Bone meal. Sheesh! Stop my stream because I wanted to go to sleep, so I guess I'll go. Bye. Goodbye. I hope you sleep so good. Thank you again for the raid. I'll tuck you in. I'll tuck you in. Don't even worry. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh, thanks for waiting. One day I'll be able to pickpocket him. Sheesh. I don't want that. Observing? Sheesh. I wonder if I can keybind
Together down here.
controls. System tab. Put it here. Second. I want it.
Come on, hurry up.
Ah, that is so much nicer. Swag! Alright, lead the way. What if your TTS can speak another language? I don't know. I don't know, but I can't moderate other languages, so I would prefer not. I would prefer English TTS. Oh. You're just killing anyone, huh? Oh my god. Excuse me. Iron mace. Yeah, I'll take it. Yummy! Oh, I'm kind of slipping. Hold on, guys. I'm almost there. Is this who I'm killing? I don't even know why we're fighting people. Like, I'm not mad about it. I just don't really know why we're doing all that. That's worth 50. That seems good. Oh man, I want a bow. Yo. Yo! Get your shield out of here. Let me kill you. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess you can kill him too. Sigh, whatever. We got a bow. Sheesh.
Right, let's see if we can find a way out.
Alright, let's see if we can find a way out. Why are we letting the torturers live? Uh-huh, yep. Any secrets in the water? Water secrets. Oh, yeah. I love... I love when wandering the wrong way ends up being good. Hello, Rad Range Ranger. How's it going? How's it going? Happy Thursday. Oh, that's how I just was. What is the run button? Can I... do not want to turn on sticky keys, but thanks for asking. Okay. Guess I'm unable to run. Oh, sorry. You're waiting for me like crazy. Let's go, let's go! Oh. More treasure.
That doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't go anywhere?
Try this way.
Okay. Hi, Icy. How's it going? Pika V. Doing good. Friday just started. Oh, it's Friday for you. Well, happy Funky Monkey Friday then. Oh, yippee. Slurp. Your stamina's low. Wait, how do I sprint? Okay. Your health is low. Look at that. Yeah, whoops. Singling had to make a full new Discord server. Oh,
Looks like we're
that
the only
sucks.
ones.
Ah!
Was that really
Darn
a
it.
dragon? Bring us to the end
Damn
time.
it, no. First time playing on
We
a
should keep moving.
keyboard though.
Let me see if I can get
Not the spiders. I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
There you go. Take a look around. There should be plenty
Can I
of gear
kill
to
him?
choose from. I'm going to see if I can find something for these burns.
Oh, he doesn't even care. Okay.
Better get some beer.
Bye. Slurp. I'm gonna go find all of this stuff. Whoa! Does anybody actually play in third person? That sounds chaotic as hell. Slurp. F5 is your friend? What is that? Is that just to save? I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, I'm taking wine. You never know when you need that, you know what I'm saying? What you building this stone, or do you plan on hurting all the cheese wheels? Building. I think magic is kind of nice if that's what you mean. I think magic is my preferred thing. Ah! Open like Steam overlay. You had to scan around? Oh. I don't think I've ever done that in my life. Oh, I should have put those away. I don't need that. Uh-huh. Yep, looking good. Should have went with the storm cloak. Yeah, quick save. I didn't even know you could quick save. That's cool. Thank you for telling me.
Just give me a minute. I'm out of breath.
Hear that? Storm
I need to get a wizard hat.
Good
for
day and
me.
was.
Oh.
Just came around to say that Skyrim belongs to the Nords and that the Thalmor look like fucked up plastic surgery experiments.
Oh. We've got some strong opinions. I'm gonna be honest. Every time I've ever played this game, I didn't care about the politics even a little bit. Like, sorry. Like, I know
Let me see if I can get that.
I know that's like the whole main storyline. He's naked. But I don't know. I personally don't care about these people even a little bit. Slurp. Wait, can you click the other way to just loot all? I didn't know that. Okay. Like the contrast of Doom music? Thank you. It was requested and I've never heard it before, so here we are. The war was meant to be more, but they butchered it. I just want to loot. I do just want to loot. I also think just like the dragon storyline is way, way more interesting than the civil war that's going on. Like, it doesn't really affect me. Yo. Stop blocking. Oh my god, I think I hit my friend in the face. Sorry, buddy. Not my favorite. I blame Todd? Who is Todd? Sheesh, I'll blame him too.
Might come in handy.
Yeah, I can sell this stuff, surely. Oh my god, what? Sheesh. Todd Howard? Is that the person who made this game? Oh, I didn't mean to take that. Wait, can you just like drop off my garbage here? Here you go. Here you go, I don't want that. Risk? Ah! Hello. Big Wig of Bethesda, yes? Oh. I didn't know. Cannot equip this item. I'm trying to store it. Oh, I guess I have to press F, huh? Okay. Ah. I really like the food items. I like finding a lone cabbage in a bucket. There's something really satisfying about that. Oh, like these tomatoes? Sheesh. I want to save, I'm scared. Heck, oh my god, my cabbage. Wait, you're not even a cabbage. I'll take it though. Sheesh. He's the guy that overpromises massively. Oh. Womp womp womp. Well, I think you did a good job with this one. Not that I've ever finished this game before, but from what I have played, it's a lot of content.
I wish we didn't need these.
Pretty cool.
Hear that?
Oh my god. God, I'm not supposed to kill the torturers. It's just messed up. I know, I feel like if you're torturing people, like, you can die. I don't really care that much. That's just me, though.
You fellows happened along just in time. These boys seem to be upset at how I've been entertaining their
Survival adds the need of hunger.
Don't you even know what's going on?
Skyrim has a lot of
Dragon is
features.
attacking Helgen.
Hunger? I didn't even know there was a hunger in this.
Don't make up nonsense.
I thought you just eat cheese for fun. Oh, yeah.
Noise is coming from
I'm gonna sell all this stuff and it's gonna be so awesome.
You have no
I will say,
authority over
I
me.
feel like everything else is a lot harder, but the lock picking is very smooth on mouse and keyboard. Ah! Intended and unintended? Wait, tell me a good unintended feature. Tickle. Sorry, you're naked.
Sure. Take
I would kill you if I could. Oh? No! Don't look at that. Okay.
all my things. Please.
Oh, I can't kill you.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Wow. Oh. Haha, second egg. Oh. Yippee. Apparel. This is the best stuff I have. Okay. Looks good. Find a giant? I think I'm massively underleveled for that. Perhaps. Can I use magic? Oh! Swag! Healing? Oh. Ah! Okay. I like having sparkly hands. It will show you the space program feature? Are you saying... Ah! My lockpick. Are you saying you can get, like, launched? That sounds fun. Please don't break. You're my last one. I've never played Doom. I don't know who's speaking right now. This is kind of awesome, though. Okay, don't even worry. I'm saving. Yep. Yippee! Wait, what was that? Oh, that was still just a skeleton. Whoa! You hear that?
This way.
Big ol' motorcycle outside.
Where in Oblivion are we supposed to go? Where's the way out?
Just give me a minute. Let me think.
I like magic so much better. This is so nice. Do an Animal Crossing have a crossover? I remember. Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to do that. Oh, I'm burning my friends. It's okay. Magic, hello. Guys, folks. I remember when Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing New Horizons came out. They were like released on the same day or something. And I remember seeing all the memes about it. I thought that was quite cute. But I didn't know they had like an official crossover. Oh, that's oil. How fortuitous. Okay, maybe I should have a weapon on one hand. Is this two-handed? No, it's not. Okay. Where'd my little guy go? Oh. Okay.
All right. Let's see if we can find a
Arrow. A longbow. Lovely. Maybe restoration. Oh, that's not what I meant. Like this. I want it like this.
Looks like the way out's up ahead. Come on.
It's so chippy because you do left mouse button to do the right hand swing and then right to do the left. Weird. I was talking about the memes, not sure if they have an official crossover. The memes are cute indeed. F for favorite, Q to open favorite menu. Oh. Ah. I don't think I'm keeping any of this stuff for today. Oh. That is lovely, thank you. Get used to it. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. It just seems kind of not intuitive.
Damn it. No going back that way.
Is there anything up here? I guess probably not. Otherwise it would be easier to get to, huh? In the favorite menu, you can also press a number to bind it. So you don't need to open the menu, just press the number. Shit! Wait, that's so nice. That's so nice, thank you. Wasn't there? Ah! I put my stuff away. What's R? Yeah, there's this stuff up here. Oh yeah. I'm rich. Whoops. Okay. Huh. F5? Okay. Swag. I will surely not die to the spiders this time. Oh wow, they detect you immediately, huh? Oh, poison in here, huh? Stamina low. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you got that, buddy. Oh, an amethyst. How nice.
What? Giant snakes.
I think I got all of them. Yo, where am I supposed to be right now? Oh, an egg sack. Yippee! Where are you? Oh, hello. Fella. Hey, dagger? Okay. I was hoping for gold, but that's fine too, I guess.
Hold on. There's a bear just ahead. See her?
Oh,
I'd rather not tangle with her right now. Might be able to sneak by. Just take it nice and slow.
but what if I shoot it with the bow?
Try your step. Or if you're feeling lucky, you can take this bow.
Oh, you gave me a bow.
Surprise.
You're telling me I didn't even have to take my own?
Follow your lead and watch your back.
Is that it? Oh, I thought you could zoom in. Wait, I want this mead. I would like to have as much alcohol as possible in this game, I think. Wow. You're carrying too much to be able to run. What do I even have? What the hell? Probably that extra bow he gave me, huh? Now you can get rid of stuff. Yippee! Thank you so much for the follow, Arctic Arcade Android. I like your alliteration. Well, I probably don't need these books. I only weigh one, though. Okay, this is probably... Why do I have 4 pairs of boots? They only are valued at 5. Get that out of here. That's literally nothing. Do I need all of these? And I like having things to sew. You know what I'm saying? Shield cells 360. Oh, I don't need torture sud. I guess I don't need 5 of those. Okay. Sorry. I like the way they all flopped out. Oh, excuse me. Alcohol, please. Oh. Iron helmets. Ah! Excuse me. Just would like some wine. Hi, Seth. Good work. Good work. Morgic? Good morning. Good morning, good morning. I hope you're well. I don't know where her head is. Oh my god, I missed. Ew. Sorry. She was weak as hell. Suck an egg. A bear pelt. I remember there's a lady who wants like 1 billion bear pelts, and I remember that took me such a long time. So better to get started early, I think. Cinnabon, I'm exhausted from tomorrow? How are you exhausted from tomorrow? What's tomorrow? You got big Friday plans? You got some big funky monkey Friday things on the agenda? Whoa. Did those bones just go flying, huh? Can you turn the blood down on this game? No. They said, we hate you. We hate you and we want you to throw up, actually. Need a mod. Ugh. It's fine.
This looks like the
I'll
way
just
out.
close my
I was
eyes.
going to wonder if we'd ever make it.
Pick up. Oh. Surely they let me pickpocket him eventually. Yo, that thing was cool.
Wait.
Survival mode. Survival adds the need to eat, sleep, and stay warm. Also, it adds additional challenges such as no fast travel, reduce carry weight, and leveling up only when you sleep. That sounds so nice except for the no fast travel. I can't imagine playing this game with no fast travel. I guess you can disable it later. I'll try my best. Carrying too much? Oh man. Edit the files, that's crazy. We go through the files and delete all the ones that say blood. Friday through Sunday, I have to deal with 3 times as many customers. Aw, you work on the weekends. I'm sorry, Seth. Hang in there. We're all cheering for you. Oh my god. That carry weight is crazy. Alright, Oh man, I like Iron Helmet. Is it special edition or AA? AA, this is special edition. Sorry, I think my game category is wrong. Maybe, perhaps, but this is special edition. Whoops. I didn't mean to put that on. Well, maybe I do. Maybe that's awesome. Drop. Drop. Oh, yeah, maybe I don't need 6 great swords. They are only worth 50. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, yep. Okay, there we go. Never mind that. Are you winning? Well, I just started. I've already died once to spiders, which is low-key embarrassing. But, you know, it's not so bad. I think I'm doing okay. Look, I got an amethyst. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, anniversary edition. Don't have access to backpacks? I guess not. Still can't pick
Looks
pocket
like he's
him.
gone for good this time. But I don't think we should stick around to see
Snowberries.
if he comes back.
Wait, I wanna. Whoa! Detected.
My uncle's the blacksmith there. I'm sure
Oh,
he'd
by
help you
him.
out.
I see.
It's probably best if we split up.
Okay.
I wouldn't have made it without your help.
Bye. What if I killed him? What if I was like, bye, thanks for helping me, and I killed him. I took his gold. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. Off we go. Wow! On the world map, locations that you have discovered have light icons. The locations that you have only heard about have dark icons. Okay. Oh. Leave it. Druid. Custom destination. Oh. Okay, I'm just clicking on things, I guess. I'm going to Rivenwood. Looks good. There's a gem with 750 gold next to the stones. Oh my god, hi. Oh. Oh, you don't have anything I want. Next to the stones. Which stones? Mountain flower. Oh, the guiding stones. Oh, yeah. I need to tell them that I want to be a thief. Whoops. I don't know where they are, though. That's the throat of the world. Follow the road. Oh, does it just lead to it? Is there really no run button? Are you just running by default? Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, shoot. Where's my hunger bar at? Yo, so many flowers. I'm gonna make so many potions when I get to an alchemy table. Can I not look at my hunger? I just have to guess if I'm hungry or not. Eating some raw tomatoes for today. Default is all. I recommend changing it to shift. Oh. Yeah, that's really smart, huh? If I put it here. Hello? Hello, hello. Does not like me using the button on the side of my mouse. Alright, shift is fine, I guess. Ah! Show you on your stamina bar and also tab magic active effects. I don't see it on my stamina bar. I'm cold. I'm comfortable. Not hungry, refreshed. Okay. Your attack is on ult? You don't think that's a good idea? Okay. I think everything's normal. Is this the Guardian Stones? It's not the Guardian Stones. It's this one. How is Skyrim going? Sorry, I'm playing DVD. Don't be sorry at all. It's going pretty good. I learned that you can press F5 to quick save, so that's pretty swag. And I'm about to tell the Guardian Stones that I want to be a thief. I'm gonna steal from people. Mage warrior. Thief, yippee! Give me that. Every game does F5 for quick save. I've never pressed F5 before in my life. Except for on accident, I guess. Oh my god, that's literally me. Yay! Alright. Let's go steal from people. Across the river above the waterfall is a little tree. Next to the tree on the left is a carcass. Inside the carcass is the gem. Okay. This river? Alright, I'm crossing. Whee! Well. Hold on, I'm going back up there. Don't even worry. Don't panic. Oh my god, thistle. Slurp. There's so many flowers. It's so nice. Maybe I'll be a little bit further from the... Fatigue! Oh, I'm tired. Reduces your total magicka. Sleep in a bed to reduce your fatigue. Okay. I wish the fatigue and hunger bars were more... You know... Bars. Finagling? Ooga. Ooga. You'll notice some, don't worry. Okay. I will not worry then. Above the waterfall. Looking for a tree carcass. house. Here's the waterfall. I don't know who lives in that house, but I don't want to find out. Maybe I went too far. Right next to the edge of the waterfall? I need to get like closer. Way down there. Flowers. Slurp. Oh, these aren't pickable. Wow, these look like stickers. With good graphics. Not down. Oh. Not down. Ugh, I keep wanting that to be run. I don't know. Well, next to the waterfall. Is this not... I can't get any closer without going down. My carcass. Right under there. Where you were standing next to you. You would think a corpse would be kind of obvious in your face. I'm lost. I'm lost and corpseless. Is this... that tree down? What? This tree? I thought you said don't go down. You said not down. Yes. What the? Flowers. Dot, 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 dot. Right there? That carcass? I'm feeling like Dora the Explorer right now. I don't see a carcass. Skeleton? Oh. Yo, thank you. How nice. Okay. And let me see what's in this little house. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Anissa's cabin? Are you good or bad? I guess you're probably good. If you're not red.
I'm just a poor old woman, dear. No need to trouble yourself with me.
Can I take your food? Oh my god, I forgot Doom was playing. Like, why is she whispering to me like that? Okay, I'm going in your house now. Oh, steel. Aw, man. Bury this. Unlock cellar. Check her cellar. I'm gonna check her cellar. Oh. I have one lockpick. I'm kind of nervous. Oh. Oh. Create potions and poisons by combining 2 or more ingredients. Yep. Additional branch ingredient optional. Oh, it just tells you. It just tells you potion of unknown effect. That's kind of awesome. Yeah. Fortify conjuration. Sheesh. Wow. Man, I love potions. Resist frost, resist fire. Sheesh. I think this might be the best part of the whole game. Yippee! You would pick all the flowers and be a potion maker. I think that's fun. I like. Ugh! Potion creation failed. Uh-oh. I like flowers. Is that such a crime? Man, I don't know what's failing on my stuff, but I'm kind of flopping. Even if your potions taste like bungus, I'll still buy some. Okay, well, it's not about the taste of the potion. You're not you're not supposed to drink them to have a great time. You're supposed to drink them because you want whatever the effect is. Oh, is she gonna know that I stole from her? I've never been a thief in this game. Helgi dear, why do you hesitate? You can feel the power coursing in your blood. You have only to reach out and grasp it. Renounce that boy of yours and come live with me in the forest. My sister will be here soon. Together we can form a proper coven and your training will truly begin. Yo, that's awesome. Can we give Frost skooma? That's crazy, by the way. Yeah, I'll take it. Ceiling is so regular and acceptable. She's such an old lady, she probably forgot she had a basement. Okay. I don't know if they, like, know. I don't really want to be in a situation where I have to fight guards or go to jail, you know? I do want these ingredients, though. Apple sheesh! Oh, a drum. Do you think... do you think I could eat... A flute! Surely that's good. Can't you, like, eat the ingredients to figure out what they do? Oh, you can. Yummers. This is so awesome. Sometimes situations just happen. Man. I don't want to be in a situation. Oh. Wait, city cheese? I'm a night elf. But I'm pink. Hold on, let me take off my clothes to show you. I worked very hard on my makeup and such. Oh, well maybe that's too much off. She's pink! We're slaying. We're a baddie foe today. Yeah, that's good. Wait, how do you... Oh, sorry, it's F. Yeah. Baddie dad foe today. That is so true. Thank you for noticing. Isn't there a quest where you need nin roots? I don't know. I'm trying not to let my past experiences guide what I do. Ah! But I just remember there being a lot of baloney side quests. That took me forever. I don't know. Dark Elf Baddie. So true, so true. Okay. I don't need to steal her potions. I got my own potions. Yippee! So much baloney. Man, I don't even eat baloney. Wait, she's still here. Uh, uh, uh! Oh! Oh my god, you hate me. Do you even know that I stole from you? Wait, I want flames, perhaps. Can I burn you? Man, we could have been like witches together if you weren't a hater. Get out of here. Wait, your robes are awesome. I think she noticed. She wasn't even down there, so I don't know how she would have noticed. Wait, check this out. None can know her secret. Man, I love secrets. Wait, why is it still called stealing if she's dead? Her ass isn't gonna use them. She's dead. Cast iron pot. Oh my god, carrot! Sheesh. Yippee! Vegetable soup! How fortuitous. Well, I guess it's good that she died. She left all her stuff to me. Oh. Yeah. Oh, flower. I think that's all. Oh, and I can sleep too. I forgot I was tired. I sleep for 10 hours. I think I earned it. I remember what happened when you went back to sleep last time. Well, this is Skyrim, and I'm not really attached to the characters. If somebody's doing sussy things in their bedroom, it's like, whatever. Oh, magic, please. Oh, what should I level up? I like lockpicking. But I feel like that's just gonna naturally level up. So maybe I should do something that would be more hard. Speech. Hello? Please let me click on you. Oh, I see. Haggling? Bribery? Bribery sounds awesome. Yippee! The hearing skill tree. There's no point. Whoa. Oh, I'm hungry. Wait. Ah! None of these are red. That's good. Uh-huh. Yeah. I thought things turned red if you were, stealing them. Am I hungry? Is the red hunger? Cabbage, yay. In the inventory, they're normal, just with a stolen tag. Oh, thought they turned up as red. Oh, this is stolen. Eat the evidence. Well, the apples are stolen too. Oh, not that one. Still, oh, carrot stolen. Can't get caught with any stolen things. Oh man, this is all stolen. It's so tough being me. Oh well, that's a later problem. Let's go do something. Listening to the Doom soundtrack and munching on carrots in an old lady shack. I can't even hear it. My hearing skill tree isn't leveled up. I'm surprised it's still going, to be honest. I feel like we've been listening to this for hours. And I never hear it until there's some freak Bob whispering about something. Strides, you haven't went to go munch on carrots yet? I don't know. Thought it stopped a while back. I just see it in the corner. I guess it's just like bleep bloppy. Swag. Okay. Lock in, everyone. We got stuff to do. I want to adopt a kid, but I also want to, like, steal. So maybe I shouldn't have a kid, you know? Be a good example for the youth and all. It sounds like farts? No, it does not. Don't want to adopt, you want to steal? Oh, I don't mean like steal a child. I mean like, maybe I'm not cut out to be a parent if I'm a thief. No, I'm not stealing a kid. I just, you know, like, maybe they should have a mom who isn't pickpocketing from old ladies and then killing them when they find out. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, cabbage. Sheesh. Hello.
Ain't every day we get visitors in River.
Oh, do you have supplies I could take?
Of course. Take what you need.
Okay, awesome.
But what's all this about? What are you two doing?
I want to take what I need. Kill the child? No! Really are taking after that old lady? Did the old lady steal a child? It seemed like she just wrote a letter to someone. Any child can become adoptable if their parents disappear? Really? I always just adopted the kids who like run around and they're like, can you be my new daddy? I don't know. I remember one time I had a kid and his name was Blaze and I loved him so much. But I just would want to raise him right. And I'm not feeling in a right kind of,
May the gods watch over your battles,
you know, state. She had a bunch of little kids' clothes in one of her dressers. In a sus basement with skulls? Wait. Do you think they were child skulls? I thought she just had those clothes for fun. You know, like, same as the flute. I don't really want to talk to you.
Until next time.
What am I supposed to be saying to you?
Whatever you need. Buy his smear if it's simple and strong. I can
What can you tell me about Riverwood?
Family first settled here as
Is that your favorite
bootstrappers.
cereal? Yes! I love honeycombs so much! They're so good. If you've never had them, I would recommend them.
And fixing the sawmill.
Oh, sorry. I kind of forgot to listen.
Now then, boy, what's the big mystery? What are you
Oh my
doing
god, I
here
can just
looking like
have
you
this
lost
and
an
it's not
argument with
stealing?
a cave bear?
I don't know where to start. You know I was assigned to General Tullius's guard.
Salmon
were
steak.
stuffed in when we were
Sheesh.
attacked by a dragon.
Are these eggs cooked or are they just like on the table?
Ridiculous. You aren't drunk.
Yum,
are
yum,
you,
yum,
boy?
yum, yum.
Husband, let him tell his story.
Jeez.
Not much more to tell. This dragon flew
God,
over
this is so
wrecked the
awesome.
whole place.
Oh my
Massacred.
god.
I don't
Plant
know if
alarm is
anyone
going
else got out
off.
alive. I doubt I'd made it out myself.
Kidnapping
Not
and
for
the flute playing.
I need to get back to
No.
Solitude to know what's
See,
happening.
oh, I didn't want that. Oh, sorry. I'm cutting them off for real. Basket. Everything else is
To help
necessary.
us out. Food, supplies, a
I
place
forgot
to
how you
stay.
use the soul things.
Any friend of Hadvar's is a friend of mine.
Yo, can you
Glad to
jump
help
better?
however I can.
This isn't your first time
Like
playing
I said,
Skyrim? No, it's
I'm glad
not.
to help in any
But
way I can.
the last time I played it was a
But I
really
need
long
your
time
help.
ago. Like when I still lived with my
Need your
mom.
help.
Oh. Wait, is he just letting me take stuff from him? Look, pictures! Oh my god. And alcohol. Oh my god. Can I just have all of this except for the tunic? That tunic's ugly. You can have that for yourself.
Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on
You're
the
friends
loose.
with them now? What is...
Riverwood is defenseless.
What's theirs is yours?
We need to get word to Jarl
It's just like in
Baldur
real
to
life.
Skyrim to send whatever soldiers he can.
Remember saying I wanted to see you
You'll
play
do
this
that
and thinking
for
you'd
me.
pick up everything. This is
Do
so
your best.
awesome. You thought I'd pick up, like, baskets.
Good
I'm
job.
only picking up important stuff. Like food.
Don't pester your cousin.
Don't pester your cousin. Oh, I'm carrying too much. Oh, I'm not even hungry. Shoot. I don't know, I think I need all of this. Oh. Use? Oh, I already know sparks. Okay, I'll sell that, I guess. Oh, the... Empty wine bottle. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I need all of this. Are you buying eggs for sucking? Yeah, come here. Wait, I swear I had an egg. Hold on. Hold on. Somewhere. Where are my eggs at? My egg is gone. Okay, maybe I'm not providing eggs for sucking. Oh, chicken egg. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. I guess they're not cooked because they're ingredients, not in the food. Okay, am I good now? I'm still overcovered. This sucks. Oh my god! I can't have that?
It's nice to
Okay,
be
I
back in
need...
a friendly spot, huh?
I need to find a shop so I can sell all the things I want to sell. Oh my goodness. Why can I take their money, but not their amethyst? Can I sleep in your bed? Take a nap. More dust. You seem to be lacking in the suckable egg department. Yo! That is so messed up.
Keep an eye out for
Yeah,
trouble.
man.
It's only a matter of time.
Why does chicken egg give magic resistance? It's just like real life. Each recipe requires specific culinary ingredients. Oh, apple cabbage stew. Yo, I can cook. Wow. I feel like they should sort it by what's able to be cooked. Might I turn the spider egg and potions? It be like that sometimes. Keep an eye out for trouble. That 360 fucking backflip onto the cooking pot and ignores him. He's just saying things. It's not really a big deal. Normal Skyrim UI is ARG. Oh, this is all I've ever played. Wait, does the red magic mean I'm sleepy? I just took a nap. Sleep for 20 hours, I guess. Sleeping is boring. They should show you a little dream sequence. Red magic is EP? I mean, I shouldn't be EP. It's fine. Sheila, you are good now. Oh! I'm hungry! You get hungry when you're sleeping? Wait, hold on. I feel like... I still have stolen stuff? Oh, I guess I don't. Oh, it's not gone. Why does it not show you in this menu? I need to eat that heavy stuff. Good? Good? Yay!
Damn storm-cloaked rebels.
Yo, chill.
Take what you need, my friend.
This is really what you're up to,
May the
huh?
gods
Making
watch
vegetable
over your
soup
back.
and waiting for 20 hours. Ooh, god. It's kind of real. The air is comfortable here, and then they put a frosting. That doesn't seem comfortable.
Well, one of us has to do
If you sleep for 20 hours, I'd be surprised if you don't wake up hungry. Oh, man.
No thief chasing.
Thief dating.
What are you going to
I
do?
don't know
then,
what you
huh?
overheard,
Let's hear
but
it.
What do we got for sale?
look.
You wanna buy my stuff? Okay. You can have my war axe, my great sword. 19, 17. You can have that.
Take a look.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go back. You can have my iron helmet. You can have this garnet ring. Oh, I need to put these on. I just slept for 40 hours. 30 G's. We was about to kidnap a child. I'm not gonna kidnap a child. That's crazy. I'm just considering adoption. That's all. I kind of like this. I think this is a pretty book. I want this for my bookshelf when I get a house. So I'll keep that one. I don't know if I need this stuff for anything, so I'm gonna keep it. Did something happen?
Yeah, we did have a bit of a
Oh, you have a bit of a
torn
break-in.
solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw.
Didn't sword are the best weapon in the game. Thank you, Rasputin. I'll keep that one in mind.
Got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back.
And then we'll be friends, and then I can steal your potions.
Northeast of town.
Gonna have a kid in your inventory. Don't die. Glue his cheeks. I don't think I need to. I think if I wait, how do you get to like the quest list? Oh, just kidding. I think if I get his claw for him, he's just gonna like let me take from him. And that seems a lot less sussy. There's a cute crab across the bridge. This bridge? Man, I don't want any crabs. I want flowers. It's like Jay or something? Ah, you're so smart. Real. Is this searches me? Will I get cold if I go in the water? I guess not. Does anything happen if you're cold? Or is it just like unpleasant? Can't believe you're playing Don't Starve mode. Oh, I thought it was interesting. I would say the carry capacity kind of sucks because I be carrying a lot of stuff and I don't even have a house yet. But I feel like the sleeping and eating is like kind of nice. I don't know about the fast traveling. We'll see. We'll see if that sucks or not. This is away. Health will show cold? Oh, so health is cold. Sleepy is magic. And hungry is stamina? That makes sense. I think this is the right way. Suck an egg tree trunks. That's so real. Oh. Oh, I don't have a thing. No iron for Frosty. Maybe I should put warm clothes on. Okay. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be. I don't think this is even a road. Looks like a road though. Wait, maybe I can just go around. If holding flame in your hand kept you warm, does it? Can you just like burn a tree? Oh, oh my god. Why are you shirtless in the snow? Okay. Okay, that's awesome. You're chilly. Can I... Wait, I didn't actually see what the chili did. Does that... Girl. Torch helps a bit? Oh my god, I've never taken a torch in this game in my whole entire life. 125. 100. Man, my carry weight's gonna be rough. My magic's a bit low. We're cool, but the naked dude is fine. Maybe it's because he's beefier than me. Hunting bow, lovely. Here, you can have my longbow. Oh, I'm cold. You were cold, but you... Okay. Does this warm? You're telling me this doesn't warm? And some beans. Have to find shelter or fire. Can I just burn stuff? Can't make a fire? Gotta find it? It's fine. I don't need that much health anyway. Is this gonna lead up there, or do I have to just like go straight up? Beans. Beans indeed. Hope there's no trolls. I really don't like to see a troll. I feel like there is a troll. I feel like maybe I remember that, but I'm not sure if I made that up. Hunting bow. F favorite. Okay. 2 trolls inside, a man. It's so over for me. But it's okay. Surely I sneak up on them and then it's chill. This is taking forever. Ah! Oh my god. Please do not perceive me. I thought you could like aim. Like zoom in aim. But maybe that's like a perk later. Oh my god, I missed. Oh, that's a bandit. You're not even a troll. Where are your clothes, brother? Yes, perk. Ugh. Man. It really be like that, huh? You can't even warm me up. Useless. Warmth rating. 80. Percolator? Percolate. Yeah, I'll let you simmer on that one. You're warming them up. Yo, I don't care about warming them up. Come here. Health low. Oh yeah, it is, huh? What do you know? Slurp. Have some wine as a little treat. Would you keep worms as pets? You sound sweet enough to love a worm. I don't think I'd go out of my way to like if I saw a worm in the dirt, I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna take you home. But if a worm happened upon me, like yeah, I'd try my best to take care of it. No, I don't know how you keep a worm though. Maybe like in an ant farm situation. Yo, where are you? You're kind of annoying me. Oh, this is you? Never mind. Sorry about that. Flower. Yes. What if a worm swings in your violin? Oh, I don't have a violin. I threw it down the stairs and it broke. Whoops. Blech. F5? Oh, you're so smart. Thank you. Slurp. Yes. We're 75, but kind of heavy. Okay, I need to warm up. Surely this cave is warm. That's kind of real. Yeah. Okay, I think we're fine. Remember the first time I played this game? I didn't, like, follow the main quest for a good few hours. And I remember, like, I went into that guy's shop and I just already had the claw from exploring. It's like, oh, my stolen thing. And he's like, wait, why do you have it? That was pretty awesome. Does anybody know what the sun symbol is? Should I be worried about that? Yummy mushrooms. And then we keep the Ninru. You're warming up? Oh. Hi. Oh, you're healthy, huh? You submit! Damn, that's crazy. Apple! Yippee! No, he just got shot in the back and he was like, oh, what was that? I wish I was that nonchalant. That's pretty awesome. These guys are low-key broke as hell. What is that? A candle? Should let me take it. Oh, okay. Is he on the table like that? His corpse flopped over. What do you want? Oh my god, sleeping! I don't know how often you have to sleep, and I also don't know how long you have to sleep, but surely a 3-hour nap will help me out. Oh my god. Stamina is carrying capacity, right? I like carrying capacity. More speech. Requires 20. Requires 30. Oh man. We gotta talk to more people, I guess. 3 hours should be enough to get you the well-rested bonus? Oh, I thought you had to sleep, like, in your own bed for that. Like, with a wife or something. Going down the manipulator tag off the rip is crazy? Yo! Is that what it is called? I don't see where it says manipulator. I think it's just charismatic, you know, good at talking to people. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I really like magic, but I think for the, like, thief stuff, they want you to do archery and daggers and stuff. Ugh. Pickpocket bonus at 20%. Wait, that's nice. Take it. 1 level in stamina is 5 points of carry weight. Chew, just rest bonus and unknown beds. Okay, okay. 5 points is not a lot, but I guess it'll add up. Ah! Sheesh. Taking your drip. Are you a pickpocketer? You like stealing? I was a thief, dark elf? Okay, well... I was gonna go thief no matter what. But Shrimp said I should be dark elf. It was between that or Khajiit or a wood elf. Those are all the suggestions. But I've already played Khajiit and wood elf. So I wanted to try something new. I bet yours didn't look as cool as mine though. I bet yours didn't have pink makeup on. Sheesh. She's also got blind eyes. Kinda cool. I don't remember if there's other people here or not. But I guess sneaking to be safe is probably good. Mine looks like he should be executed for hurting everyone's eyes. Did you make him ugly on purpose? Yikes. That's pretty rough. Are achievements a concern for this run? I don't even know what Skyrim achievements are. Probably not. I feel like you'd have to get really, really far in the game and do some crazy stuff for achievement hunting. So it's probably fine. No, it just wasn't going very well. Oh. I will say, I feel like the masculine... I mean, I don't know if you chose like a male or a female, but I feel like the masculine options are kind of uggo. Not especially slay. But, you know, that is a little cooked. Press the... I don't know what you call that. The little blomp button. Type in 5100 or press 5. This will disable achievements. Oh. I don't even know what FOV. Field of view? Well, I don't need to disable them. I just don't think I'm gonna, like, go out of my way to get them. Pretty sure I just clicked from the start, like he could never look good, so he covered up his face. I see. Well, you know, when you're a thief, you probably want your face covered up anyways. So it's probably fine. Yo, why did you die? My kill. I didn't know how to put this away. Just wasting arrows. Oh, I can pick it up. Never mind. Do you have any money? Yo, you have money! I'll take your torch as well. Swag. He had a cheese wheel after sleeping for only 30 minutes. Why didn't you let him sleep? Okay, snake. Snake whale? Is that how it is? With whale on the end? I imagine. It's a preference tip. 70 or 80 is the default skyrim POV, and Todd didn't add a 5 slider? You mean like this? Is this what you mean by field of view? It's to the best of us. That has never happened to me. Is that right? Oh, yay! First person 5. Like you want to be zoomed out but still in first person? I don't know, I feel like the scroll wheel's not so bad. It could be worse. I think I'm used to it this way anyway. Man, it keeps saying empty and I keep clicking it anyway. Iron boots. I don't want heavy armor. Reed thief. Oh my god, that's me. Hey, Jane Stretch, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yippee. Yep. Detected. Oh my god. Good morning. I don't want that. Uh-oh. Sorry. Not trying to kill you. Hello? I don't know where the other one is. Slurp. Feel my rat. Your rat's a little larger than one would expect. Oh my god. I don't like the damage being on the alternate hand. It's okay. It's also burnt now. Okay, well... I'm hearing a lot of complaining going on. Have you noticed that? Huh? Oh, that was just saying if I want to sit. Yeah, sure, I'll have a sit. Pondering. Wow. Nice place you got here. What? Fondle's got auto-modded. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I want to let the word fondles through. You have to pay for rat fondles. Starting at $30. Sorry. Yo. Okay. Let me in. I don't know why I can't go through. Oh, never mind. It's chill. Wow, yeah, thingy. Oh, why are you so healthy? Oh my god, you're scaring me. Kill it, kill it. I was gonna kill it with or without your input. How are you still going? Well, I started this game kind of late in my stream. And I'm really into it. Get it away, get it away. Get out of here. Ah, no! I thought I would survive. Should have ate some cheese. Fell asleep, woke up, got a chicken sandwich, and devoured that thing. So you last spoke and you're still on? You did not sleep for very long. Aw, man. This game sucks. I thought you liked spiders? Oh, I do like spiders. I just didn't like how healthy that one was. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Look, she's sleeping again. Ugh. It will happen again. Okay. Well, back at it. 5 is a good habit. Yeah, I'm not used to games where you have to manually save like that. Like I should be, but I don't know. Hard to remember to save. Congratulations, just wanted to say hi. Oh my goodness, hi. Thank you for saying hi. I hope you rested so well. Oh, the Doom person is speaking again. It's so ominous. I've never manually saved in this game in my whole life. Really? I don't know. I have before. Like, if I get stuck on a part and I keep dying, then I'll save. But I don't know. I've never pressed F5 to do it. I always thought you had to go to the menus. I don't even know where it is. But like this. I'd be like, okay, I'm saving. New save. So this is quite interesting. Is that where I'm supposed to go? I think you're just repeating the album over and over again. Is that real? um. Hmm. No, it's just auto playing. I don't know what this is. Shrimp isn't here to recommend more music. It's so cooked. You guys want Studio Ghibli soundtrack? Or video game bangers? Or secret third option? Very sad losing progress because your last save was 3 hours ago. Yeah, I can imagine. That would be pretty darn rough. Yo, that skeever had 2 gold. Why did... Who gave him currency? That's kind of awesome. Empty. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. Can we get Irish bar fight music? Like you want. I don't know what that means. I like video game bangers. Surely you can get in a bar fight to this. Check this out. Alright, start fighting. I'd fight someone to this. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking. Oh, you're an outlaw. Whoa, I missed. Wait, choose, I missed. Okay. Pretty sure. Sure to this song? Is Persona. Oh my god. Bread. Cabbage. Carrots. Oh, I didn't mean to drink alcohol. That's fine. Surely that's good enough. Oh, that. It's backwards. Teehee. Yeah. Okay. Oh man. Choose I missed. Yeah. This is kind of unfair, I think. It's okay. I saved recently. It's chill. It's chill. It's fine. Is there not anything up here? Maybe we hold the mace in the right hand. Yeah, I do think that would help, but you just click and then it, but then they're backwards. Right and left click decides where it goes. Yeah, but like this is left click, but it's in my right hand. Do you see how that's confusing? Might be smart to let him die to darts. Yeah, but I want my stealth to go up. Have you considered if I sneak attack him, then my stealth will go up, and then I'll be the best thief in all of Skyrim? Working on a character's likes and dislikes. I need one thing they dislike. Onions. You can flip the controls. Ah, cooking. Is this left? Ah, cooking. Beans. Oh, that's such a good one. I like onions. You hate me. Just say you hate me. What the hell? Whoops. Oh, but the bow feels backwards. Oh man, I missed.
Found you.
Man, you missed too. What the hell? Wow, you're embarrassing, actually.
That's it. That's all you got. Son of a.
Son of a. Can you come closer, please?
Victory is yours. I submit.
Haha, yeah, you do. Okay. Oh, yay, Twitch. I win. I love onions. Sorry, I'm biased. Oh, man. That's not even healing. I forgive you, I guess. What? Ah. Switching controls is freaky. Just get over it. Stationary singing to the band of the soundtrack. Bro. I won. It's fine. It's fine and you're a hater. Also, switching controls is not freaky. I made the menu button be the button on this side of my mouse. And I think that's kind of awesome. Snake, whale? Yeah. Have we done the Dark Brotherhood quest line yet? Bro. Bro, I just started the game. No, I'm finding the claw for the shopkeep guy so that I can take his supplies without him getting mad at me. I need 2 likes. Like on Instagram. Yeah, I'll like your post on Instagram. Drop your at. She was making her character for like an hour. I don't think we're getting anything. What? I've gotten so much done already. What do you mean? Wait, I'm taking this. And then I'm pressing F5. Sheesh. And then we don't have to fight that ugly dude again. No for my OC. I feel like likes is such a bad term. Like food likes or just general likes? I think they should like rats. I think rats are a good thing to like. Thought I was watching a speed run, to be fair. Yeah, what can I say? I'm just that skilled of a gamer. I can see why you'd get confused. Skill issue, I made muffin in 15 minutes and everyone loves her. Okay, well... we can't all be muffin. And it was a hard choice because there is like... you could put blush on the cheeks, or the lower cheeks, or the nose, or the forehead. And it was like, whoa, a lot of options. So you have to see how everything looks and then decide what you like from there, you know? But I put purple blush on the lower cheeks. She like rats? Yeah. What a good quality to have. Okay. Oh. That's not quite right. F5? Oh, you're right. I'll F5 right here, and then we so chill. Sorry for goofing up video game bangers. It hasn't played anything that wasn't mine. Nah, that's why you're in there. I like your music. Ah! Although if it played... my goodness. If it played a Mori music, that would be kind of awesome. Can it not fit through here? Wait, come back. I liked the setup we had. I'm peckish? I'm peckish? What the hell? Who says peckish in a situation like this? Oh my god, look. My archery is gonna be so good. It's okay. The lion does not concern himself with being poisoned. Let me be the DJ. I'll cue songs that fit the vibe. Why do I not trust you to do that? Why do I feel like you're gonna play, like, fart reverb? If I was in video game bangers, I'd out of every song Millie made for a video game? Who is Millie? I'm not familiar with Drip. Millie's song for boss fight? Who is... Oh my god! Oh, this is my stuff. I thought that was your stuff. I was like, yo. Who gave this spider a bunch of ingredients? Me, I guess. This is a bad guy, right?
It's coming loose.
Oh, I'm trying to kill you.
You fool. Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
Wow, that was embarrassing. Really has good ones? A really good band? Well, is it a... Is it video game bangers? Here. Hold on 1 second. Whoa, what do y'all know about Captain Gangplank, though? Hold on, I forgot how to make a jam. 1 second. What if I just put this link in the Twitch chat? Surely you all can be trusted with my Spotify music right now. Okay. When I expecting League of Legends? This is the best League of Legends song that they ever made, and it's not even close. Oh, nice sewer grate. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good to go. I hope you know it's Rain ASMR in here and you're playing Skyrim. This is so awesome. Yeah. How chronically online are you that it's raining outside and you're saying it's Rain ASMR in here? I want you to think about how cooked that is. F5. Oh, you're so smart. You can trust me. I won't put my my singing monster songs because the ones on Spotify are outdated. No shot. There's my singing monster Spotify. That goes crazy. I'm done sharing. Wait, no, come back. I was just bullying you a little bit, but in a light-hearted, like scampish, endearing way. Please come back. It's over. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I get it. Wow, this song goes crazy. I think that one's alive. He looks alive. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. How many streamers can I make play Skyrim? At least 2. Nordsword. This looks so beautiful, but it's so mid. Trust betray new villain backstory? But he was a bad guy. He was like, why would I share with anyone? And that's not cash money. Oh my god. I'm dead as hell. I didn't press tab fast enough. This is a song that plays when you shoot a sleeping man. Die. It was 2 so far? Yo, that's pretty good. Oh, I don't think I got the ring last time, so maybe that was a blessing in disguise. Don't F5 in combat. Telling me to not do something makes me want to do it really bad. You can't hear the music? Oh, I can't either. Let me turn it up. Me stuck in an infinite loop of dying? What if that's awesome? The song goes high, she's not even hearing it. Well, like, I could hear the beats, like, a little bit. It's just kind of... Oh, it's so loud! Oh my god. You don't want to be a big shot? It's not loud for me. Is this regular? Raise your hand if this is regular. Go back up a little. Okay. Louder? Is this... Is this good? Is this good? Perfect? Yippee! Okay. Oh. Aw, man. I thought going for his head would be a good move. Alas. Aw, my arrow was kinda limp. That's okay. It happens to the best of us. Wow, this music is so good for this situation. That's perfect. The little guy was sleeping to the song and counting sheep. You're so right. Oh, that's too heavy. I guess 28 isn't that much. You can have it back. Oh man. I can't believe I got detected. Wow, you hurt bad. Oh, I love this wood. Here, let me make it better. Wow, this is so awesome. Who wants to draw art of me and 5 Skyrim characters? Yo! That would be so cute. I don't think I got that dog in me, personally. I could MS Paint something for you. Muffin might look a little wonky, though. Yay! Okay. And then we heal. Oh my god, look! Two-handed healing. Stone pressure plate give bonus gold. Stone pressure plate. Like on the floor? Muffin looks wacky, it's okay. I thought... Do they not look cool? Like, are they a goofball? I thought you made, like, a cool character. But I guess I wasn't there when you created him. This gives bonus gold? The thing that kills you? She's a girl? Oh my god, sorry. I didn't know. I don't feel like that gave me bonus gold. But, you know, I guess it's good to get restoration up. I must push things in art. Oh my goodness. I love when you push things in art. Nothing to loot there, huh? Oh. Are you alive? Oh, you are. You're restless? Me when I take my shoes off. Ah! A jogger are weak to flames. I feel like I remember that, but I don't know. Maybe I made that up in my noggin. Blech. Feels good in the gym. Ew. Protected? By what? Yay, restoration increased to 17! Weight 5, value 60. Yippee! I like value 60. Now, who is detecting me? To know. Silver weapons and flames are very effective against undead. Well, I didn't know that about silver. Swag. Oh my god, good morning. Here you go. They should let you play as a jogger. Ah! Oh, there's a lot of you. Ugly. Muffin has been posted. Oh my god, hi Muffin. Is Sunring so crazy for you? I'm so jealous. It hasn't. Oh. It hasn't, stormed for me for quite a while. This is valued at 50, but it does 1 less damage. We really live in a society. Wow, I've got a lot of potions, huh? I got a lot of garbage. That's okay, I like my garbage. Silver weapons do 20% more damage against undead? Yo. That's kind of awesome. Okay. Wait, I need to unfavorite that. And favorite the other one. Yeah. Looking good. If you find a meatball, can I have it? Yeah. If you find candy, can I have it? Does reading this just like let you have the spell? Or is it like a tome where you hold it? Wait, I gotta drop something. Oh wait, this is... I don't need that. I don't know what else I don't need. Oh, I'm feeling peckish. I can just like eat this. Yeah. That's enough. Girls are one-time. Oh. Wait, I don't like that. I'm gonna sell that. Nostalgia hit hard? Plants vs. the Zombies? Yeah! Be cool, huh? I'm personally a watery graves enjoyer, but this one is nice too. You don't need a shield? No, but what if it sells for a lot? Have you considered that? I don't know if it does. It sells for 100! I need money. Are you supposed to time this? I'm just gonna get hit on purpose. Yippee! And then look. And then look, we heal. And our restoration is up. I heard you morimens stood up earlier. I did! I got it! I got the fuck. Oh, F5, thank you. I don't remember his name, but I got 2 copies of him. I was so happy. He's so cool. He's so cool. I really liked him. But yeah, I liked the game a lot more than I thought it would. I think maybe there's a little bit too much reading. I wish there was more combat and less story. Like, I wish it was balanced better. But the combat is really fun. I quite enjoyed it. Thank you for recommending. Uvash. Yeah, that's the one. I like him so much. His voice is crazy. He said oi oi. I think more people should say oi oi. Got the feel I said before? Yeah, I did. Oh man, I'm carrying too
Whoa.
much. Okay, well that sounded stupid as hell. um, you tried your best, I suppose. That's all we can ask for. What am I carrying? Okay, I guess the waste driver. I can drink that. I low-key skipped the story. Where map looks really cool whenever I glimpse into it 5 seconds before skipping. Wow, that's kind of awesome. I don't know, I was just worried that if I got really into the game, I didn't want to feel bad that I didn't know what was going on. So I made an effort to read it, but boy, it sure was long. Oh, this looks flammable. Yay! Let's go! Oh, thank you for the bunk, I guess. Expecting a hammer to appear? Well, you gotta provide your own hammer. Yuck. I low-key regret skipping when I'm in too deep. It's so over for you. It's so over for you. You're cooked. 42, that's not that much. Man. I need no more loot. My pockets are full. Yo. Is that where I just was? It might be. Ozzy probably plays it while playing 5 other games at the same time. Mid-class too? Yeah, that makes sense. He has Warframe open on one, and then Realm of the Mad God open on one, and then morimens open on one, and then his Zoom lecture on another one. Oh. I really thought I was clicking, and I sure wasn't. Sorry. Yo! Die. Die in a ditch. Oh, dang. Speaking of, I gotta go. Oh, bye. Bye, it was nice to see you. Good luck in class. Wait, I thought this was a secret way. Maybe this is the main way. Let me finish doing whatever that was. Yes. Oh, that's all. Nice to stream. I DM'd you the invite code thing in morimens. Oh, thank you! I was looking for your invite code and I couldn't find it. Oh my god, I'm carrying too much. Ugh. This game sucks. Just kidding, I like it. Oh, there you go. Resist shock. Swag. Oh, all of these weigh like... Oh, not all of them. These weigh a half. I see. Okay. I'll give you the other codes to the 103 post later if you still need it. That's a code thing? I thought that was just in the game you got polls. That would be nice though. Thank you very much. Carrying too much. Oh my god. Value 60 isn't that much. I like having a two-handed weapon though. Oh, I guess it's better than 30. That's a lot better. And then the next person can have whatever that is. Oh. Sneak attack for 2 times. Yo, come back. Mine. No? No. Not just the value, but the weight to value ratio. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess in that case, I should just like never take the heavy armor. Unless it's like above 100. But I see a big number and I want that much money. You know? Oh, that is literally what I just opened. Did I come from this way? I don't know. I'm gonna go down here. That looked around, so this is probably the way to go. In this economy. So real. In this economy, honeycombs are $5. It's so rough out here. That's why we gotta be a thief. How many grams of protein are in a two-handed hammer? I don't know, but did you know that a banana is 80 calories? Follow for more fun facts. Oh, you're restless. Yikers. Oh, you could die a little faster than that, maybe. Oh, I keep pressing Q instead of tab. Okay, it's chill. Oh man, I'm out of magic. Yo, you're so cool and wise. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really truly am. I think I have contract brain damage. Why so? What is the issue? Here, listen to the song. Do you feel better? Potions can be favorited as well. I think a cheese wheel can be favorited. Would be so awesome. I tried to play Skyrim like how I would play Elden Ring. Like the way you're fighting. I never played Elden Ring. Ah! I don't be knowing. Yippee! All that for 10 gold, huh? Well, I guess it was about the experience, not about the gold. Like with no cheese wheels, lame? Elden Ring doesn't have cheese wheels? What the hell's the point then? Have I been here? Or is it just messy regular style? I guess it's just messy regular style. And I want to run through it, but I feel like that would alert the fellas. Look at how disciplined I am. Good morning. Should we crouch walking through the traps in the meta? It worked! What the hell? Player that place at me 00064B3350. It's a command to spawn 50 cheese wheels. Well, I'm not intrigued. I'm just wondering why you would do that. Oh, can you please hold still? Hey, girly, hold still. And then I shoot you through the chest. And then you're like, wow, thanks. And then I say, you're welcome. I'm a big fan of Souls games, but I platinumed all the Miyazaki, all that Miyazaki has to give, so I'm just watching all that I can of Skyrim so I can get ready to platinum all the Elder Scrolls Saga. I really hate to be that guy, but my ass is not platinuming shit. I hope you're having a good time anyway, though. That would work on you. If I said, hey girly, hold still, and then shot you through the chest. That's kind of awesome. Look at him sliding down. Yeah. Is there another reason than cheese chaos? The cheese is so heavy though, right? I don't think I have a full cheese wheel on me, unfortunately. But I just feel like there's gotta be better inventory slots than that. But maybe not. Maybe if you drop them on a boss, it kills. Okay. That's lovely. The cheese tags? Can I be honest? I don't even like cheese. It's fine if it's in stuff. Or if it's on a cracker sometimes. But I don't know. I feel like some of my friends are the type of people to just like eat shredded cheese out of the bag. And that could never be me. I will never relate to them. Comedic piano falling from the sky. That's so beautiful. Can I... You cannot equip this item. How do I look at it? Oh, I'm looking at it. Whoa, come back. Okay, we have animal cracker, dragonfly, and owl. You know what would be better than a piano falling on someone? Are you gonna say wheels of cheese? I remember what I said. Animal crackers, something, and owl. Oh, it was a dragonfly. Imagine being a cheese string enjoyer. Yeah. I do not enjoy string cheese. I like the baby bells. Like the wax circle kind. Not a fan of those neither. I didn't know that's how this puzzle worked. Do you just brute force it? You never looked at the cloth? Wait, this song is so awesome. Shout out to the unbred guys from Amori. I hope they're having a good evening. They were maybe my favorites. A person falling on a piano just for the piano to drop... Just for a piano to drop on them. So, like, a piano sandwich? I just guessed it right in, like, 2 tries. Well, I'm drained. Does drained mean tired? Why are they using, like, synonyms? They went to thesource.com and they're like, guys, we cannot say that they're tired and hungry. We have to say that they're drained and peckish. Like a freak Bob. Okay, I know there's a fella somewhere. Oh, I love this one! What a good one. Man, shout out to Amori. What a good soundtrack. Okay, I think it's in that thing. But maybe he doesn't come out until I'm close. F5, you're so smart. So you get the active effect menu? Oh, yeah, it'll tell me if I'm hungry, huh? I don't think I'm hungry. I think I'm just tired. Peckishly drained right now. Must ravenously munch on the cheese wheel at once. That's kind of real. It's getting a little hungry in here. But I'm having such a good time. I've never seen this before in my life. That's probably a lie. I probably have if I played this game before, but I just do not remember that whatsoever. Any effects, not just hunger, like buffs and debuffs? Oh, I guess I can't kill him, huh? Well, I'll be ready. Eat up! I'll eat up soon. Debuff called brain rot might be accurate. Yo! For you or for me? I am not brain rotted. I have a limit to the Instagram reels I watch per day. It's 30 minutes. Oh, I'm crouching. It doesn't seem very accurate. It is accurate. Unless I'm looking for like a specific purpose. Like if I want to bother my friends, but I don't have anything to say to them, I'll like look for a reel for them. But otherwise, as soon as Instagram tells me it's been 30 minutes, I'm like, okay. Okay, goodbye. Whoops. Ouch. Man, I need more magic. Whoa. I am in waterfall. Yo! Hold on just a second. Let me get up. Okay, where are you? That's a little embarrassing, huh? Yeah, you just stay right there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Maybe you snooze your limit like your timer. Yo! You know, I meant to snooze my planche timer, but it hasn't gone off since 9, so I think I just didn't do that. I'm cooked. Yay! Whee! Oh, Chloe. Aw, he resisted frostbite venom. That's messed up. Ugh. Look at that Archie 25. Don't forget to level up to heal. Do I have unspent points? Dragonstone! Ugh, that weighs so much. Oh, never mind. I'm built different. Whoa. That is real as hell. I would say the rest, but I low-key forgot it. There's only darkness for you, and only death for your people. Or does he talk about monsters? Yeah, I forgot. Quest items might have a weight number, but they don't actually weigh anything? What? Why would they lie like that? Activate handle. Oh, it's cute. Oh, get me in there. Get me out of here. This is not the exit. 49 gold. Sheesh. I'm rich. Oh, I can't fast travel. Yo, check this out though. Nice skulls. J. Wingacraw Solution. Join the Imperial Legion. Oh, man, I wish you could delete quests. I am not doing that. And talk to Jarl of Whiterun. I guess that's important at some point. Surely I don't have to go around anything. Surely I can just... Darn it. Ah, the cicadas. I haven't heard. Oh my god, I love this song. I haven't heard cicadas in a while. I don't know if they come out in the
Fall,
spring
you
or
are
the summer.
alone,
Oh,
freak Bob.
okay.
There is only cheese wheels for you, and only apples for your people. You are
No.
top banana freak Bob, but I am beyond nanners. I am the dad
Oh.
foe today, and I have come for you, Bob.
I am the dad foe today. Wow, that's some elite ball knowledge, I must say. Thank you for that one. I don't know, I feel like cheese wheels and apples, like there's worse fates. It's kind of awesome. You can remove quests with commands. Oh, I had the command menu up earlier. I don't know how to get there though. I had the command menu and I didn't know how to close it, and I typed meow and it said that is not a valid command. So I'm not really interested anymore. Yeah, there's like 50 of them falling and killing you ass. Oh.
You there, citizen. You're interfering with imperial business.
Yikes.
Yeah, so you'll have to pay us a fine. Say,
What?
100 gold. Pay up,
What
citizen.
are you doing to that guy? Are we aggressive or manipulative? I think we're manipulative. I don't have any gold to spare. What is he whispering about? I don't have any gold.
Fine. If you can't pay with coin, you'll
Oh,
pay
we
with
fight
your
him
life.
anyway. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Ouch! Wait, that hurts. Wait, calm down. I don't really know how to kill you. Please keep burning. Ah! Ouch. Oh, I'm kind of going down a cliff. Wait, how did I get back up to you? Their bandits go crazy! But I was hoping if I lied successfully, it'd be like, yeah, you're a good thief. Here's a level. I don't know how to go up there. This is the song that plays when there's 4 soldiers around a naked dead guy. I don't think they're actually soldiers. I think they're liars. Just like me. Yo. I don't know how to get up though. Yo, look at the stars. Oh, maybe it is a soldier. They're labeled like soldiers. But why did they sound so sussy? Wait, come back. Wait, can you submit closer to me? Okay, swag. 5G? My cat sipping on the keyboard. What is your cat trying to tell us? These are shining tonight. They are. Pretty. We're looking at the stars together. That looks like a constellation.
I'll show you a real.
You're so much closer to me. I'm like a manipulator for today. You get it. Also, cat. It looks like maybe the start of like a little face. Like the equal sign could be whiskers. I used to make a bunny face with the equal sign. And I don't really know if bunnies have noticeable whiskers, but it used the equal sign for whiskers. Please don't kill me. I don't really want to die. Drink 4 bottles of wine. Surely that will help. She lays the Southern Cross. If you didn't aim for their armor. You guys are aiming?
I fought worse than.
Yippee! Yeah, that was kind of close, huh? 100! Why is your stuff so heavy? Okay, maybe we trade. Oh, this isn't worth very much at all, but it also doesn't weigh very much. Weight 35 for value 100. That's 24 for value 100. I guess maybe you can have your armor back. 21 for 100. 24 for 60. That's not very good. Oh, I gave it back to him, but he's still kind of naked. A little unfortunate for him, I guess. Oh. Yippee! Wait, am I tired or hungry? I think I'm tired. Iron hammer will sell for like 5 gold. But then why does it say value a lot? Is this my only one-handed weapon, like, for real? Oh. Swag. I don't even know where I got that from. Friends did not give him a link yet to sleepover. Oh man. Now he's cooked. What sleepovers are you going to wear in your underwear? The value of the item is not the sell amount. They buy for like 40%. Yo. Yeah, but what if my thing goes up by a lot? And then it's worth it. Marvel's Journal? Oh, I didn't even read this. Oh, that's just telling you that the key is the thing. I don't need that. Heavy armor and two-handed aren't worth picking up, but 110. Big number. Do I need this flute? It has the stolen tag, which is a little cooked, but I kind of like it. You're going down the manipulator roof, so it's fine, surely? My fingers are trembling too, Chief, and my flaps are quivering. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why that's happening to you, but I'm sorry. Okay, I'll get rid of that. Surely I don't even need money. Surely I can just steal whatever I want and we don't have to worry about selling a lot of stuff. Book you open the first sentence? Oh, I didn't read any of that. I skimmed to where it said like puzzle or claw or whatever. I was like, oh, I remember what this is. Why are your fingers trembling? You're doing great, sweetie. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Oh. Sorry. I quite like the swimming in this game. I like the water noises. I just caught a fish. Whee! Wow! That's so nice. There's no rabbit though. Not realistic, I guess. Crab is at the very end of the stream where it connects to the river. Am I supposed to kill a crab? Is this the river? Hello. Oh, it's kind of cute. Hold on. Good night, sweet prince. Oh my god, meat. Yum. Okay. Whoops. He doesn't want crabs, bruh. Bruh is crazy. Level up available. Nice. The crab I was referring to is super small? Is there... Why do you want me to find a crab? I need my speech to be up. Sneak. Hello. Oh, do I not have points? Oh, it's just saying I'm level 2. I see. I'm gonna get my levels up for real. Crab bomb. You're tired? You should probably sleep. I'll sleep, don't worry. Don't even worry, I got it under control. Oh, salt. Oh my goodness, goodbye, Sin. Bye bye, Cindy. I hope that from now on, every time you go into a room, you remember why you went in there. That is such a nice thing to wish for someone. I didn't even know you were still here. Goodbye, Luri. Have a good night. You think I can just sleep in somebody's bed? I don't really want to pay for a hotel room. Can I? Are they gonna get mad at me? Surely they don't care. Why did we go in this room? To sleep. Looking for a bed to sleep in. And then I have to give the shop. I have to sell all the garbage that I took to the shop person and give him his metal claw. Remember? Thank you. You can only level up after sleeping? Oh. Is that like part of the survival mode thing? I thought you could just do it whenever. Oh my god. Oh. There is. Yeah, survival. I see. Requires 75. So good. Okay, what about this? Item weight and value reduce pickpocketing odds. Reduce? Reduce, not increase? Survival mode is looking kind of bun chat. No, I think it's nice. I don't know, I like having to eat and sleep. I feel like that's fun. Half Magica? Yeah, I'd be restoring. Okay.
Make yourself at home.
Oh, don't worry, I
Keep an eye
did.
out for trouble. It's only a matter of time.
You got any food? Can I use this?
Damn storm.
Someone else is using this. Can you leave? Eating and sleeping is regular, but all other stuff is talk. Me. Well, no. Good thing you don't have to play it, huh? Listen, I don't want the combat to be harder, but I want the game to be more challenging. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, I can cook your fish. That looks yucky. Rick, you backflip on your cooking pot then. I am. I will. Frick you too. Go play on master mode or something. No, I said it first. You can't just not awe your way out of something. So 380 points of hunger? Oh, a lot. Yo, this song cannot be playing. Yo. For fast travel, carriages still go to major cities. Yeah, and you can like get a horse at some point, right? So maybe it won't suck that bad. But I do feel like it'll suck a little bit. I don't know. I'll try my best. And then if it's hard, I'll turn it off. You telling me that? I wish the moon was still out for this song. Why did you sleep?
You found it.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
No, it will suck. Okay, well, if it sucks, I'll turn it off. Did you change the music? So nice of you.
Great thing for me and my sister.
I didn't really do it for you. I did it so I could take your stuff in front of you. Yo, what if I stole it back? That'd be funny.
Thank you.
Take arrows. Hmm. Cheese wheels. Oh, it only weighs 2. I thought it weighed a little more than that. This is so awesome. I play permadeath? Survival, legendary, enjoy the toxic, complicated relationship with Skyrim. Hmm. I think you enjoy a little bit differently than I do. We could have a broom. Are brooms awesome? Much to think about.
Thank you so much for.
Well, maybe not for
Some may
sure.
call this junk. Me, I call them.
Probably play with
treasure.
VR too, huh? Just climb in there, dog. Yo, that's kind of awesome. I do have Skyrim for VR. That sounds kind of scary though. So yeah, this was a silver 50. What the hell? Sigh. Oh well. I guess some money is better than no money. Okay, you can have that. You can have that. You can have all this stuff. Oh my god, my sweet Chippy! You can fly with the broom. That's so awesome. Frenzy potion? I don't think I want that. Two-handed weapons? I don't think I want that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know some of these potions like sound good, but I just do not be using potions. Vendor only has 5 gold. Brokey. Should try a fishing rod.
Till next time, you and me.
Wait, do you think he sells a fishing rod? Need the bend wheel shout first? You're telling me you bend the wheel of the broom? That's kind of amazing. Oh, he doesn't have a fishing rod. I don't know where to get one from. Oh, I already looked in there. I mean, I would sell this stuff back to him if he wasn't broke right now. F5 to save. Hit the merchant. F9 to reload. This resets the merchant gold? Oh. I don't think I'm that worried about it. That's kind of awesome. Whoa! What is your issue? Is it because I killed your friend? Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry a little bit, but not that much. There's kind of a lot of them, huh? What about a bow? Maybe this is a bow stitch. I don't think this is a bow stitch. Wow, you're so healthy. What the? Oh man. I think there's a little abandoned fishing area. So near you by the bridge. Like there's just a fishing pool out there. You just got doing. Hey! Why have offended someone and they hired thugs? Have you done anything wrong recently? Well, I've been killing a good amount of people. Like, mostly just bad guys though. Well, I killed the torturers. Like, from the first area. Ouch. Wait, why am I crouching? Die. You just find one? Yo!
Guess it's all clear.
I feel like they shouldn't be able to crit. Doink.
This'll teach you not to take things.
No innocent old ladies? A witch old lady who, like, maybe kidnapped children. But there shouldn't have been any witnesses to that. Double fire magic meta? You think so? They're not aggroed. I don't know when they aggro. Animals can be witnessed, which is funny. Well, I'm not killing an animal. Not if they're minding their business, at least. I don't think this is the meta. Can I be honest? I don't think I have enough, magic stamina for this. I can't even jump up there. What the hell? Ouch. Just refill your mana? Okay, well... I don't... I got a little bit, but I don't know if I got enough. Okay, one of them's dead. That's swag. Haha, two-handed sucks eggs. You're doing it, good job, thank you. I don't know why there's only 2 of them. There was a lot more. Maybe they didn't come here.
Victory's yours, I submit.
Damn, that's crazy. Ugh. What kind of submission is that? I mean, 200. That's a lot. Oh my goodness, sorry. It's normally 3. Well, where's the 3rd one? Dot, 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 dot. Huh. Aggie. Yippee! Above me? I think that's the sun. Oh, hi. Oh, you don't have a two-handed weapon. So little, unfortunate. Be nice if you were slower. Well, thank goodness I got a lot of cheese. Maybe he's spending a room to fly. It's kind of awesome.
You won't leave Skyrim.
I need a normal style sword. Yippee! A contract. Is this more damage than the mace? No, it's the same. You can keep it. Here's a great upon Moira. I don't even know who that is. I'm so proud of you and your warm hands. Thank you. What's this to do now? Main quest, I guess. Oh, what about fishing instead? Oh, it's the sister of the witch. Oh. Man, I'll kill her too. Moira's so ugly? Really?
Did I see you talking to Sven? Maybe not. Maybe.
Sven, what a name. Where's the Jarl? Oh, I'm not even in Whiterun. Teehee. Oh my god, salt. Sheesh. She's a bird person. Looks like a nut. Wanna hear what my nuts have to say? This song is so nice. What game is this from? Oh, is this fish? Slurp. Ah. Use fishing supplies. Oh. Equip. Favorite. Okay. Near Automata? The one that I plan to play eventually. Like soon, right? Like next week, right? Well, fishing has activated to reel in your line. Reeling is when there's a strong pull on your line. Oh, when there is a strong pull on your line, will reel in your catch. Pulls on the surface. Okay. I kind of cosplays the girl on accident. I don't really know much about Nier Automata. How did you cosplay the girl? How do you do that on accident? Yo! A pogfish! Sheesh! This is a rift and rift. Oh man, I don't want a quest. I just want a fish. I'm sure if you've seen 2B, you would recognize her probably. Like the maid outfit? You wear a maid outfit? A blind ninja runs through the desert. What does that mean? What are they doing that for? It's kind of like a maid outfit in a way. When did you wear a maid outfit? Is this knowledge I should have already known? And I just forgot? I feel like I wouldn't forget that. But I don't know. No, it's older? Oh, I see. It's hungry in here. It's almost 11. Can you believe that? What are you guys still doing here? Go to bed. Oh, sorry. I thought I pressed E for sure. Empty wine bottle. Oh, man. Some beans. I guess there's not... It's not like I have bait that I'm wasting. Go eat. I will when I'm done fishing. It's only 4 a.m. There's still time till bedtime. Oh. Salmon. I see. Is that pull? Okay, no, that's pulling. A river Betty, cute. Can I just litter? Empty wine bottle. No thanks. Tinker, no thanks. I think that's the only garbage I got. Gonna eat the fish I caught. Am I learning anything from this? I don't think I am. I think I just ate that for fun. Just kind of awesome. I enjoy watching people enjoying Skyrim. Skyrim has a certain charm. It is quite nice. It's kind of nostalgic. I didn't play it when I was like a little, but I played it when I was younger than I am now. And I think I have good memories associated with it. I think this is a good place to save. I didn't get very much done, but it was a good time. Don't even worry, I saved. thank you all for hanging out with me today. It was a little bit of a longer stream. Smirkamochi. I had a good time. I won't be live again tomorrow, but I'll be live on Saturday to play Slay the Spire 2. Yippee! Yeah, so be there or be square, I guess. Um, let me find someone to raid. Ooh, let's raid Holly. Yippee! Thank you for the follow, Red. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you. But yeah, I hope you guys all have a great rest of your night. Make sure you drink enough water and eat enough protein and get enough sleep for today. You can copy a raid message if you're into that. And I'll see you next time. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, goodbye.